The armored warrior fought the monsters mercilessly, cutting them with a giant sword. The blood of the enemies flew in all directions, and he confidently walked forward, coldly and calmly looking into the face of mortal danger. At that moment, Yuri's eyes flashed with determination, and with one movement he smashed the boulders into dust. Focused and fearless, he looked straight ahead, ready to overcome any obstacles that stood in his way. The monster, bleeding, called him a monster, but the guy just grinned, not hiding his pleasure from his strength. He looked dangerous and self-confident, completely in control of the situation and enjoying the moment of victory over a huge opponent. The young man walked calmly among the remains of the huge defeated creature. He looked small against the background of giant bodies, but his confidence and composure made it clear that he was the real monster and the winner here. Suddenly, the wounded monster asked Yuri why he came and killed his loved ones, and the guy indifferently answered that he was not pursuing a special goal, demonstrating absolute indifference and coldness, standing in front of the crushed enemy. He calmly admitted that he had acted without any reason. His gaze remained cold and indifferent, as if killing monsters was just a routine matter for him, requiring no explanation or special justification. The enraged monster cursed the guy with all his might, unleashing a furious attack on him. Despite the hail of blows, the warrior stood calmly in the center of the battle, as if enjoying his own invulnerability and strength. The monster sadly admitted that he had hoped for understanding from the Dark Lord, thinking that he would share his pain and feelings. However, these hopes were in vain, shattered along with the last of his strength. The warrior coldly noted that it was the beast that rejected him first, calling him a monster. Resolutely raising his sword, Yuri promised his opponent a meeting in the afterlife, without hesitation ending the brutal battle with a final blow. And with one powerful, swift blow, he cut through the enemy's enormous body, leaving behind only glittering traces of sword and destruction. This final blow ended the brutal battle, confirming the warrior's absolute victory. The young man wondered if this battle might be his last, as the defeated monster screamed in agony. The warrior calmly landed, surveying the results of his brutal actions on the battlefield with cold determination. Yuri received the SSS-ranked reincarnation crystal that had been released from the body of a defeated enemy. Holding the artifact in his hands, he finally felt the relief he had been waiting for, realizing for the first time that he was now completely free of monsters. At that moment, the crystal began to shine brightly in the boy's hands, surrounding him with a mysterious and powerful glow. Magical energy spilled around, ready to send the warrior towards a new destiny and an unknown future that he had long awaited and deserved. And he closed his eyes, fully accepting the effects of the crystal of reincarnation. His body slowly disappeared in a stream of light that took him away from the battlefield, ending this cruel life cycle and opening the way to a new beginning. Yuri felt an incredible sense of freedom, realizing that he would finally be reborn. He floated calmly in the glow of the crystal, feeling relief and hope that in the distant future he would be able to start a completely new life, leaving behind the suffering of the past. Suddenly he realized that everything he had experienced was just a dream. He felt like he was waking up after a long sleep, forgetting about past battles and death, but something inside him told him that this was not the end. He lived a new life in the modern world, working as an ordinary office worker. His name was Aizawa Yuri, and he led a very ordinary life, not even suspecting his past fate and incredible adventures. Memories came flooding back unexpectedly. Once upon a time, when he was already an adult, he was reborn in another world. Now he remembered the moment when he first found himself among new lands, struck by unknown magic. In his first life, he discovered magic, marveling at its power. His teachers watched him with admiration, and the young man himself created flames with delight, enjoying the first real miracle in this fantastic world. He studied magic diligently, devoting himself to learning spells. Gradually, he mastered various types of magic, enjoying every success. In those moments, he was truly happy, feeling himself a part of this world. Yuri realized that he had become the Emperor of Magic, having reached the pinnacle of power. When he finally realized what was happening, people were already worshipping him, considering him the greatest magician, whose name would forever be etched in the history of the world. In his second life, he dreamed of becoming the strongest swordsman and defeating the terrible Dark Lord. With a sword in his hands, he strove for perfection, deciding that his destiny was to protect this world from evil. Gradually, he achieved his goal. People already called him the God of Swords, admiring his skill. But when he again realized his reality, it became clear to him that this path was repeated over and over again. Despite his power, the young man felt empty. It seemed that his life was filled with glory and recognition, but the truth was different. He wondered if his power had truly brought him happiness, or if it was just an illusion. Every day he fought, killed, and conquered, but he felt no joy. Eventually, people began to consider him a monster. A life filled with endless battles left him with no satisfaction. He decided to live for himself, leaving behind his old ideals. However, when he woke up in a new world, he felt only darkness and incomprehension. The guy did not know where he was and what awaited him. Waking up in the ruins, he tried to make sense of what was happening. The world around him looked abandoned and destroyed. He felt strange, as if this place should be familiar, but his memory was empty. Yuri looked at the world around him and chuckled softly. Another test awaited him, and he knew it. However, his memories remained blurred, and the place he was in raised only questions. After examining the ruins, the young man asked himself important questions. Why did he end up here? What happened to him before? Trying to remember, the boy realized that his memory was fragmentary, and most importantly, he did not remember who he was. Suddenly, images flashed through his mind. Yuri remembered how he had come to this place. The epiphany had struck him, and now he finally had a clue to his new purpose. Tired of endless wars, a boy used a crystal of reincarnation to start a new life. He decided to leave the past behind and be reborn in a new world, hoping for a different path and freedom from endless battles. Waking up in an unfamiliar place, he was convinced that the reincarnation had been successful. The world around him looked deserted and abandoned, but the young man felt that now he had a chance to live his life differently, without the previous mistakes. While examining the ruins, he heard a voice demanding his name. Yuri realized that he was not alone in this place. Caution forced him to assess the situation and prepare for a possible clash with an unknown enemy. A huge and terrifying B-rank goblin lord appeared before him. The warrior immediately realized that the creature was different from ordinary monsters and had a high level of intelligence, which made it a doubly dangerous enemy. Next to the overlord were two goblin lords, ranks D and E. The young man began to suspect that these ruins were their territory, and his appearance in this place could lead to an inevitable battle. He realized that he was in a goblin lair, surrounded by their army. The goblin lord mockingly demanded an explanation, threatening him. Yuri realized that it would be difficult to confront the enemies without a weapon, but his abilities had not yet awakened. Thinking back to his past, he realized that he could turn any object into a sword. In his past lives, people called him the God of Swords, and this ability allowed him to use any weapon with absolute mastery. The boy looked around for something that could serve as a weapon. Soon his gaze fell on a wooden stick. In the hands of an ordinary person it would be useless, but for him it was a deadly weapon. As soon as he grabbed the stick, the system instantly activated, and he gained fencing skills from beginner to advanced level. His combat experience and skill began to return, reminding him of his past battles. The goblins realized the danger and rushed to attack, surrounding him from all sides. The lord ordered to seize him, but the youth, already fully prepared for battle, confidently met the first wave of the attack. Attacking swiftly, Yuri cut down the goblins with terrifying precision. His body moved on its own, as if the reflexes of past life battles had awakened within him. The enemies did not even have time to realize how strong the enemy stood before them. He realized that he was not in full control of his movements. His body acted instinctively, easily dodging attacks and crushing opponents. The goblins tried to attack, but their attacks did not reach their target. Feeling a surge of strength, he smiled. His skills had returned. Every move was precise and deadly. The goblins fell one after another. Adrenaline and battle excitement filled his mind. The goblin lord ordered a retreat, realizing that the battle was lost. However, the young man could not let them go. His memory told him that he should not let the enemies go, because it could lead to new troubles. At that moment he remembered something important, as if pieces of a mosaic had come together. And Yuri used his old technique Flash and cut through the goblin lord with a powerful blow. His movement was fast and deadly. The enemy did not have time to react. The main youth's blade crushed the enemy. The goblin writhed in death throes, not believing in his defeat. The remaining goblins watched in horror as their leader fell. The warrior stood among the corpses, causing fear in his opponents, but they still decided to attack. Realizing that even one escaped goblin could bring reinforcements, the young man rushed into battle, instantly destroying the enemies. He could not allow escape. After a brutal battle, he found himself the only one standing among a pile of bodies. With a cold look, he said that he expected more resistance. Yuri looked at his stats and realized that he had the passive skills of a mage emperor and a sword god. He realized that he could use both fighting styles at the same time, making him incredibly strong. The warrior thought about his rare ability and was surprised at how unique it was even in this world. His blood carried the memories of masters of magic and swordsmanship, passing on to him exceptional skills. After looking at the ruins and the bodies of fallen enemies, Yuri thought about his next step. He knew that his path was now entirely up to him, but he didn't know where to go next. Yuri's attention was drawn to the sword and bag left on the ground. These items could be the key to his next goal, but he didn't yet know which direction to take. Reflecting on his fate, the boy felt that this world was preparing new trials for him. The young man was surprised to discover that his new companion was a slime. After defeating the goblins, he collected supplies and examined the sword he had found. The sword he found reminded him of the old wooden stick, but raised questions about its usability. He suddenly gained the analysis skill, deciding to quickly check the sword's properties. His eyes lit up, activating his analysis ability. And the young man tested the new skill, analysis, and found that his sword was bronze rank, but in poor condition. He noted the convenience of the skill but was disappointed with the quality of the weapon. Yuri then looked around the area, hoping to find a city, but there was only grass and trees around. His discontent grew until he heard a strange rustling in the bushes. A slime suddenly jumped out of the bushes, making a kiu sound. The guy watched the creature in surprise, wondering whether he should attack it. He decided not to attack, judging the slime to be non-aggressive. The creature made an uncertain movement in response, causing the young man to smile slightly. Yuri offered the creature food, holding out a piece of meat. The slime happily accepted the treat, confirming that it was not an enemy, but rather a possible ally. Suddenly, the warrior gained the taming skill, instantly mastering all its levels. He was surprised by the unexpected ability, realizing that he could now tame and communicate with various monsters. Looking at the stats screen, he wondered if it could be used as a shield. His attention was drawn to the new taming rank, which allowed him to interact better with monsters. Yuri carefully began testing his ability to communicate with monsters. The slime happily responded to him, making sounds. This confirmed that the skill really does allow one to understand and interact with creatures. The slime looked sad, and the boy wondered if it wanted to stay with him. He felt its emotions and realized that the creature did not want to part. Smiling, the boy decided to give the slime a name, Lime. Now he had a new companion, and he invited the creature to go on a journey with him. The slime happily jumped on the warrior, showing its affection. The guy wondered if it would be useful to him, but still decided to take it with him. Now he had his first companion. Night fell, and Yuri found himself alone in the middle of the wasteland. He looked around, observing the starry sky and the dark forest on the horizon. It was quiet around him, and he realized that it was time to find shelter. He began to vigorously spin his arms, trying to perform some kind of move. However, instead, his actions looked comical, as if he was trying to imitate a spinning top. As he continued to spin, he began to feel dizzy and uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth, realizing that this method was not as simple as it seemed. However, he was not going to stop. The warrior tried to start a fire using a stick and friction. He twirled it as hard as he could, muttering motivational words under his breath, but the flame would not appear. Yuri remembered how fire was made in his past life and tried to repeat the method. However, his efforts were not productive, and he began to doubt his knowledge. Thoughts about primitive techniques seemed ineffective. After many attempts, the boy did not give up and continued to blow on the smoldering coals, hoping to kindle a flame. His persistence did not leave him, despite his fatigue. The wind helped to fan the weak fire. Finally, his efforts were crowned with success. The flame flared up, and the young man breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad that he was able to light a fire using primitive methods. Suddenly, the system notified him that he had acquired the fire magic skill. He immediately reached the advanced level, which surprised him. The slime happily jumped around, rejoicing at its master's new achievement. And Yuri gratefully offered the slime some food for its help. He laughed as he watched the reaction of his new companion, who enthusiastically accepted the treat. The warrior ate the cooked meat with pleasure, enjoying its taste. In the distance, the fire's flames warmed and roasted the remains of the catch. He admitted that the result of his efforts was worthy, despite all the difficulties with getting fire. He asked the slime if it liked the food. The creature clearly expressed joy. Looking at the starry sky, the boy felt calm. However, the slime found something strange that attracted the attention of the young man and made him wary. A sudden scream broke the silence of the night forest. Yuri instantly became alert, turning towards the source of the sound. Something was clearly approaching. The warrior's eyes strained as he peered into the dark forest. His vision began to adjust, allowing him to notice the smallest details. He tried to determine where the scream had come from and what danger lurked in the thicket of trees. Without thinking, Yuri activated his perception and focused on the direction of the threat. The forest began to flash before his eyes, as if it was moving at an incredible speed. Something ahead caught his attention, approaching faster and faster. The lichen defended himself with shaking hands against the dark monster that was attacking him with all its might. He tried desperately to avoid the blow, but fear paralyzed his movements. The monster growled, reminding the victim of his helplessness before the shadowy horror. In turn, the boy activated the analysis skill to understand what they were up against. His gaze focused, and next to him, the slime watched what was happening. Analysis showed that the one in front of them was a rank F shadow, a monster vulnerable to magic. This gave them a chance to win, but required quick and decisive action before it could strike. The next analysis revealed the identity of the lichen. His name was Poncho Pantera. He had been a lycanthrope for 32 years. Judging by his appearance, he was not used to such battles and was clearly not here of his own free will. The young man quickly realized the weakness of the shadow monsters to magic. He grinned, realizing that they now had the key to victory. All that was left was to decide how exactly to use this knowledge in battle. The boy suddenly stopped, realizing that he could help the other. He tried to concentrate, assessing the situation. A whistle sounded in the air, like a signal for action, and he moved forward decisively. The dark monster chased Poncho through the forest. The young man was thinking, perhaps fulfilling hidden conditions to obtain a new skill. The thought of development gave him confidence. Slime watched the rapidly unfolding scene with alarm. Yuri's sudden jerk made him uneasy and he exclaimed. The warrior suddenly appeared next to the lycanthrope. The latter reacted to his appearance with shock, but the young man only briefly greeted him, showing that he had a serious goal. Poncho looked stunned, not realizing when the boy had appeared next to him. At that moment, a huge shadow creature was approaching them menacingly. Yuri apologized for the sudden interruption, but there was no time for conversation. He offered to help the lichen when he saw that he was losing to the enemy. The enemy turned out to be too dangerous, and Poncho himself asked for help, which forced the guy to quickly take action. The young man cast the fire bullet spell, firing several powerful fireballs at the monster. They flew through the air, heading straight for the target. The blast from the magic was too powerful, blowing away part of the forest. Lichen and Yuri jumped back, avoiding the debris. The warrior realized that he had used too much force. The young man, realizing the value of the information, tried to stop Poncho to ask him many questions. However, he was clearly not ready for this and looked surprised by the sudden appearance of an ally again. Not wanting to stay close, the lichen silently turned and ran away. The boy sighed, watching his potential source of information disappear into the trees. The half-beast desperately called for help when he thought he was being attacked by the monster again. Yuri apologized to him and stood calmly next to him. Surprise flashed in the werewolf's eyes, but his fear disappeared. The exhausted werewolf fell to the ground, breathing heavily. He admitted his guilt and begged the warrior to save his life. In turn, the young man, watching him, only remained calm. At night, Yuri and Poncho started talking by the fire. The guy found out that he was not just running away, but doing something important. However, the werewolf was in no hurry to reveal the truth, getting away with evasive answers. In an instant, the werewolf flared up, defending his escape. He exclaimed that he was escaping certain death, and the young man, with slight sarcasm, doubted it. Their conversation began to become tense, and the boy wondered if the werewolf's behavior was connected to the fulfillment of hidden conditions for obtaining a new skill. At that moment, a shocking laugh was heard, hinting at the difficult conditions of these places. Lichen was shaking with indignation, claiming that skills shouldn't be acquired so easily. Usually it took years of training. He couldn't believe that someone could learn new abilities so easily. And Yuri realized that his ability to learn skills so quickly was due to memories from his past life. He thought about how rare and valuable this skill was in this world, confirming his uniqueness. And Poncho was amazed. He admitted that in 10 years of adventures he had not met such a powerful person. The warrior thought about who he really was in this world. The young man realized that his magic was incredibly powerful. He had no idea about the standard level of magic in this world, but now he realized that he was at the pinnacle of magical power. In turn, the young man asked the lichen why he was in this place at such a late hour. The werewolf, still shocked, only groaned, showing that he did not expect such a question. The half-wolf angrily claimed that he had been set up and that he was not there of his own free will. Yuri listened attentively, analyzing the situation. It seemed strange to him that someone had deliberately lured his new acquaintance into a trap. Reminiscing about the past, Poncho said that he used to be a porter in a group of adventurers. Their leader, Zach, seemed like a reliable person. There was trust between them, but over time, something went wrong and it collapsed. The memories took him to the moment when the group encountered a giant enemy. A terrible creature stood before them, ready to tear everyone apart. Back then, trust in Zach was the most important thing, but at a critical moment, the situation changed. Because in the midst of the battle, Zach suddenly behaved strangely, his attitude changed, and instead of helping, he left the half-wolf in danger. Panic seized Poncho. He tried to get out, but the situation was getting worse. Zach betrayed him, leaving him on the brink of death. The werewolf cried out for help, but his former comrade's eyes showed only contempt. That moment changed him forever, making him doubt the sincerity of any human. Lycan explained that he had been used as bait to save himself. He was angry and hurt. Yuri listened carefully, realizing the gravity of the situation and the betrayal his interlocutor had faced. And the warrior asked Poncho about the powerful monster he had mentioned. The werewolf thought for a moment and then remembered his encounter with a creature comparable in strength to the legendary predators of this world. Suddenly, a huge creature appeared in the sky, a B-rank basilisk. Its wings cut through the air, and its terrifying gaze spoke of its danger. Lycan suddenly panicked, screaming loudly in fear, and Yuri, looking at him, tried to calm him down, but to no avail. He was irritated by his companion's excessive panic in a critical situation. The warrior watched the basilisk, which now clearly knew it had been spotted. He realized that any pretense was pointless, since the monster had definitely seen them and was probably going to attack. He immediately realized that the creature planned to attack them while they were asleep. The basilisk opened an eye, observing the situation. Yuri prepared himself for action, realizing that he had to take action before it was too late. Suddenly, the basilisk swooped down at great speed, its beak open. Its movement was swift, causing a powerful air current. The young man realized that his fire magic might not hit its target due to the enemy's high falling speed. He wondered how he could attack effectively to stop the rapidly approaching basilisk. Lycan was stunned to see the boy take out a piece of the sword. He did not understand what he was going to do. Poncho doubted the effectiveness of such a method against such a formidable opponent. The basilisk finally reached the ground, its jaws opening in a menacing scream. It was ready for battle, its beak glinting in the moonlight. And then Yuri dealt a powerful blow to the enemy using his blade. The huge beast roared in pain, its body shaking from the powerful attack. The youth's eyes burned with determination, and the sword pierced the creature's magical defense. The beast let out one last cry, and then fell straight to the ground. After the enemy disappeared, the young man stood in front of a huge crater left after the battle. The notification system appeared in front of the boy again, informing him that he had acquired new skills. He had mastered several levels of magical enhancement. The sound of the system signal confirmed the acquisition of skills, and the young man realized how much stronger he had become. Looking at his sword, he realized that he had misused it. Instead of cutting through his opponent, he had simply struck with a powerful blow. His new powers required greater understanding to use them to their full potential. Suddenly, Yuri wondered where his companion had disappeared to, hoping that he would lead him to the city. In the distance, a deserted plain stretched out under the night sky, and Kiyu made a surprised sound, sensing the change in the situation. The hero's name is Aizawa Yuri and his passive skills. Among them, the most notable are the memory of the Magic Emperor, the memory of the Sword God, as well as the ability to fire magic, swordsmanship, and taming. Yuri found the fallen basilisk and, wiping the sweat from his forehead, sighed with relief. His slug Kiyu watched the process with curiosity, and he himself prepared to search the monster's body, hoping to find something useful. Aizawa reminded himself that yesterday, after defeating the basilisk, he had dragged its body back to the place where he had first seen it. Now he was going to study his prey and make the most of it. Looking at the massive body of the defeated monster, the young man thought that he could use fire magic to cook its meat. In this way, the basilisk would serve not only as a test, but also as a source of food. The young man continued to process the monster's carcass, using a sharp stone instead of a broken sword. He had been doing this since early morning, trying not to miss any important materials. He only had a little work left. As he worked, the warrior thought about a new skill he might gain in the process. He felt that if he continued to develop his body, he would be able to automatically acquire new abilities, which intrigued him. Yuri found a B-rank magic stone infused with the power of fire in the monster's carcass. It was a valuable and rare treasure that could be used to enhance magic or sold for a large sum of money. Having retrieved a huge stone, he decided to sell it at a high price once he reached the city. However, his companion, a small slime, became interested in the find and expressed a desire to take it for himself. Lime exclaimed happily, pointing at the stone, clearly showing interest in it. The guy wondered whether he should let him take the find or sell the artifact for future profit. Suddenly, the slime began to absorb the magical energy from the stone, surrounding itself with a glowing halo. The young man was surprised, but decided that it did not matter much. He admitted that he would not be able to sell the stone for a high price. But the slime suddenly increased in size, emitting powerful energy. Yuri only watched this process in shock, not understanding what this would lead to. He looked at the swollen slime with doubt, trying to figure out if it had changed other than being larger. The warrior hoped that the magic he had absorbed would have some beneficial effects, but for now everything looked strange. Suddenly, the slime transformed, spreading across the ground in chaotic shapes. It acquired new properties, changing its body and demonstrating an unknown power. Yuri became wary, not understanding what was happening. The guy just wondered what had happened to his companion. He called the slime by name, but it only continued to slowly change, not showing the usual signs of life. Suddenly, the slug transformed, becoming a giant creature. He couldn't believe what he saw, realizing that his companion had the unique ability to change shape. This surprised and slightly alarmed him. The slug took the form of a basilisk, which impressed the young man. He realized that his companion could imitate other monsters. This new fact opened up many unexpected possibilities for him. Suddenly, the basilisk slug flapped its wings, creating a powerful air current. The warrior was caught off guard by this sudden attack, trying to maintain his balance. The creature rushed forward, demonstrating incredible speed and strength. With lightning speed, the monster soared into the sky, heading towards the sun. Yuri looked up, stunned by how graceful and powerful his companion looked. This moment made him wonder about the creature's hidden capabilities. The young man was delighted to realize that his companion could not only copy the monster's appearance, but also recreate its anatomical structure. This discovery left him amazed and delighted. The flying monster flew closer, shouting loudly for Kaya. Yuri, standing below, watched this phenomenon in surprise, not fully understanding what was happening, and finding himself riding on the created creature. The guy realized that the flight promised a quick and convenient journey to the desired point. The boy exclaimed in delight, enjoying the flight. He realized that now the journey to the village would take much less time than he expected. The new method of transportation turned out to be surprisingly convenient. The flying creature raced through the sky, leaving the landscapes behind. The young man felt the joy of speed and height, realizing how much his ability to move around the world had now expanded. Yuri flew on his assistant. Sitting astride the transformed slime, the boy asked if he needed a break. However, Lime confidently continued on his way, showing his strength and determination. Looking at the speed of the flight, the guy gave the command not to slow down in order to get to the city faster. The city walls appeared ahead. Lime flew confidently, and the young man enjoyed the majestic view from above, anticipating a quick meeting with people. However, he knew that appearing in the form of a basilisk would cause panic, so he decided to stay outside the city to avoid unwanted attention. And near the city walls, the warrior jumped off the basilisk's back. The boy asked if Lime could return to its original size. In response, the creature made a sound and its body began to glow. And Lime suddenly shrank, which surprised the guy. He realized how conveniently his companion could change sizes, adapting to the situation. Approaching the massive city gates, Yuri called Lime to hide for a moment. He remembered that this city was mentioned by the big-eared guy. Entering the trading city of Radial, the boy looked around. He was surrounded by busy streets, many people and majestic buildings. As he walked through the market, he noticed a strange atmosphere. People seemed worried, and vendors were reluctant to offer their goods. The young man felt that something was wrong in the city, but he did not yet understand the reason. As he walked further, he heard loud calls from traders, enticing customers with low prices. Despite the lively cries, the city seemed subdued. This increased his suspicions, causing him to look around warily. The saleswoman was energetically offering cold water at an inflated price. The young man, feeling very thirsty, decided to approach. He was surprised by the price, but admitted that he had not drunk anything since the previous day. The woman offered 3 sizes of glasses, waiting for him to choose. Yuri looked at the water carefully, appreciating its attractive appearance. He felt that he could not resist the temptation, despite the suspicious surroundings. Looking closely at the drinks, he felt his thirst becoming unbearable. The water looked incredibly attractive, its transparency beckoned. The guy could no longer think about money. And the guy offered to pay with coins stolen from the goblins, not knowing their value. The saleswoman looked at the money carefully, assessing its value. In response to the payment, the girl placed a small glass of water in front of the warrior, declaring that this was all his coins could buy. Suddenly, she drew his attention to a well nearby. The saleswoman guessed that he had come from far away and wondered how high the local price was for him. She also noted that the sun shone all day in the city, which led to a constant increase in water prices. The young man realized the situation. The saleswoman laughed, hinting that thanks to such conditions, she had a stable source of income. The girl explained with a smile that water magic was a lucrative skill. She demonstrated her power by creating water droplets in the air. And the boy understood why the people in the city looked exhausted. She immediately took a new order for water from another customer. Yuri drank the offered water. He realized that the city was in dire need of resources. After a few drops of water, he felt that it was not enough. The thirst continued to torment him, and the situation seemed unfair. Suddenly, he gained the ability to use water magic. The system informed him of 3 levels of mastery: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Standing next to a shopping arcade, a young man was surprised when a woman called his clothes strange. He did not understand what exactly the problem was and why she thought so. Suddenly, the woman offered him an exchange. If he gave her his clothes, she would pour him the largest glass of water. With a coquettish smile, she emphasized that she was being too generous. She called him a little boy, which obviously surprised him. But he calmly refused the offer, turned around and walked away, leaving the woman in bewilderment and slight disappointment. The guy then started talking about his plan to solve the city's water shortage, leaving her confused and shocked. And as he approached the city's water reservoir, he prepared to use his magic. Clenching his fists, determined to fix the situation. Using his newly acquired water magic, he summoned a powerful torrent, filling the reservoir. The townspeople watched in awe and delight. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The woman selling water was particularly shocked by the sudden change in the situation. People happily rushed into the rain, rejoicing at the long-awaited water. They could not believe that someone could solve their problem so easily. The saleswoman watched in shock as what was happening, and then quickly ordered buckets to be brought to collect free water. Suddenly, in the crowd, she noticed a young man casting a spell and called out to him in bewilderment. To which Yuri explained that he was simply using water magic. He assumed that the woman had the same. The woman selling water was horrified when she heard about water magic. Her gaze was filled with shock and fear. The young man was surprised. He expected that the woman would be happy. A guy standing in the market was thinking about his situation. He had no money and his stomach was empty. He thought about his next steps. Yuri looked sadly at the piece of food being prepared, realizing how long it had taken him to get to the city in search of a better life. Watching the merchants, he saw how they ate meat with gusto and realized that he could not afford food. Walking down the street, the guy realized that he had no money at all. He urgently needed a job. He met Alex Rodriguez, a strong man, and asked if he was still hiring workers. He was surprised. Alex wondered if he should hire Yuri. He wasn't sure about his skills. Alex eventually said he wasn't in the mood to hire anyone. He just pointed out the problem, drawing his attention to the location of the stones. The guy saw a destroyed area next to the house. A huge boulder was blocking the construction. The stones suddenly collapsed, ruining the plans and stopping the work of carpenters in the city. The man explained that they were planning to build a house, but a boulder suddenly fell, forcing them to stop work. Yuri offered to help remove the stone in exchange for work. However, the carpenter was hesitant and refused to promise anything. The surprised carpenter froze when he heard the words, "boy." He couldn't believe the offer and quickly asked again. To which the guy smiled confidently, considering the deal fair. He approached the huge stone that fenced off the construction site and prepared to act. He stretched his hands out to the surface of the stone and concentrated. He was about to use magic that would change its structure. Using a spell, he activated the magical enhancement. The stone began to lose strength, its structure weakened rapidly. The builder watched the scene with bewilderment. Yuri calmly explained that he was using some kind of magic spell. With a slight smile, he continued his spell, intending to finish what he had started. The stone was in a critical state, ready to crumble. The man scratched his head thoughtfully, doubting the words about the spell. His wariness betrayed his distrust of what was happening. Meanwhile, the guy silently concentrated, raised his hand, and prepared to activate the spell, demonstrating confidence and calmness. Touching the stone, he began the process of destruction. Cracks quickly spread, signaling the successful use of magic. He warned those around him to stay away, as destruction was coming. People looked on with alarm, not understanding his intentions. And the man repeated his words incredulously, clearly not understanding why he suddenly needed to stay away from what was happening. The boy carefully ran his fingers over the surface of the stone, concentrating on the spell. He confidently began to use his power, ignoring the conversations. With a loud crack, the stone suddenly exploded, shattering into many pieces. The crowd watched the destruction in shock. People, including Alex, jumped back in disbelief. They couldn't understand how this had happened. In place of the giant stone, only a pile of small stones remained. The workers looked with admiration at the hero's incredible achievement. Alex exclaimed in amazement at how Yuri had dealt with the stone in a second. The others shared his amazement. The young man realized that the locals did not know about the magical enhancement, which surprised him. He began to think about it. Meanwhile, the man gratefully announced that construction could now continue. He was impressed by the boy's demonstrated strength. Alex laughed loudly and thanked him for his help. He was genuinely happy that the problem was solved. To which Yuri only smiled calmly, pleased with his achievement. He did not attach much importance to what had happened, but he was pleased. The man remembered that the young man was looking for a job and offered to test his strength. He was interested in the capabilities of his new acquaintance. He suggested that the young man become an adventurer, to which he was only surprised to hear this proposal. He remembered his past life and thought about the prospects. At the same time, he was also offered a carpentry job, which made him think. The boy imagined adventurers completing various tasks, from finding cats to hunting monsters, while earning money from the guild. The man also explained that an adventurer is free in his actions, unlike magicians and swordsmen, and does not obey commands. Yuri smiled, considering the adventurer's prospects. This solution seemed interesting and worthy of attention. Alex offered, if he didn't mind, to take the guy to the guild, to which the young man thanked him, expressing his sincere appreciation for the offer. He bowed slightly as a sign of respect. He asked to be treated well, but the man just looked at him silently, clearly not knowing what to say. In turn, Alex called out to the young man, addressing him informally. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what was the matter. The man advised Yuri to stop speaking in a formal tone if he wanted to be an adventurer. He also made a remark about the appearance and manner of bowing before everyone, considering such behavior unacceptable in proportion to the strength that the young man possessed. Yuri agreed with the comments, and they shook hands good-naturedly in honor of the conclusion of a friendly agreement. They quickly reached the new location. In front of them stood a magnificent building, which was the Adventurers Guild. At this point, Alex said goodbye to Yuri, and everyone went their own way. As he climbed the steps, the young man realized that much had happened during this period, but he was still sure that the real adventures were still ahead. Yuri walked into the guild with confidence, remembering how Alex convinced him to become an adventurer. On the second day after reincarnation, he resolutely climbed the steps, becoming an adventurer. Life was in full swing inside the guild. Newcomers, experienced fighters, tasks and opportunities to earn money were waiting for him. The atmosphere of the guild reminded him of something familiar, although he couldn't explain the feeling. Admiring the building, he raised his head with pride, realizing a new stage in his life. Suddenly, the stranger called out to the young man, calling him a skinny guy, which attracted his attention. The two men in armor, noticing the newcomer, wondered about his status and experience. One of the men invited the boy to join them as a porter. They persistently convinced him that the offer would allow him to earn more money than working alone. One of the adventurers, putting his arm around the young man, persistently tried to persuade him to accept the offer. They shook hands with their new comrade, saying that this work should not be underestimated. Yuri looked at his interlocutor with distrust, firmly stating his refusal. Yuri stated that in this life he would live for himself by his own efforts, and will never serve anyone. The strangers were surprised by the strength of the young man. At this time, the guy approached the girl administrator. Her name was Tiffany Grays. The guy asked to register him as a new employee. In turn, the girl asked the young man to show what rank he had. explaining that rare skills can affect registration in a guild. Tiffany persistently asked to tell about some of the young man's achievements. Realizing the situation, he admitted that he had the skills, but could not prove them. The administrator, meanwhile, explained that they accept any rare skills, and the young man wondered whether his abilities of analysis and amplification of magic could be considered rare. He was sure that he did not have the necessary skills. Suddenly, Yuri thought about the carpenter's words, realizing the discrepancy between the guild rules and the information he had heard. Then a man approached the reception desk, causing surprise from the receptionist girl and interest from the main character. A distinguished man named Galileo Figaro entered, clearly of high status in the guild. The girl administrator politely asked the guy to wait. Galileo loudly protested, believing that accepting the young man into the guild could undermine its reputation. And the man thought, assessing the situation with the new candidate. He decided to take the next step. Suddenly, Yuri saw a strange device in front of him, which was called a magic meter. It measured magical abilities. The magic meter worked by converting magic power into numbers. The minimum required was 30. People gathered around, watching the process. The young man remembered that he had once used this device. He suddenly became alert when he heard whispers. The group of experienced adventurers watched the proceedings with distrust, studying the newcomer. The guy assessed the atmosphere of the guild, noting that competition definitely plays an important role here. The guild worker showed interest, and the guy thoughtfully noted that the situation was becoming more and more interesting. He asked whether the device would pass the test if its readings were too high. The worker confidently replied that the device's limit was 9999, so there was nothing to worry about. Yuri realized the situation, made a decision, and prepared for the test, arousing the interest of the observers. He activated the device with confidence, his concentration filling his eyes, determination and hidden strength flashing in his eyes. People around noticed an unusual reaction from the device. Meanwhile, the guild leader and the cat girl watched in panic, not understanding what was happening. The power level on the device grew rapidly, the numbers exceeded the norm, which shocked all witnesses. The young man felt the tension as the flow of energy began to get out of control, shaking those around him. A burst of power tore through the air, creating a powerful whirlwind that sent the onlookers reeling. The people in the guild, including the old man and the administrator, looked at the destroyed remains of the device in shock. The enormous destruction left everyone stunned. The guy shrugged his shoulders indifferently, reporting that the device had completely failed after the measurement. Galileo and the receptionist were shocked by what had happened, realizing that such a thing was impossible. The man looked closely at the broken gear, amazed by its uniqueness and meaning. Not believing his eyes, he exclaimed about the impossibility of what was happening. The old man thought for a moment before chuckling nervously, realizing the situation and its implications. Finally, Galileo made a decision and solemnly approved the boy to participate in the tournament. Yuri thought about his words. At that moment, the man ordered to follow him, showing his determination. Suddenly, the guy remembered the registration rule. He looked at the situation doubtfully, not understanding why his points didn't give him the status of an adventurer. The young man walked down the long corridor, following Galileo. The old man led the boy to the venue of the tournament, announcing its imminent start. Yuri thought about the last registration of his carpenter friend, trying to figure out if the rules had changed. Galileo suddenly stopped, grabbing the door handle abruptly. His gaze became stern, clearly hinting at serious intentions. Yuri remembered how he accidentally broke the counter, causing chaos in the guild, and how quickly the older man got him to the tournament. With a determined look, he invited the guy to follow him without asking unnecessary questions. The young man followed Galileo, realizing that he simply needed to pass this test. He realized that this test would be the final step towards his dream of becoming an adventurer. Suddenly, the door ahead opened. The young man was surprised by what happened and prepared himself for possible developments. He arrived at the arena where the trials for new adventurers were to take place. Yuri noticed the groups of participants already waiting for the competition to start and realized that he had arrived on time. The judge announced to everyone gathered that the exam would begin in 5 minutes, urging them to prepare. The guy was surprised to see that the bearded man accompanying him also turned out to be a judge. The judges discussed the newcomers, considering Yuri weak and doubting his chances of success. The young man admitted that he does not judge people by their appearance, citing past experience. A girl named Philly Arnett introduced herself to the guy, explaining that this was her first exam. Philly called out to the young man, and he reluctantly confirmed that his name was Yuri. She expressed surprise, saying that she had never heard such a strange name, to which he was surprised that even his name seemed unusual in this world. After all, he imagined adventurers differently, but he saw rough and powerful fighters in front of him. He realized that his ideas about the world did not always coincide with reality. The guy decided to ask Philly if she had participated in such competitions before. The girl admitted that she had already participated 7 times, but only now realized the number. She laughed, stating that the reason for her repeated attempts was obvious and simple. And suddenly Philly went down in defeat, admitting that she had failed all 7 of her previous exams. Yuri, in turn, was stunned by this admission. The guy assessed the surrounding adventurers, comparing them with the expected images. He was clearly surprised by what he saw. At this time, the girl told him that the exam had become even more difficult. And all this because of the new old judge. The young man did not understand what this bearded man would do. After all, it was he who asked to use the magic meter. Yuri wondered about Galileo's intentions as he watched his serious expression. The exam began. The participants gathered on the field, and the organizers loudly announced the start of the tests. The judge announced the first test, a demonstration of swordsmanship, attracting the attention of the participants. The examinees had to impress the judge with their skills in order to successfully pass the test. The first participant stepped forward, confidently declaring that he would try his best. The judge gave the signal to begin the test, and the first participant decisively entered the duel. The fighter rushed forward, attacking with his sword, but the referee confidently blocked the blow, demonstrating strength. The surrounding people watched the battle with interest, amazed by the speed and skill of the participants in the duel. Some of the test participants relaxed, deciding that the judge was not as scary as expected. The young man watched what was happening attentively, suddenly noticing something that greatly surprised him. The contestant attacked the judge with a sword, but he dodged it with amazing dexterity, causing him to be surprised. The attacker did not give up and tried to deliver a powerful blow, but looked tense and tired. The judge mockingly encouraged the participant, pointing out his weakening and lack of confidence in the attack. Enraged, the contestant launched a new attack, but the judge remained calm and in control. Here, the young man activated his ability to analyze, studying the battle tactics and assessing what was happening. The judge used a B-rank shock sword that had the effect of spreading an electric shock upon contact. The enemy fought with a rank F bronze sword, a common weapon common among adventurers. Despite the difference in the quality of their weapons, their strength turned out to be approximately equal, which surprised the audience. However, the judge's sword proved stronger, which gave him a clear advantage in the clash. In the end, the opponent lost, unable to withstand the final blow, and the spectators watched the fight in amazement. The judge called out the next contestant, choosing a guy with black hair, which surprised everyone present. Yuri noticed with puzzlement that another participant was supposed to take the turn. Realizing the situation, he opened his eyes wide. A sudden realization struck him. He had not brought the weapon with him for testing. He looked down, with alarm, realizing that he was left without a sword before an important fight. The young man realized that he had forgotten to take the sword for the test, realizing the seriousness of his mistake. He turned to Philly, hoping for possible help in this unexpected situation. Yuri asked Philly what would happen if a participant forgot to take a weapon with him. Philly panicked as she realized the problem, reacting in shock to the boy's words. And the young man realized that he had another backup option. He quickly approached the defeated participant and asked for help. He was interested in the adventurer's sword. And the young man politely asked to borrow the sword for a few minutes. Having received permission, he thanked the owner, causing him to be puzzled. The guy left with the sword, and its former owner, in a panic, tried to stop him. The judge just laughed, watching what was happening with curiosity. Yuri picked up the broken sword, wondering if it could be used in battle. The old man warned the young man about possible accidents, hinting at the danger of the test. The young man silently closed his eyes, clearly not reacting to his mentor's warning. Galileo laughed, warning the boy not to regret his decision to fight. The enraged judge rushed towards him, shouting insults, preparing to attack. Yuri dodged easily, watching the examiner's attacks. The crowd watched the events with concern. Philly and the other participants screamed, alarmed by the examiner's sudden movement towards Yuri. The examiner jumped, attacking from above, confidently declaring his victory, but Yuri did not move. A look of surprise flashed across the examiner's eyes as he realized that his blow had been in vain. Yuri's face was distorted by a dark shadow, and something ominous and frightening could be read in his eyes. He used a paralyzing gaze, causing the enemy to freeze in fear, like a frightened animal. Here the judge realized the danger, but his body refused to obey, succumbing to the strange effect of the gaze. Suddenly, recovering from his stupor, the judge swung his sword with a shout, trying to attack Yuri. The guy instantly disappeared from sight, leaving the judge completely confused. Realizing his opponent was gone, the referee's eyes widened in shock, not understanding what had happened. And then the young man put the broken sword to the examiner's throat, offering to stop the fight, frightening him with a sudden threat. Fearing possible defeat, Galileo dropped his sword to the ground, showing his powerlessness. Realizing his failure, the old man admitted defeat, and the crowd responded to the outcome with delight. The participants were amazed, expressing admiration for Yuri's skill, who dealt with the challenge in an unexpected way. Philly happily called out to Yuri, admiring his victory, not expecting him to be so strong. One of the examiners congratulated the participants on passing the first stage. There were 10 minutes left until the second. Yuri thought about the past stage. Now he had to go through the second part to become an adventurer. And then the girl called out to the young man and ran towards him. He turned around in surprise, not expecting this. With a beaming smile, she waved her hand at him, expressing joy and admiration for his success. Philly happily announced that the next stage of the exam would be about magic, inviting everyone to continue. Soon she cried out in relief, imagining her achievement as a miracle, accompanied by imaginary angels. She was grateful to the guy, believing that her success depended entirely on Yuri's help. And the guy was surprised to hear the confession, not realizing that his actions had such an impact on the outcome of the test. In turn, the girl explained that the judge felt ill, which is why the exam was ended, letting everyone through, to which the young man doubted the correctness of such a situation. And Philly also warned the young man about the danger of the next stage. She said that the next stage would be dedicated to magic. Suddenly, a new judge appeared. Magnificaros announced the start of the next competition. The participants realized that their chances of passing were getting lower and lower. They gathered in the guild's training area, waiting for the rules of the second stage of the trials to be explained. The instructor announced that the participants would have to use only magic to pass this competition. A mysterious magical object appeared in the center of the arena, activated by pressing a lever. The objective of the test was to destroy the object with magic before sunset. The participants were surprised by the conditions, and Yuri found the test easier than he expected. The young man was surprised to hear the address addressed to him. The second stage of the magician's test was beginning around him. The judge thanked him with a grin for helping his brother, but promised cruel revenge. Yuri realized that the judge and the previous examiner were brothers, which complicated the situation. The participants of the second stage were preparing for the start, planning to use magic against the obstacle. Some candidates were nervous, aware of the difficulty of the task, but tried to remain calm. Yuri easily understood the essence of the test, which caused a violent reaction from Philly. In turn, Philly explained that this stage was considered impossible by everyone from the very beginning. And the young man wondered if this artifact was made of a special material, since it could not be broken. One of the participants released a fireball, intending to destroy the artifact. However, the magic did not work, and the participant exclaimed that it did not work. The magicians used various spells, fireballs, ice needles, gusts of wind, but to no avail. Everyone began to panic, realizing that from their range, attacks would not hit their target. The judge turned to the black-haired guy, demanding an explanation for his inaction. Meanwhile, the young man simply stood in front of the judge, who asked him about his intentions with a smirk. He asked in surprise why the guy was hesitating and not using magic. He contemptuously reminded Yuri of his lack of magical skills, attributing it to his swordsmanship. Figaros ridiculed the boy, claiming that his brother's humiliation brought him joy and satisfaction. The judge loudly declared that in this test, everyone was subject to his laws, and magic was the only way out. And Yuri suddenly used the magic spell Fireball, causing shock and confusion to the judge. The fireballs he launched shot forward at lightning speed, demonstrating the power and accuracy of Yuri's attack. At that moment, the fireball collided with the magical object, causing an incredible explosion that amazed everyone present. Meanwhile, the audience watched in amazement at the destructive power of magic. The judge was shocked by what was happening. The boy suddenly realized that he had accidentally reproduced the legendary Inferno spell without putting in much effort. He thought about it because he used a normal spell, but the result was unexpectedly destructive. Magni recoiled in fear, realizing that before him stood a man with incredible magical powers. And the young man only looked coldly at his opponent when he, trembling, realized his complete defeat. Figaros fell to his knees in panic, shocking everyone around him with his sudden humility. He bowed down before Yuri pleadingly, admitting his mistake and asking for forgiveness. The young man looked at what was happening in bewilderment, not expecting such a development of events. And the judge, in despair, admitted his powerlessness, begging to forgive his arrogance. To which the guy only calmly asked if he had passed the test. His answer worried him the most. The judge immediately exclaimed that all participants had successfully passed the second stage of the test. The group loudly celebrated the victory, expressing joy and delight at the successful completion. Everyone was jumping and screaming, realizing that they were now officially adventurers. The girl enthusiastically praised Yuri, admiring his strength and skill. The guy mentioned his past life, which greatly surprised Phil. She chuckled, calling the young man strange, but he remained silent, not reacting to her words. A majestic cathedral stretched out before the heroes, striking with its beauty and impressive size. The administrator handed Yuri an adventurer's license, explaining its meaning and rules of use. And the guy looked at the map, thinking about his rank and plans to increase it. Suddenly, the young man heard strange sounds while accepting the quest, but did not manage to react in time. Suddenly, Philly crashed into Yuri, knocking him down, desperately screaming his name. The sudden blow threw the young man back. He felt the pain of the blow, but immediately noticed something strange about what was happening. And the girl, all in tears, thanked the guy for his help, tightly clutching his clothes. And Yuri thought about the future, which seemed distant to him, but still enticing. After all, the judge changed the test, reducing the difficulty, thanks to which most of the participants were able to pass it. Philly happily hugged the guy, barely containing her emotions after successfully completing the test. He felt an unexpected touch, not understanding what happened at that moment. They both found themselves in an awkward position, wondering what had happened a second ago. The girl was surprised to hear the suggestion that Yuri was a girl, but he immediately denied it. He summoned the creature, calling it Lime, and Philly responded with excitement and intrigue. The young man explained that Lime had become his friend, hinting at the events that had happened earlier. The people around were surprised to hear Philly's exclamations that Yuri could tame monsters, and he tried to quickly explain the situation. Suddenly, the unknown man grinned, clearly reacting to what was happening, and Yuri, hearing the conversation of two people, suddenly became interested. One of them was irritated by his presence. The conversation continued. The calm man tried to calm Zack down, convincing him not to get angry. The young man was quite surprised to hear Zack's name. He obviously suspected something or was trying to remember. Zack Barbell introduced himself by claiming he wasn't angry, but his demeanor suggested otherwise. The young man remembered how the werewolf told him that he had been betrayed and left in a trap, reminding him of a guy he knew. He didn't pay much attention to this, and together with his companion, began to discuss financial issues, and the need to quickly earn money in the Adventurers Guild. The next morning, someone knocked urgently on the door, interrupting his peace. Philly ran into the room, happily greeting Yuri. The young man, not yet awake, sleepily looked at the woman who had entered, slowly recognizing her. Suddenly, the girl became frightened by what she saw. After all, the guy woke up on a huge slime. She was surprised why he was using it instead of a bed. In turn, he complained about the uncomfortable bed. The guy also said that last night he asked Lime to turn into a bed, and he agreed. Philly also admired Lime's softness, and, with shining eyes, asked permission to touch him. When she touched it, she experienced something unexpected that caused a strong reaction. The girl concentrated, pressing her lips together, and then rushed forward with incredible speed, heading towards the target. She moved forward rapidly, deftly dodging obstacles, leaving behind blurred silhouettes. Her movements quickened, her body assumed a fighting stance, she prepared for a powerful jump. They were caught up in the whirlwind of her skill. The guy reacted unexpectedly, pointing out the girl's failure to use her hidden abilities during the test. He asked why she came to him at all. The girl immediately told the guy about the guild and their thing called a superficial inspection. She also said that while they are in student status, their licenses can be revoked at any time. After all, at the moment they only had a temporary license. The young man was surprised and focused. And Philly suggested that Yuri go on a quest, but he asked for a little time before leaving. He walked over to the window and opened it. Suddenly, the boy turned around at a strange sound coming from the street, which attracted his attention. In the distance, he noticed something suspicious among the trees, which made him wary. Using magic, Yuri fired a fire bullet towards the hidden source of the noise. An observer's eye flashed through the foliage, clearly surprised by the attack that had come his way. The explosion of the fire bullet tore through the tree, causing the hidden enemies to panic and scream. One of the pursuers fell to the ground with a crash, crying out in pain and surprise. The remaining enemies realized the futility of the attack and decided to retreat, realizing the failure of the mission. The pursuers began to run, leaving the scene of the battle, saving their lives. Yuri's eyes lit up, activating a special ability that allowed him to track enemies. The spies fled in panic, realizing that their mission had failed and the enemy was too strong. The young man discovered a telescope used by the enemy for observation, and realized that he had been followed for a long time. He tried to hide the truth from the girl by claiming that he had only seen a few insects outside. But the guy wondered who could be behind the surveillance, and why his powers were of such interest to the enemies. His friend hurried him, but he was still wondering who in this world would want to spy on him. They walked through the forest. A rabbit watched their progress warily. Philly called Yuri forward, having found something interesting among the thick grass. And Lime, sitting on the young man's head, noticed something suspicious ahead. The same rabbit was hiding in a tall tree, watching carefully. And Lime tensed, gathering strength, preparing for sudden action. And the rabbit suddenly became frightened, feeling threatened, and tensed up, preparing to escape. Suddenly, Lime giggled, and the guy noticed his reaction and was surprised. Philly happily announced that their application to collect herbs was accepted immediately, as such missions were quite popular. It turns out that collecting herbs is a safe task, so it is always quickly accepted. Philly only doubted the direction, asking her companion if they were going the right way. Yuri suggested going to the eastern forest, which frightened the girl. She immediately pouted, and the guy was perplexed, not understanding her reaction. The girl warned him never to enter the eastern forest. And Philly explained that the monsters there were too strong for their rank. Suddenly, Yuri remembered that he woke up in the depths of the eastern forest, having escaped a dangerous battle. In turn, the girl explained that the forest was called the region of dark magic, filled with powerful monsters. She said that the basilisk is the most dangerous bird, and the guy remembered that very meeting. The girl also asked him again incredulously, not believing the statement she had heard about the basilisk. And the guy calmly confirmed that he killed the basilisk, causing her confusion. She immediately laughed, not believing his words, taking them for a joke. The group reached the herb collection site but found nothing. The girl looked for herbs in a panic, but the ground was empty. She was indignant that there was not a single piece of grass left here. Suddenly, that same mysterious man, Zach Barble, mockingly told them some disappointing news. The two adventurers admitted that they had already collected all the herbs. Smiling, the self-confident man declared that the winner is the one who works faster. Yuri recognized him and looked at him carefully, holding Lime on his head. The man also noted that Yuri and Philly have a temporary license. He then offered to share some of the herbs he had collected with them. His smile was ambiguous, but he thanked them for their trust. And Zach demonstratively threw the leaves on the ground, provoking irritation in the girl. A huge foot landed right in front of her, causing her to jump back in surprise. He sneered, declaring that he had no intention of giving anything back. The girl even widened her eyes when she heard him insult her. Meanwhile, he contemptuously refused to share herbs with newcomers, considering them unworthy. And in the same contemptuous manner, Philly explained that, in the world, the strongest survives, especially among adventurers. Zach chuckled again, claiming that the strong can do anything, even take away someone else's job. The man arrogantly told them to leave, calling them idiots and continuing to mock them. At that moment, the girl was barely holding back her tears, her head down, and the guy looked at her in surprise. and the guy looked coldly ahead, thinking about what had happened and possible actions. Suddenly, Lime realized the unfairness of the situation and began to rapidly grow, preparing for decisive action. The giant slime released a powerful explosion. At that moment, Yuri looked at Lime in surprise, realizing his strength and determination, and Feely was stunned by what was happening, not expecting such a reaction from Lime. Kyo was ready to confirm his readiness to support his friends at any moment. The girl was surprised, said the name Lime, and then looked up with disbelief. The boy and Phil watched as their assistant began to strangely split into several parts. The lime slugs flew around, jumping happily and spreading throughout the clearing. At this point, Yuri admitted that he couldn't tell the difference between herbs, asking Feely for help, and with a friendly smile he asked her to help, clearly planning something. The girl happily agreed, inspired by the task. A wide, picturesque landscape with hills stretched out before them. At this time, the small slimes were jumping energetically, exploring the territory. They were looking for something among the tall grass and trees. And Philly explained to the guy which particular piece of paper they needed to find. He listened to her attentively. The slimes continued jumping, carefully checking the bushes. One of them noticed something unusual. The guy found strange plants, studying them with interest, and the girl continued to search nearby. Yuri was surprised to notice something unusual. He looked closely. At this time, Feely was breathing heavily, wiping sweat from her forehead. The long search had completely exhausted her. Yuri smiled, realizing a possible solution to the problem. He was pleased with the course of events. After all, a huge mountain of herbs appeared in front of them. Lime turned out to be incredibly effective in searching. The young man confirmed the guess. Lime had the ability to find herbs. This made the task much easier. Looking down, the girl admitted that she had collected too few medicinal herbs. The guy suggested joining forces to collect the required amount together. And Feely was at a loss, realizing that she could not accept the offered help. She realized that she needed grass, but not something she had collected herself. Clenching her fist, she firmly declared that she had to do it herself. Yuri watched her, thinking about her words. Lime-chan jumped on her head, which made her think and smile. And the girl suddenly screamed, noticing the strange behavior of the slimes stuck to her clothes. After the unexpected cleansing, she was delighted, thanked Lime, and admired the result. Yuri warned that the most interesting is yet to come. At that very moment, the surprised girl was surrounded by slugs. Suddenly, a huge slug appeared, swallowing her into a soft, jelly-like mass. She tried to resist, but Lime enveloped her, not allowing her to move. And gradually the girl relaxed, feeling a strange sense of comfort and coziness. Her fatigue disappeared, and her body was filled with lightness and a pleasant feeling. Philly screamed desperately as the situation quickly got out of control. With this unusual creature, she couldn't concentrate on her work. The young man responded mockingly, observing her confused reaction. The embarrassed girl demanded that the slime repeat the procedure later. The young man concentrated on activating his power, preparing for a new action. The girl and Yuri continued to search for medicinal herbs in the forest, but could not find any. Suddenly, the boy saw a magical message that informed him about the acquisition of a new power without attributes. He remembered that he had only recently acquired this skill. It seemed to him that it did not require much effort. Suddenly, he heard strange sounds. The guy heard a mysterious voice and wondered about telepathy. The unknown creature growled, and Lima began to attract the attention of his owner. Suddenly, a huge monster rushed furiously at their little helper. A flash of light conveyed the visions like pictures, and Yuri realized his ability to communicate telepathically with Lime. At this time, an aggressive E-rank wolf appeared in the forest, attacking everyone. The young man and his companion were discussing the strange behavior of an animal in the distance. The girl was frightened when she saw the approaching threat. In the distance, a wolf appeared from behind the trees, approaching them. The wolf growled, and his companion decided to run away immediately, and the young man reminded her that rewards are given to determined warriors. The girl desperately fought off the monster, struggling with uncertainty. Realizing the importance of the moment, she decided to fight. With a knife in her hand, she prepared to fight back, and the monster was preparing to attack again. Philly was scared and looked away, but the wolf became wary. But the mentor ordered her not to lose sight of the enemy. The girl squeezed the knife again, realizing the danger of a mistake. She met the predator's gaze, causing him to react. At that moment, the wolf growled and rushed to attack her. The girl looked at the enemy with determination, preparing for battle. She dodged the wolf's attack, quickly analyzing the situation. And making a sharp turn, she attacked the enemy with her weapon. The wolf dodged, but the girl planned to strike again. The observer confirmed his suspicions by closely watching the fight that the girl was stronger than all the other 6 people from the guild. At that moment, she prepared to deliver the decisive blow, swinging her knife. Philly attacked, but her opponent was faster and dodged. She suddenly stumbled and lost her balance. The girl flew straight towards the wolf. How suddenly I felt the help of my slimy friend. She flew back, aiming the weapon straight at the target. Philly fought the wolf, clutching the knife in her hands. She delivered the decisive blow. Exhausted, she breathed heavily, realizing her victory. With tears in her eyes, she happily told Yuri Wai-san about her personal victory. The young man abruptly stopped her joy, noticing danger nearby. After all, a new enemy began to arrive. New wolves emerged from the shadows around them, ready to attack. Their bestial grins inspired deadly fear. The wolves surrounded the boy and his companion, tightening the ring around them. The girl was nervous, but the young man remained calm, assessing the situation. He noted that low-ranking wolves do not act together. However, their coordination indicated a higher level of threat. Yuri wondered if this was part of an elaborate trap. Suddenly, a huge wolf appeared, attacking the girl while the boy was bored. The guy noticed the threat and abruptly switched to combat mode. An even more terrible monster with fangs jumped out of the darkness, and the girl screamed in fear, turning to her partner. The monster roared furiously, creating a tense atmosphere of battle. Philly was scared when she saw a strange liquid on the ground. And the young man fought with the huge beast, piercing it with a magic sword. The ice sword sparkled, shrouded in water and magic. The defeated beast collapsed, and the girl watched in fear. The young man clutched the ice sword, using powerful water magic. He ordered Philly to retreat, preparing for the monsters to attack. There were too many enemies, and conventional weapons were not enough. Suddenly, the wolf jumped forward, threatening to attack the guy. And Yuri realized that the fight was getting more difficult, and prepared for a decision. He used enhancement magic to strengthen his weapon before the fight. The wolves surrounded the young man, baring their teeth menacingly and advancing forward. He realized that without destroying the leader, the battle would not end. Yuri shouted to Lime, calling for his help in the fight. The little helper quickly rushed forward, exploring the area. The wolf also growled, demonstrating his strength and a call to action. The huge silver wolf Rango showed ferocity and readiness to attack. Then the young man realized that the leader of the pack of monsters was standing in front of him. He concentrated, gathering magical energy in his palm. The magic projectile rushed forward, piercing space with acceleration. The fireball left a trail of destruction in the forest. The wolf noticed the attack and prepared to dodge, focusing his gaze. He jumped up, dodging the blow and attacking quickly. The warrior realized that killing the wolf here was too problematic. He made a decision and jumped up, preparing to attack. At this moment, the girl warned Yuri about too many enemies. But the guy just raised his hand, releasing magical energy into the air. A giant fireball hung above the ground, illuminating the forest. The girl fought the wolf in panic, not retreating from danger. The mage activated the advanced technique Firestorm, creating destruction. The fire grew, incinerating everything in its path. The fire beast roared furiously, preparing for a powerful attack. A huge pillar of flame engulfed the earth, devouring everything around. Yuri used magic, stunning his companion with the power of the spell. The companion was frightened, not believing in the destructive power of fire. The forest was devastated, and the young man was perplexed, considering magic to be ordinary. The heroes returned to the guild after successfully completing the task. The girl with glasses was amazed by what she saw in front of her. Low-ranking magic crystals, with energy, appeared in front of them. The guild worker learned the origin of the presented magic stones. And Philly happily confirmed that the crystals were obtained from the wolves. She was overjoyed and overwhelmed with success. The guild member was surprised by the girl's success in the first quest. The administrator accepted Philly into the guild as an F-rank adventurer. The woman sincerely congratulated her on her new status, to which Philly joyfully shouted, gratefully rejoicing in her victory. She invited Yuri to show the card next. The administrator waited with curiosity for an answer about the artifacts brought. The magician immediately activated the spatial storage, summoning a magic circle in front of him. The space opened up, creating a vortex, causing the worker to be surprised. A huge mass gushed out of the storage room, shocking everyone present. A huge number of all kinds of herbs fell down, causing chaos all around. The people in the guild were surprised by the huge amount of herbs and stones. The alchemists began to discuss whether the apothecary would be able to buy such a volume. One of the employees noticed something important among the items found. Among the herbs was a rare, medium-sized, C-rank windstone. The guild workers realized that this was a valuable elemental artifact. The guy genuinely surprised everyone by appearing with a huge amount of herbs and stones. He learned that the silver wolf was a famous monster. The young man simply asked if this was enough to become an adventurer. One of the workers nervously asked him to wait a little. The chief appraiser gave orders to his subordinates in a panic. Meanwhile, the young man and woman sat by the column, silently thinking about the future. Yuri asked Philly about the possibility of registration, to which she gave her approval and praised his strength. The girl was surprised, having assumed his high promotion among the ranks. And she also joyfully thanked the young man for the opportunity to become a seeker. Suddenly, the servant came running, apologizing to the young man for the long wait. The guild staff confirmed Yuri's promotion to rank B. The girl was surprised, and the leader confirmed the truth of the words. The employee explained the promotion after defeating the silver wolf. He asked Yuri to come through to complete the registration. The young man refused, deciding to remain at rank F. The man with the monocle was surprised and asked what happened. Everyone was stunned by this statement. The guy had heard this before and wasn't surprised. He knew all the nuances and prohibitions of high rank. The man agreed with him, also explaining that high ranks receive glory and rewards. To which Yuri handed over the map and declared that he wanted freedom. F rank card, rejecting all restrictions. The helpful man begged him to stop in confusion. He wondered if it was okay to let Yuri go. His face expressed shock at what was happening. And the guy and his companion ran away cheerfully, full of determination for adventure. The girl questioned whether Yuri really felt well, to which he only confirmed his decision to remain an F-rank adventurer. The evening city was ablaze with lights, filling the streets with lively conversations. Yuri was happy about the successful sale of the things he had obtained, looking forward to rest. He stopped in front of the adventurer's bar, preparing to go inside. The guy walked into a spacious bar full of empty tables. He looked around and noted the pleasant atmosphere of the new establishment. The werewolf bartender pointed at him in horror, demanding an explanation. The werewolf stated that they had met in the eastern forest before. The bartender was surprised by the young man's outfit, asking questions about his appearance. The guy admitted that killing the basilisk changed his worldview forever. Poncho announced that he had given up adventuring and started working in a bar, and he brought the bar's signature dish, black spaghetti with seafood. He said he used squid ink for flavor and color. The werewolf mentioned that rare fish could be caught in the city. The young man tried the dish, was surprised by its taste, and froze. After all, he really liked the taste of the dish. The man praised the food, and the werewolf laughed in response. Poncho also told how long he studied the art of cooking. They discussed the experience, and the chef admitted that he was self-taught. The werewolf bartender, in a conversation with Yuri, mentioned his recent registration as an adventurer, thereby surprising the young man. Poncho told about the rumors of how the young man broke the magic counter and almost killed the examiner. The bartender warned Yuri to be careful, leaving the boy confused about the hidden hint. The werewolf mentioned a dangerous man named Zach who could spot a cocky newcomer. And the guy remembered Zach with irritation, asking what exactly was wrong with him. Poncho revealed that Zach wanted to destroy the adventurers. He also explained that the reduction of adventurers will lead to an increase in rewards, since there are more monsters. And he mentioned the appearance of adventurers hunting for newcomers, calling for caution in the young man's further actions. Suddenly, the protagonist lunged forward, throwing his hand towards the bartender, causing him to tense up. Looking at the man, Yuri demanded an explanation with a serious expression as to why he had acted in such a way. Suddenly, a mysterious enemy attacked the tavern, attacking with a huge blade. The attacker moved easily around the hall, avoiding obstacles. Yuri watched his actions with caution. The young man noted that the enemy moved silently. He wondered about its origin and purpose. At this time, the enemy, shrouded in darkness, laughed ominously and promised to kill the guy. Suddenly, the bartender recognized the attacker. It was the man-chopper Joker, the infamous killer of adventurers. The guy noticed that the enemy was indeed known, but he did not understand why he was chosen as the target. The killer's mask hid his intentions, but the threat was clear. He intended to tear the victim apart. The attack began. The killer rushed forward, and the young man dodged the blow at the last moment. The blade flew past, barely missing the girl, who screamed in fear. The hero did not waste time. He used it, instantly seizing the initiative in battle. The enemy moved chaotically, throwing his weapons. He enjoyed the fight, calling on the enemy to continue the battle and have fun. The young man stood up, smiled gratefully, but did not lose concentration. He decided to take the wine, preparing for the next step. And the disguised enemy continued to mock, inviting the young man to a deadly dance. The striker rushed forward with great speed, but Yuri reacted instantly, preparing for a counterattack. The youth activated the impact diffusion magic, concentrating the energy. He swung the bottle to strike. This decision was well considered, because the blow landed right on the enemy's axe. The guy understood that he was facing an enemy previously unknown to him, because his strength was different from the rest. The bottle fell out of Yuri's hands. Confident that his opponent would miss, the Joker flew straight at his opponent with all his might. He continued to attack with his huge axe, but the warrior instantly blocked the blow, parrying it with force. They locked eyes, assessing each other's strength, before continuing their intense battle. The guy activated magic, his hand glowed, and the enemy's weapon began to crumble into pieces. The enemy screamed in panic as he watched his axe disintegrate, losing all its power. Yuri explained that he used durability, reducing magic to easily break the enemy's weapon. He used magic to freeze his opponent's legs, who tried to break free but couldn't. The Joker saw a flying bottle. He realized that there was something dangerous inside, but he did not have time to dodge. The explosion tore the floor apart. The magical attack threw the enemy back. The Joker lost his balance and fell. The Joker's mask cracked. He tried to say something, but his strength was leaving him. Yuri watched the defeated enemy. His face remained calm, but interest flashed in his eyes. The young man stood in the middle of the ruined bar, looking around. The bartender peered out, struck by the sudden silence after the fight. The Joker's body lay on the floor among the rubble. The guy casually apologized for the mess he had made. The bartender came out breathing heavily. He couldn't believe that all this had actually happened. At this time, Zack was shocked by the news. He exclaimed, not believing that the Joker was killed. The conspirator confirmed the Joker's death. Their plans were ruined, their money was gone, and their hope was gone. Zack kicked the barrel angrily, cursing at his useless subordinates, annoyed at the failure of their plan. Suddenly, a sinister laugh was heard from the dark alley, causing Zack to turn around in alarm. A mysterious stranger in black emerged from the shadows, radiating a dangerous aura. His gaze was full of menace. The stranger called Zack by name, hinting at his suddenly desperate situation. The man quickly drew his weapon in response to the threat. His opponent looked on in surprise. The hooded stranger froze, noticing the sudden movement. He had not expected such a quick reaction. Zack raised his sword tensely, looking warily at the mysterious opponent. He did not understand who was in front of him. Suddenly, the unknown person disappeared, leaving Zack with only a sense of danger. Both men stood there, confused, trying to comprehend what had happened. The disappearance of their opponent seemed inexplicable and frightening. The mysterious man slowly approached his interlocutor, asking him to put away his weapon and begin negotiations. Suddenly, he appeared nearby, declaring his intention to make an exchange, which caused confusion. Their gazes met. The hooded man looked calmly, and Zack tensed in surprise. The stranger grinned, showing the mysterious artifact he held in his hand, arousing interest. Zack-san looked at the object in surprise, his eyes widening in shock and curiosity. After all, the mysterious stranger demonstrated a spear in which Yuri was reflected, causing tension in the man. He listened attentively to the mysterious stranger, while his companion watched the conversation with suspicion. His friend tried to intervene, but his attention was drawn to something unexpected in the behavior of the uninvited guest. The mysterious man whispered something in his opponent's ear. After hearing this, Zack felt a strange effect. His body trembled and his gaze darted around in confusion. The friend looked worried. Zack was distraught. His comrade tried to bring him to his senses, while the stranger grinned. and the mysterious man began to disappear, having promised a test to Aizawa Yuri. Meanwhile, Yuri arrived in the bustling city, enjoying the calm atmosphere and the local market. He arrived at the gun shop. The building looked impressive and reliable. And entering inside, he looked at the walls filled with weapons and armor. The guy assessed the store's assortment, noting its quality and variety. At this point, the store visitor was shouting at someone, clearly irritated by the situation. Yuri was puzzled by this, not understanding what happened in the store. Riko Gleness swung her sword, demanding an explanation for the weapon she had purchased. Her anger was directed at Hugo Mantola, the dwarf who sold her the sword. Hugo defended himself by claiming that he had put a lot of work into creating the weapon, to which the girl did not calm down, accusing the gnome of selling faulty goods. She demanded a refund, insisting that she had been cheated in the store. The young man heard the blacksmith's confidence, insisting that his work was always impeccable. He examined the steel rapier carefully, noticing the poor quality of its materials. The weapons were indeed made of poor materials, but their manufacture was distinguished by the skillful technique of the blacksmith. And then he wondered whether it was worth going to another store for equipment. His voice suddenly rang out, causing the girl to turn around. And turning to Hugo, the guy assured that there were no flaws in the quality of the weapon, but the material used for the weapon was clearly poor. This caused surprise on both sides. The seller assured the visitor that there was nothing he could do about it. He also noted that there is a problem with materials throughout the city. Yuri and Riko were surprised to learn of the strange weapons problem in the city. The blacksmith remained tensely silent, as if he was considering whether to tell the truth. He said that the story began 2 months ago on the northern mountain. He explained that the mining had stopped due to the golems taking over, and the guild had ignored requests for help, and the situation was only getting worse. Due to purchases from a neighboring city, the weapons became more expensive, but the blacksmith agreed to return part of the money. After all, the dwarf doubted that the sword could break so easily. Riko tried to explain the situation by discussing the possible cause of the breakdown. Suddenly, the guy realized that destroying the golems could solve the ore problem. The dwarf entrusted him with this task, to which the girl reacted with surprise. By calling out to the young man, Riko was trying to stop him before leaving. She introduced herself as an adventurer, and, smiling, said that she wanted to help. The girl asked to see the license after learning about the hero's intention to destroy the golems. She reacted in shock when she saw that the hero was an F rank. In a panic, Riko screamed that he would die if he did something stupid. But the guy just calmly asked if he couldn't do what he wanted. She explained with indignation that the F rank performs farming tasks, calling themselves potato ranks. And the young man learned that F rank adventurers do hard and dirty work. He asked in surprise why Riko reacted so strongly to this. In turn, the girl said that she did not want anyone to die because of her. The heroes arrived at the foot of the majestic mountain. Riko happily informed Yuridono that they were there. The road led to the northern mines. They reached the northern mines, their destination for the day. Ahead of them stood a rocky mountain with steep cliffs. The girl appeared in all her glory, dressed in an elegant but combative outfit. In one hand she held a massive hammer, in the other a sword. She looked magnificent, inspiring both admiration and fear. She looked at her companion and made a remark, as if there was something unusual about him. He looked at her puzzled, not understanding what she was talking about. Perhaps it was about his recent decisions. And then the girl reminded him that he had bought this old blade without hesitation. Perhaps this choice was not accidental, but intuitively correct. Yuri looked at his sword, which turned out to be a D-rank iron weapon. Although the metal was well crafted, its material was only rated as F rank. This meant that the sword was far from perfect, but still usable. He confidently stated that any weapon could be used. There was an unshakable confidence in his voice, as if the quality of the weapon did not matter to him. The main thing was how to use it in combat. The girl looked at him with distrust, her brows furrowed. She admitted that she had never heard of anyone fighting golems using only a sword. It seemed reckless or overconfident. Meanwhile, they went deeper into the mines, illuminating the way with the dim light of a lantern. The companion suddenly noticed that Yuridono was not at all what she had imagined. The conversation continued, and the guy reminded her that Riko wasn't what she seemed either. He explained that he came here after an argument with the owner of a gun shop. Apparently, this argument led them to their current situation. The girl flushed with indignation, loudly expressing her emotions. She reminded her companion that she followed him because she was worried. However, something clearly bothered her, because the situation was developing in an unexpected way. She stepped back, embarrassed to remember that she had said that before they had even arrived. The boy extended his hand, but her reaction was so violent that it seemed he had touched on some sensitive subject. Suddenly, a huge stone golem appeared before them. Its menacing roar echoed throughout the cave. They were both surprised by its impressive size. Rico stared at the golem with a tense expression and admitted that it was much larger than he had expected. He would have to find a way to deal with this creature, despite his lack of powerful weapons. Meanwhile, the warrior did not hesitate. She quickly rushed into the attack, declaring that she would show how she fought. She ordered her ally to watch her movements closely, intending to demonstrate her skill in combat. The girl attacked quickly, promising to show how she fought. She wanted her companion to watch her movements carefully. Her confidence and speed inspired respect, because the enemy was far from simple. And then her eyes flashed with determination as she swung the massive hammer. The beast braced itself for the blow, raising its enormous fist. Two mighty warriors clashed in midair, one living and one made of stone. The golem suddenly changed tactics and rushed forward, forcing Rico to retreat. Her hammer struck the stone body, but the attack did not have the expected effect. The enemy was stronger than she thought. The girl did not give up. She delivered a powerful blow from above, breaking part of the golem's armor. Its roar shook the walls of the cave as rocks flew in all directions. This was the first serious damage. But the enraged golem rushed to attack, moving with surprising speed. The warrior dodged in time, watching his movements. The golem growled in pain as the powerful blow dealt significant damage to its body. Yuri watched from the side, assessing the strength of the attack. Despite the damage, the enemy was not defeated yet and was preparing for a counterattack. And then the boy's eyes flashed with determination. He carefully analyzed the situation, calculating his next move, perhaps looking for the golem's weak point or waiting for the right moment to attack himself. Rico was also waiting for the right moment to attack the golem's back with her hammer. She knew that its frontal defense was too strong, so she was looking for a weak spot that would allow her to deliver a decisive blow. After successfully striking the monster, she turned to her ally, asking him with a slight challenge how he liked her fighting style. She proudly reminded him that this was how she fought, demonstrating her strength and skill. Suddenly, the golem roared, its massive body moving again. The girl suggested sneaking behind it and attacking, leaving the boy as a defender. She hoped that her plan would allow the fight to end faster. But the golem suddenly flew into the air, scattering stone fragments. The girl and the boy watched in shock, not expecting such an attack. They had to quickly figure out how to deal with this new challenge. Suddenly, Rico was stunned and didn't know how to fix the situation. She knew the enemy was strong. At that moment, Yuri confidently grabbed the hilt of the sword. His hand trembled not from fear, but from anticipation. Perhaps the moment had come for him to enter the battle himself and show his strength. Suddenly, a powerful stream of energy burst through the air, sweeping away rocks and dust. The boy, standing in the center, seemed to be the source of this power. The ally watched in surprise, realizing that he was not so simple. The golem screamed as a beam of energy pierced its head. The boy watched with composure, as if he already knew he could handle it. The monster collapsed, making muffled sounds, but still moved. Rico and Yuri stopped, watching him. She asked in surprise what was going on, because it seemed like the fight was already over. The girl looked at her companion in shock and asked what he had done. The guy, remaining calm, explained that he had simply reflected the golem's attack back. He saw nothing unusual in this. The warrior couldn't hide her shock. Her reaction was violent, because she understood that what had happened was beyond the scope of a normal battle. The young man remained unperturbed, assuring that there was nothing strange here. They both turned to face their opponent, who was making low growls. Despite the heavy damage, the monster was still alive. This meant that the battle was not over yet. Then the young man confidently stepped forward and addressed the girl. He asked Rico to leave the golem with him, indicating that he intended to deal with the enemy himself. His words surprised her. She quickly handed the boy her hammer, insisting that it was impossible to fight the monster without a reliable weapon. However, he was confident and calmly replied that there was nothing to worry about, indicating that he had a plan. Yuri stood firmly in front of his opponent, holding his sword. He confidently declared that this blade was enough. He did not need a hammer because he believed in his strength and sword skills. He looked at the golem and calmly noted that in this fight he did not need to follow the established rules. The main thing was the strength of the opponent, not the material from which he was made. He prepared to attack. He thought about different ways to win. Using Rico's method might work, but it would take a long time. He needed a faster, more efficient way to end the battle. Suddenly, he rushed forward with incredible speed. The girl called out to him in amazement, not understanding what he was going to do. Her eyes widened in shock. He was clearly planning something unexpected. Rico yelled at the boy to dodge, but he continued to run straight at the monster. The huge creature roared in rage, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. However, the boy clearly had no intention of stopping. He activated the magic, Strengthen Impact, increasing his attack. He realized that despite their strength and defense, golems were slow. For him, the enemy was too clumsy, which gave him an advantage in speed. In the blink of an eye, his sword sliced through the golem's body. Stone chunks flew in all directions. The power of his attack exceeded expectations, proving that even an old sword can be a formidable weapon in skilled hands. The monster collapsed, making its last sounds, realizing its defeat. Yuri watched it with a slight grin, confirming his confidence in victory. The fight was over, and the outcome was obvious. After the blow, flashes of energy rose up around him. He stood in the middle of a magical vortex, personifying a power that was not to be trifled with. It was the moment when all doubts were dispelled. He was truly strong. The boy looked back at the surprised cry. Rico was standing in the distance, watching what had happened. Confusion was written on her face, because what he had done was beyond her comprehension. The girl fell to the ground in shock, looking at her companion with wide eyes. Her hands were shaking, and her face was frozen in bewilderment. She could not believe what she had just seen. After all, they had defeated the golem, and the girl couldn't hold back her emotions. She cried out loudly, demanding an explanation. She needed to understand what had just happened. Suddenly, a multitude of golems appeared, surrounding the boy. However, he did not seem afraid, only gripping his sword tighter and preparing for another fight. Yuri immediately rushed into battle, striking his opponents with rapid strikes. His movements were precise, and each swing of his sword cut through the stone armor of the golems. The enemies had a hard time keeping up with his speed. Rico stood there, shocked, watching the scene. Speechless, she watched as the stone shards flew around her. She couldn't believe that one person had done all of this. Looking around the battlefield, the young man sighed with relief. He realized that he had destroyed all the monsters. There was no longer any question of completing the task. They had successfully completed it. But the girl still couldn't come to her senses. She silently looked to her companion, realizing how strong he was. While Yuri was already holding the resources he had collected, non-elemental magic stones and iron ore. These items could be used to create equipment. Despite their low rank, they were valuable materials in blacksmithing. The guy calmly collected the remaining magic stones, thinking that they needed to be given to Lime. Rico remained silent, looking at her companion. Her face expressed uncertainty, as if she was trying to decide whether she should say something. They walked out of the cave, step by step moving forward. The atmosphere had changed a bit after the battle was over. Perhaps the tension between them had not yet subsided, and they needed to discuss what had happened. And finally, the warrior decided to speak and called out to her companion. Yuri turned with slight surprise, waiting for her words. She looked at her ally, wondering about his true identity. Her wariness had increased since the battle, and she clearly wasn't going to let that question go unanswered. Rico also reminded him of his incredible strength, mentioning that he destroyed a golem with a single blow. She was also alarmed that he used a sword that she had never seen before. The young man seemed to not attach much importance to her words, and with a slight smile called himself an ordinary low-ranking adventurer. However, the girl did not believe his words and sharply objected. She raised her voice, showing how much this matter bothered her. Seriousness was visible in her eyes. She now demanded the truth, not accepting any more excuses. At this point, Yuri scratched his head a little confused, saying that he wasn't joking at all. His behavior seemed carefree, as if he really didn't understand why his strength was causing such surprise. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in surprise. He noticed something important. The boy and Rico found themselves in front of a pile of huge stones. The girl asked in surprise if these stones had been here before, hinting at possible changes in the dungeon that they had not noticed before. The two adventurers came closer, studying the blockage. The warrior assumed that it could be an exit, but something was alarming her. Yuri looked thoughtful, not rushing to jump to conclusions. Suddenly, a voice came from the darkness. The mysterious observer hiding in the shadows noted with surprise that the boy had managed to defeat all the monsters. His presence meant that they were being watched. A group of unknown people, led by Zack, emerged from the passage. They spoke mockingly of the boy's victory, mentioning someone named Joker. The man raised his hand to his head in irritation. He looked angrily at his interlocutor and, using a rude expression, contemptuously said that he was already fed up with him. In turn, Yuri looked at the opponent's hand extended to him in bewilderment. In his thoughts, he recognized this man, whom he had obviously encountered before, and wondered what he was going to do. The girl immediately blocked her partner's path, standing in front of him, looking at the opponents. She firmly asked if they had any business with her friend, protecting him with her presence. The leader of the enemy group raised his head arrogantly, looking down at the girl. He ordered her to get out if she didn't want to get in their way, clearly not considering her a serious threat. With a grim expression on his face, Zack coldly said that he would kill his enemy. With a decisive movement, Rico grabbed her weapon, preparing to strike. At that moment, Yuri ordered Lime to protect Rico. The group of enemies were caught off guard by the appearance of a huge slime. The creature swelled up, threatening to destroy everything around it. The enemies froze in shock, trying to comprehend what they were facing. One of the opponents watched the giant slime in confusion. He was silent, not understanding what to do, and the girl drowned in it right face down. Rico was immediately sucked into Lime, struggling helplessly. Her eyes widened in surprise, and her body was partially covered in slime. She tried to free herself, but the soft substance prevented her from doing so. And the slime, towering over the enemies, demanded that they leave. One of the knights watched in amazement as the strange creature suddenly rushed forward. He exclaimed, shocked by the unexpected turn of events, not understanding what exactly was happening before his eyes. At that moment, Yuri, standing at a distance, politely asked him to ask a question. He asked him why he decided to stand in the way of people like him. The man smiled skeptically in response. Suddenly, Zack lost his temper and screamed furiously. He claimed that everyone around him was annoying him and accused the boy of being a nuisance and an eyesore. He said that the members of the opposing team recalled how hard they had strived to become true adventurers. But the path had not been as easy as they had hoped, and the dream was still far away. They also told how they had tried to join the guild in the past, but were brutally beaten by higher-ranking adventurers. This defeat left them with a strong sense of resentment and hatred. After all, high-level adventurers used them as bait. They felt like they were just tools and expendable material in dangerous missions, which made them angry and resentful. One of the enemies remembered the guild where new adventurers appeared every year. He watched from above, with envy and bitterness, as others were given opportunities that were not available to them. And clutching the adventurer's map in his hand, he declared that in this world only the strongest survive. His determination grew stronger. He no longer wanted to be at the bottom of the food chain. And climbing the cliff, remembering how the powers that be had rejected them, it no longer mattered to him what they were offered, if it was all accompanied by humiliation and pain. When their group cornered one of the adventurers, the man remembered all the grievances. It was the moment in which he hoped to turn his fate around and prove the strength of his determination. Zack's face twisted as he recalled the expression of the victim they had once cornered. His madness and the pleasure of fear on the other's face showed the twisted essence of his character. At this time, Yuri listened in surprise as the stranger stated that everything started with his appearance. The young man's face expressed incomprehension while he tried to comprehend what was being discussed. The enemy furiously recalled how the guy suddenly appeared, completed a difficult task, collected many herbs, and received a recommendation for rank B. All this made him envious and distrustful. He glared at the boy, explaining his hatred. He despised people like Yuri, strong, successful, fast. Envy and hatred tore him apart from the inside, feeding his malice. Suddenly, the attack began. One of the enemy's companions jumped forward, shouting that the young man must die. He was called an F-rank adventurer, but he was treated as a threat. The enemy rushed to attack, but the young man did not seem worried. He stood calmly, not reacting to the approaching threat, as if everything that was happening seemed to him a trifle, not worthy of attention. The three attackers rushed at Yuri at the same time. He stood with his back turned, thinking out loud. Despite trying to understand their motives, he did not condone their actions and did not intend to give up. He instantly repelled the attack of three opponents. His lightning-fast movement and precision of blows dispelled the illusion of his weakness. The attackers were thrown back without withstanding even one blow. One of the enemies watched in despair as the boy effortlessly defeated his comrades. Fear and confusion reflected in his gaze as Yuri walked forward. Suddenly, a scream and a spell were released from behind. A blade of wind flew towards Yuri. One of the attackers tried to distract the young man by loudly declaring that he would be his opponent. He attacked, hoping to seize the initiative and gain an advantage in the fight. To which the boy activated advanced fire magic, preparing to attack. However, noticing that the enemy was approaching, he continued to move forward, keeping the fire under control in his hand. He stopped short, realizing the potential consequences. Using fire magic in the cave could cause a collapse. He extinguished the spell, deciding it would be better to take a different approach to the fight. The enemies suddenly launched a frontal attack. Yuri was surprised, not expecting them to recover so quickly. Their onslaught was unexpected, and he reacted instinctively. He looked at the approaching enemies in surprise, because he was sure that he had already knocked them out in the previous battle, but they rose again as if nothing had happened. Zack, having lost control, activated the Berserker effect, increasing his stamina and resistance to pain. Yuri quickly noticed that the enemy was also under the influence of an anomalous effect. He realized that this was not just an accident. Someone had deliberately provoked mass instability, and this was only the beginning of the clash. Suddenly, something on Yuri's belt lit up. He noticed a strange light and felt a new power awakening in him. It was unexpected even for him, causing a slight surprise. At that moment, the boy mastered 3 levels of wind magic at once, from beginner to advanced. But while he was surprised, the enemy took advantage of the moment and suddenly attacked, catching him off guard. In the background, one of the enemies shouted an attack, drawing attention. However, the young man already felt that the situation was getting out of control and becoming more and more dangerous. Yuri found himself pinned between 2 opponents who were trying to hold him down. Despite the resistance, he kept his cool and began to act. The next second, he extended his hand, preparing for a counterattack. The guy grabbed his opponent by the arm, demonstrating strength and agility. His confidence left no doubt. He was going to break free from the grip and strike back without hesitation. With a lightning-fast movement, Yuri freed himself and parried the attack. His powerful blow sent the opponents flying in different directions, leaving them confused by such a quick and decisive counterattack. One of the enemies saw a magic sphere in his hands. It was advanced wind magic. He was scared and did not have time to react, realizing the power that he was about to release. The young man activated the storm magic. Powerful air currents swirled around him, forming a deadly funnel. He was going to sweep away his enemies with one devastating spell. Zack, with his sword, stopped in confusion as he saw the raging wind magic in front of him. He clearly did not expect such a powerful attack, and anxiously asked what exactly was happening in front of him. The man tried to break through the wind flow, but his movement became increasingly difficult. He was angry and called out to his opponent, but he could not overcome the resistance of the elements. The element of wind burst forth in the form of a powerful tornado. All the enemies were swirled and lifted into the air. The bodies of the enemies were thrown aside in the whirlwind. One of them realized with horror that he was approaching the wall. The last frame before the blow was accompanied by a cry of despair and helplessness. After the complete destruction of the enemies, Yuri stood in silence among the rubble. He stood in the middle of the cave and, noticing an unusual shadow, realized that another enemy was hiding nearby. The latter began to laugh, confirming his guess. A mysterious masked man emerged from the shadows. He bowed elegantly, stating that he had not expected his presence to be noticed so quickly and accurately. The man introduced himself as Nero, Nigtimer, a 28-year-old man. He politely, but with a sly smile, asked Yuri-kun to remember his name and not forget it. The young man, watching Nero's movements, immediately realized that this man stood out from the others, and his strength was probably much more dangerous than that of his other opponents. Zeke and the others crazy, and without any physical impact. Nero gave Yuri a choice: join his clan or die. He showed confidence with a smug smile, as if he was sure of his opponent's decision. Yuri was surprised by the clan talk, but the magic caster continued with a threat. He stated that he had personally observed him and admired his fighting ability. The enemy assured the boy that he had enough talent to join their clan. The boy felt a strange excitement. The longer Nero spoke, the stronger the feeling became, as if he already knew this man, perhaps from another life. And suddenly he remembered, that man from the past, perhaps from his previous life. Everything came together. The smile on his opponent's face became sinister. The guy suddenly called his opponent a substructure man, which stunned him. The man in the hood clearly did not expect to hear something like that and tensed up, losing confidence. The enemy did not understand what a substructure person meant. He remembered his past troubles as a swordsman in a clan where relationships with others were tense and complicated. He admitted that he remembered almost nothing, but when looking at the young man, strange words came to mind. At that moment, Yuri asked if he was connected with the number, and Nero confirmed that he was the main one. Although he hated the title, he recognized the importance of numbers. He believed that he was fighting for the organization. Raising his hand, he showed the number 928 and exclaimed that this was proof of their uniqueness. He was proud of his belonging to the organization and having his own name there. And the boy remembered that each participant had a number on his hand. He looked at his palm and saw that the mark had not disappeared. He showed his hand, on which the number 0 appeared. The opponent was shocked and could not believe his eyes, clearly recognizing the meaning of the symbol. Nero realized that 0 meant the strongest. He was shocked because this number should have disappeared 500 years ago. The hero understood the essence of what was happening. The enemy guessed that the young man was going to stop their organization. Looking serious, he acknowledged the situation and began to prepare for a fight with him. With cold determination and fury in his eyes, the magic caster declared that he would kill the young man, and the guy found himself in the center of the enemy's destructive power. Yuri noticed his new enemy approaching at lightning speed. Remembering the previous fight, he realized how much faster and more dangerous this opponent was than the previous ones, which he easily defeated. Suddenly, Nero attacked, swinging his blade. But the boy reacted in time and dodged the blow, which greatly surprised the attacker, who was counting on surprise. The young man retreated with lightning agility, avoiding the second blow. The enemy, stunned, could not believe that his attack had missed. This shattered his confidence. The mage decided to use basic fire magic, launching a fireball. However, before the spell could reach its target, the boy suddenly disappeared, leaving the enemy confused. Nero then flew into the air at great speed and came crashing down with a powerful blow, causing an explosion and a wave of dust throughout the cave. The opponent noticed the young man in the sky, but it was too late. An attack with the Windblade spell began, causing shock and alarm. Streams of magic flew through the cave, forcing the enemies to fight back. Yuri used the wind to destroy the enemy's defenses and break through the defenses. He breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the results of his attack. Here the boy realized that the berserk effect had passed. He calmly watched his defeated opponents, wondering if they had overestimated their strength in the fight against him. At this point, Zach, breathing heavily, with a wound on his body, tried to get up in panic. His face expressed fear and despair at the further development of events. The boy clenched his fist. And Zach looked on in horror, realizing that he was capable of more. Yuri used a mid-tier water magic called Ice Tomb. The ice broke through the cave ceiling and collapsed, catching the enemy off guard and restricting his movements. At that moment, Nero screamed in shock. His legs were encased in ice. He was shocked that the young man wielded 3 elements at once and did not expect such power. The young man activated magic. He summoned powerful wind and water magic. At that very moment, an ice storm hit the enemy. Nero screamed in horror and begged for mercy. The instant force of the elements froze his entire body, leaving him no chance of salvation. And now his enemy stood opposite him, absolutely invulnerable. At that moment, all the past days and the trials that fell on the shoulders of his friends flashed through the young man's memories. The young man was angry about the events that had happened, to which his enemy could do nothing to resist him. Yuri, speaking of his desire for a quiet life, was preparing to deal the decisive blow to the enemy. After all, the last thing he wanted was for anyone to stand in the way of his cherished dream. At this time, Rico stood at the foot of the mountain, wondering how they managed to get out. She was worried about Yuridono. Suddenly, the girl noticed the guy and ran towards him with alarm. Memories flashed through the imagination of the young man and woman, where they bravely fought wolves and monsters. In the tavern, the beastman, the bearded man, and other characters were discussing something important. Images of enemies and allies emerged. Knights, wizards, strange creatures. A girl with a hammer in her hands attacked furiously. At this time, Hugo Mantola was forging a sword in his workshop, completely focused. He struck the blade with powerful blows, shaping it. Sparks flew. The metal sparkled under each precise movement of his hand. The master's forehead was covered in sweat. His eyes were hidden behind glasses. Hugo worked hard, putting his soul into every move and blow. Having finished forging, he took the sword to where Yuri was waiting. With a smile, he apologized for the delay and handed over the weapon. Proud of his work, he showed off the finished sword. The sword turned out to be a rare artifact with a high rank. It was made of expensive materials with complex technology, in perfect condition, almost new. The boy politely thanked the blacksmith and wanted to pay, but the master refused, saying that it would disgrace his forge. The young man was surprised by Hugo's generosity. He exclaimed with enthusiasm, refused payment, and simply handed over the sword with sincere pride. The blacksmith laughed, enjoying the work he hadn't done for a long time. The boy noted that the master had simply left the expensive weapon without thinking. Despite the high value of the sword, the blacksmith looked happy and satisfied. For him, the passion for the craft was more important. The young man silently examined the sword, holding it in his hands. He, doubtfully, asked Hugo if he was really sure of his decision. He stood with a serious look and crossed arms, listening to his doubts. Yuri also noted that the sword was created not only from his materials, but also from local ones already available in the forge. Hugo, unable to bear the arguments, flared up and demanded that they shut up. He was clearly tired of the young man's unnecessary talk and doubts. The enraged blacksmith shouted at the boy to just take the sword. His patience snapped. He spoke with complete confidence. And with a serious expression on his face, the boy finally agreed to accept the sword. He carefully put it back into the sheath. The dwarf stopped him, calling out to his brother. The blacksmith raised his thumb and gave a parting word with a broad smile, wishing him success in his future journey. And the young man responded with a confident smile, agreeing with him. He left the building, ready for new achievements. As he emerged into the light with his new sword, he was filled with determination. Yuri was happy with his new weapon in the beautiful weather. He felt a surge of strength and energy, preparing for new achievements. As he walked, he enjoyed the silence. Suddenly the guy stopped, exhaled, and felt something unusual begin to happen to his body. His eyes suddenly flew open, and he realized with surprise what had just happened. After all, he had suddenly gained master-level swordsmanship. Inspired, he looked at the city and considered his next steps. He thought, wondering if it was because of his intense sword training that he had suddenly gained such a powerful combat skill. Suddenly, two familiar voices called out to him. The girls were hurrying towards him, clearly wanting to share their news and gratitude. Rico and Philly happily thanked Yuri for his help, telling him that they were now stronger, had new weapons, and could fight alone. When the girls noticed each other nearby, their reaction revealed confusion. They could not understand who was standing in front of them. Yuri also looked puzzled, and one of the girls admitted to being shocked. After all, the unexpected meeting had destroyed her calm. Philly yelled at the girl, accusing her of liking girls with big curves. She was stunned by the accusation. Embarrassed, Rico abruptly stated that there was no relationship between her and Yuridono. Her face turned red from embarrassment. Against the backdrop of the peaceful city, the girls continued to argue, one accusing the other of being suspicious and paternalistic towards Yuri. While the young man stood confidently in front, he said that he wanted to protect the calm, free, and everyday life of his friends. A month has passed since the rebirth. Yuri has settled in, found friends, explored the new world, and took part in battles. His companions became stronger. They trained, fought, gained experience, and now confidently held weapons in their hands. The young man set out on his new mission with enthusiasm. He began to get used to the city. Everything here became familiar, and life became calm and measured. The Adventurers Guild building was impressive, and Yuri headed there again, ready for new missions and challenges. Tiffany greeted the young man happily, holding a stack of papers in her hands. The guy came to the guild looking for work and immediately expressed a desire to fight with many monsters. He chose a repeatable quest to slay goblins, with a reward of 20,000 gil for every 10 enemies defeated. After analyzing the income, Yuri calculated that defeating 2 goblins would already provide him with payment for his overnight stay. Tiffany, a little concerned, asked the boy if he had any experience hunting goblins before. And he thought about his past battles with the goblins, remembering his first fight in this world. At this point, a guild member advised him to form a team before taking on the quest. The girl explained that a group approach is safer, especially for beginners, to avoid tragic consequences. And he agreed with her advice and went to the notice board, preparing to choose a quest. Yuri was surprised by the huge number of tasks posted on the board and exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, he noticed an advert looking for a partner for a quest involving exterminating goblins with a sword. and he went to the central square of the city where the fountain indicated in the quest was located. After looking around, Yuri began to search for the supposed group he was supposed to meet. And then he heard a female voice calling someone's name, and he headed in that direction. Near the fountain he found 3 people, a cat girl, a boy and a girl, waiting for a new member of the group. At this time, the 3 participants confidently discussed their strengths, believing that the goblins posed no threat to them. And Yuri approached the bench, politely introduced himself, and said that he had come in response to the ad. Rit looked silently at the young man, assessing the situation. He chuckled slightly, his gaze sliding to the boy's weapon, piquing his interest. The man greeted Yuri warmly, thanking him for coming, demonstrating friendliness and willingness to cooperate. He also praised the guy's sword and immediately noted that he was the perfect fit for the team as a swordsman. The stranger introduced himself as the leader of the group, and the girls also gave their names, Musil and the sorceress Emily. All 4 stood in the square, and Rit confidently explained the rules. He told how the loot and money are divided, everything is sold, and the profit is divided equally. And finally, he politely asked to see the adventurer's license to verify its authenticity. The man accepted the card without hesitation, not expecting it to surprise him. He was surprised to see the F rank, which greatly hurt his pride and ambition. And the group went away, leaving Rit in doubt, considering the meeting a waste of time, and the guy was upset, not understanding why his rank caused such a reaction. The man screamed in rage, demanding that he disappear, humiliating him for being an F rank. He agreed with Emily, who warned him that he might get dirty if he picked up the item, and with irritation, he threw the card at him. Emily and the others left the place, leaving Yuri behind, deciding that he needed to study. Rit cheerfully took the girls away, not paying any attention to what had happened, confident that he had done everything right. Meanwhile, the young man was left alone, watching as his former potential partners left. At this time, Rico walked through the market square, looking around in search of the necessary landmark for the meeting. Seeing the fountain, the girl confidently headed towards it. Having met the young man, Rico recognized him. Eurydono was standing in front of her, which surprised her greatly. The girl found him at the fountain, wondering what he was doing. Later, in the forest, they discussed the mission, and Yuri thanked Rico for accompanying him on the journey. She explained to the guy that there are 2 types of quests, regular ones and special ones that require a certain rank, emphasizing that in normal missions, one can encounter a strong enemy, urging caution. The young man learned that the required rank to destroy goblins was F, meaning the task was available to any seeker. At this point, Rico put on a stern teacher's expression and continued to explain the quest system using the rank chart. According to guild records, after the defeat of the Silver Wolf, the goblins began to attack everyone in the area. She warned her partner to be on guard. The young man agreed, preparing for a possible threat. A sudden noise in the bushes alerted the adventurers. They prepared for a possible attack. Yuri noticed something strange. 2 unfamiliar warriors were examining the grass. They found no trace of goblins and were puzzled. One of them asked the young man if they were looking for goblins. They confirmed that they were. The adventurers realized that the other adventurers had already cleared the area of goblins. They looked around the area in disappointment. One of the adventurers advised the group to leave. Yuri and his partner decided to leave the place, and they began to look for a new target. Rico showed a map that showed a suitable place 2 hours away. To which Slime reacted decisively to the news of the trip. The group prepared to head to the next monster hunting spot. And having turned into a huge bird, the assistant was ready to fly. Rico recoiled in panic, covered in beads of sweat, crying out in surprise. And the guy, sitting on the huge creature, looked around at his companion in surprise. At that moment, the mysterious creature grabbed the girl and abruptly lifted her into the air, to which the girl screamed piercingly, soaring into the sky in a chaotic flight. And landing next to the guy, she cried out in fear, and he told her to hold on tighter. Lime rushed forward, causing her to look shocked and question what was happening. Yuri flew forward rapidly, creating a powerful airflow around himself. Rico fearfully asked him to slow down, but Yuri explained that they were already flying slowly, asking Lime to hold the deuce. Suddenly, sticky tentacles wrapped around the girl's wrists, and they continued their flight. After some time, the travelers landed on the western plain, taking a rest before new trials. Yuri thanked the assistant, while the girl fell down, breathing heavily, clearly tired from the fast ride. Rico was trying to catch her breath, Yuri suggested taking a break, noticing her fatigue. The young man noted that his companion did not tolerate high speeds well, but for him, it was fun. They stopped by the water. The girl drank greedily, restoring her strength after the tiring journey. She was suddenly surprised to notice something unusual that caught her attention. Rico admired the view, comparing it to the stories. At this time, the young man noticed more enemies than he expected, which caused him hidden anxiety. He watched the hidden creatures, amazed at their agility, even though they were not very strong, while the girl enthusiastically called her companion, showing him the beauty of these places. The guy advised Rico to draw his sword, sensing the approaching danger. His expression was serious. To which she turned around in surprise, not immediately understanding the meaning of the warning. Her companion did not notice anything suspicious. Suddenly, something rushed across the ground at great speed, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The girl instinctively grabbed her weapon, realizing the seriousness of the situation. She was caught off guard. Her hand gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, but disappointment flashed through her thoughts. The young man noticed the enemies. They hid in the shadows. He quickly warned his ally of the danger of an ambush. A goblin archer lurked in the bushes, grinning maliciously as he prepared to fire an arrow at the adventurers. And then Yuri realized that this place had become a goblin lair, which surprised his companion. The goblins surrounded the travelers, drawing their weapons, preparing to attack, not allowing them to escape. A barrage of arrows began. The goblins attacked from all sides, trying to destroy the uninvited guests. And the warrior repelled the spear attack, deftly parrying the blow with his sword at the last second. He used a lightning-fast technique, creating multiple strikes at once, stunning the opponent. The girl watched the swordsman's speed with admiration, amazed by his incredible fighting technique. He offered to support her with magic from the rear, asking her to go forward first. Accepting the offer, she rushed into battle, demonstrating her determination and speed. Her determination was evident in her intense gaze. Yuri activated the spell, concentrating the energy in his palm. Glowing circles of magic surrounded his hand. The magic accelerated Rico's movement, and she felt light. The enemy did not expect such a turn of events. The girl was surprised by the new sensation. Her body became weightless, allowing her to move faster than usual. The goblins were frightened by what was happening. One tried to dodge, and the other screamed in panic. The brave warrior cut a path through the enemies with lightning speed, tearing them apart with her blade. The shocked goblins realized the threat, but did not have time to react. Death overtook them instantly. Rico took down another opponent, striking with her power. One of the goblins was shocked by what was happening. The warrior calmly prepared for the final blow, clutching her weapon, while her enemies trembled with fear. But the hidden archer took up position, drawing his bow, intending to deliver the decisive blow to the heroine. The adventurer used advanced water magic, summoning an ice blade that shone in his hand. And the ice needle spell pierced the goblin, killing him instantly, leaving bloody traces. At that moment, the girl dodged the attack, and the arrow hit the ground without hitting her. She attacked the goblin with a scream, cutting through his body with a magical blow. Yuri summoned magic circles, preparing a new spell against the opponents. At that moment, Rico stood among the bodies of the enemies, breathing heavily. Behind her, the boy was surveying the battlefield, casually holding his sword in his hands. She rushed towards him in panic, screaming. Her face was red with embarrassment and indignation. She did not understand what the young man had done to her body. The guy calmly explained that he only used his magic to strengthen her in battle. The girl was sweating with excitement, trying to convince herself that everything was okay. And since they had finished everything so quickly, it was time for them to move on to new adventures. Rico was breathing heavily, her face flushed, her thoughts in her head a jumble of emotions. Yuri asked worriedly if everything was okay with her, to which she assured him not to worry. Weakened, the girl apologized, saying that she needed to rest a little before losing her balance. With the last of her strength, Rico continued to hold on. At that moment, the young man scanned her, and he noticed that his companion was poisoned with a weak poison. The guy was surprised to realize that he had not noticed the moment of infection with the poison. He approached the girl and asked if the goblins had hurt her. She admitted it was just a scratch on her ankle from the attack. Rico said she had been shot by an arrow and allowed the wound to be examined. But the guy noticed that the wound had a strange color, most likely the arrows were poisoned. The girl was surprised to learn that the arrow could have contained poison. And then the young man explained that the poison was rare and the goblins were unusual. He also suggested that these goblins had high intelligence. Yuri regretted that he did not have an antidote on the way. Riko was already sitting with difficulty by the tree, lamenting that she was only getting in the way of the young man. The guy, with a soft smile, assured his ally that everything was fine. At that moment she looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. And then Yuri suggested that Lime try to pull the poison out of her body. The slime readily agreed, absorbed the poison, and took on a darkened, altered form. At that very moment, Riko felt better and happily informed the young man of her recovery. And then the guy thanked the assistant for helping him cleanse the poison. Immediately, a notification about receiving the holy magic skill appeared on the screen. Yuri activated the healing spell, directing the magic directly at the wound. The girl watched in surprise as her wound began to heal with light. She felt relieved, jumped up and down joyfully, and thanked the guy for his help. She also asked Yuri in surprise where he got this rare skill from. In turn, the young man did not know that healing magic is an extremely rare gift. And Riko was shocked by the adventurer's slow reaction to his own discovery. And the squad ran forward cheerfully through the forest, accompanied by Riko's cries. They fought together, killing goblins with quick and precise strikes. After the battle, they surveyed the field, making sure that the goblins had been defeated. Yuri once again handed the task over to his assistant to complete. And the slime began to absorb the remains of the goblins, clearing the entire clearing of bodies. The slime also found a stone without attributes and absorbed it. The owner thanked Lime. Suddenly, Riko noticed something strange and picked up the axe, worried about what she found among the bodies. She immediately handed the axe to Yuri and asked him to take a closer look at it. In turn, the guy was surprised by the quality of the weapon because it was a pretty good axe. And Riko confirmed with excitement. The axe was too good for a goblin. She jumped with joy, convinced that her health had been fully restored after the treatment. And she was surprised to learn that the young man had a rare magical ability to heal. The girl did not immediately realize the rarity of holy magic and was surprised. And the young man admitted that only now did he understand the value of his ability. Everyone hurried on as Rika screamed and ran deeper into the forest. The ally explained that the Goblin Lord is the most powerful type of goblin. And then Yuri realized that the recently killed leader was an unusual monster, and the girl was surprised that Yuri even knew about the Goblin Lords. To which the guy admitted he defeated the Goblin Lord for the first time in his life. Riko laughed, not believing that he had handled it alone. She screamed in surprise when she learned that he had defeated the Goblin Lord. In turn, Yuri wondered if the girl really understood who he was. They were discussing the problem of how to find a nearby boss. And the girl noticed that the goblins were too smart for a direct chase. The guy understood everything and confidently decided to track down the goblins himself. He suddenly noticed movement and instantly rushed in the right direction, and he discovered two suspicious creatures hiding among the trees in the forest. The young man asked Lime to deal with the enemies, entrusting the task to the slug. He tensed up, concentrated, and prepared to carry out the order without hesitation. Yet the adventurers became wary when Lime suddenly fired towards the target. The goblins ran through the forest, unaware of the danger. Meanwhile, the slime attached itself to the goblin, acting as a tracker. At this time, Yuri explained how Lime would be watching them. They prepared for surveillance and began pursuing these creatures. The goblins reached a place where a surprise awaited them. At this moment, Riko asked Yuri to be quiet so she could hide. They saw goblins enter a cave nearby. The adventurers entered the cave, and the shelter turned out to be spacious inside. Lime confirmed that the goblin boss was definitely inside. And in the cave, someone suddenly called out to them from the darkness. Yuri noticed Rit's group and was surprised by their sudden appearance. One of them mockingly asked a question about the potato field. And Riko quietly asked the young man if this was the man he was talking about. Rit asked if they were going to enter the nest. And having heard a positive answer, he reacted to their answer with surprise. He tried to dissuade the boys, saying that it was reckless. Emily was surprised by the words and reacted with interest. She approached the young man and offered to carry her luggage. The girl complained of fatigue from the long journey, and Riko suddenly became angry when she saw the girl too close to Yuri. Meanwhile, Emily promised a reward if the guy carried the bag. At this moment, the young man thought about it, but still agreed to help the girl. Suddenly, Riko stood between them, forbidding them to approach Yuridono. She was outraged and demanded an explanation from her ally. to which the young man explained that the uncertainty inside the nest worried him. The team entered the cave, and the first one was a self-confident leader. Emily complained to him about the pain to justify her actions. She looked slyly, continuing her manipulation with a smile. At this point, Yuri and Rico discussed a plan to use him as a shield, and all 5 of them headed inside the cave, beginning their exploration. After a while, the group stopped to rest, discussing the lack of goblins and their fatigue, and the girls prepared lunch, which they decided to share with Rito. In turn, Rito thanked both girls for their care and food. They vied with each other to offer the man a taste of their treats, to which he in turn joked that Muzel and Emily had a picnic right in the cave. Rico didn't like all this. She began to eat her portion with confusion, thereby causing confusion in Yuri. Suddenly, trembling, she handed the young man a sandwich. And carefully biting off a piece, the guy listened to her question. She waited for an answer, worried whether he liked the taste. Suddenly, they felt a strange vibration underground. They wondered what could be approaching at such a high speed. Everyone began to choke from the acrid smell coming from the cave. At that moment, Yuri covered Rico with his body, trying to protect her. He used wind magic to disperse the vapors. The young man applied the analysis, but the smell did not dissipate completely. He identified the fog as curse magic, Class E, and Rito tried to calm his girls down, suspecting magic from the boss, to which the guy promised to protect his ally as long as she was around. The man, meanwhile, still swore to protect the girls, causing them to feel touched. Suddenly, a huge foot appeared. They were afraid of the approaching enemy. The D-rank goblin elite emerged from the fog, laughing. The group was surprised that they were facing elite and dangerous goblins. Rito instantly realized that the goblins were in a state of frenzy and did not feel pain. Emily asked her ally to fight, to which he tried to cheer himself up. He was frightened by the size of the enemy, doubting his own strength. And then one of the goblins attacked. Rito got into a defensive stance. The monster immediately repelled the attack with fury, demonstrating incredible strength. The man was surprised because the goblin stopped the sword with his bare hands. Suddenly, a second enemy appeared and struck from behind. The warrior's eyes widened in realization of the mortal danger. And the monster's powerful blow pierced the man straight in the chest. Then the girls screamed when they saw the wounded Rito surrounded by smoke. The goblin had already approached him, preparing to finish him off with his sword, at which the man screamed and rushed forward in despair. As he retreated, he grabbed the girls. And he ran, leaving them surrounded by a strange fog. At this point, the goblin warrior grinned ominously, enjoying the moment before the attack. And Musil and Emily looked up in fear, trying to get out of the trap. Suddenly, the monster grabbed the girl. She screamed and resisted desperately. At that moment, Yuri and the others heard a scream and turned around in confusion. Rico calmed down and promised the young man to defend himself and not retreat. The girl suddenly blushed when she heard praise for her delicious sandwich. She smiled shyly and agreed to cook more. The guy used the boost to rush into battle. The goblin dragged the girl by her hair into the depths of the cave. He threw her with force in an unknown direction. Standing in front of the frightened Emily, the monster wondered what to do with her. By this time, the girl was completely exhausted. The goblins were harsh in their manners and behaved like barbarians. One of them began to attack the defenseless girl. Emily didn't know how to get out of this situation. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from behind. And the goblin's head fell next to his victim. After all, Yuri attacked him and was able to pierce him right through. The young man looked menacingly, preparing for the next blow. The second monster jerked back in surprise, surprised by the attack. And again the guy struck accurately, hitting the enemy from behind. Approached Muzel and checked to see if everything was okay with her. At that moment, Yuri saw 3 goblins quickly approaching him. He realized that it would be difficult with just one sword. The guy created a windshield, surrounding himself with a magical barrier, and the flow of wind blew away the enemies, who flew in different directions. Suddenly, the goblins hit the shield, unable to break through. With lightning-fast movements, he once again repelled the onslaught of enemies. Having defeated the goblins, he stood calmly as an enraged goblin crept up behind him. Enrico suddenly attacked the monster, saving her comrade from the blow. The boy turned around in surprise when he heard his name being called. After the girl's lightning attack, the goblin fell. Rico explained that she attacked the silhouette after noticing its movement. She explained that she attacked counting on the young man's reaction in case of her miss. Suddenly, a fearsome B-rank goblin shaman appeared in front of them. The shaman grinned ominously, demonstrating confidence in victory. The girl was frightened by the power of the monster speaking in human language. Fear paralyzed her body, she did not move. Meanwhile, Yuri calmed Rico down, saying that everything was under control. He explained that the goblin was in charge of others and was smart. The young man also assured Rico that she was stronger than her opponent. In turn, she was embarrassed, but she felt support, and her determination grew. Suddenly, the goblins attacked, but the girl said that she was ready to help. Then the young man quickly cut through the enemies, protecting his team. He was surprised by the weakness of his enemies, remembering past battles. At that moment, the goblin shaman screamed, realizing the death of his subordinates. Ominous glowing entities began to emerge from the bodies of the dead. The shaman then activated the magic, aiming the power at Yuri, and the guy saw strange entities heading straight towards him. Yuri screamed in pain, his body began to burn brightly. He realized that magic was draining his target's strength. At this point, the goblin shaman announced that no fight had taken place yet. And then the monster screamed, threatening to show the full horror of his magic. The guy lost consciousness from the overload, his energy was leaving him, and suddenly he was able to master all the magic of curses, instantly. The young man recovered and confidently stated that everything was now normal. Yuri immediately activated a new ability, Reflection of Enemy Spells. And the goblin was already in a panic because his magic was reflected back. The shaman got his spell back, screamed and began to suffer from pain. His face was distorted and he was screaming, losing control of himself. It was immediately destroyed, while the guy watched the monster's overthrow. And the young man just watched calmly, cursing the enemy and increasing his influence. The story changed to a peaceful haven, the port of Lydia. Yuri sat on the pier, calmly fishing alone. For completing the task of exterminating the goblins, they received a reward. The girls were shocked by Rit's betrayal and the way he ran away. Putting aside the memories of the past day, he began his fishing quest with a feeling of excitement and calm. The young man successfully caught a rare D-rank rainbow fish. At that moment, he was delighted with his catch, comparing everything to a video game. Suddenly, a friend approached him and greeted him. A cat fisherman named Baptiste praised his luck. He talked about how rare it is to catch a rainbow fish. This man taught Yuri how to fish. He used to be an adventurer, but after an accident he just stayed in the harbor. At this point, Baptiste said goodbye to the young man and went fishing in another place. Sitting alone, the boy reflected on his past. Memories of difficult office work came to mind. The young man thought about his freedom. Suddenly, the fishing rod became very taut, and a fight began. He immediately activated the strengthening magic, strengthening the fishing rod instantly. The guy realized that he had greatly underestimated the fish at first. Onlookers gathered around, watching the boy's unusual fishing. He thought that perhaps a larger fish had swallowed the smaller one that was already biting. Yuri was told to pull out the catch immediately, otherwise the fishing rod would break. Suddenly, a huge fish jumped out of the water, astonishing all the spectators. A C-rank shark appeared, causing panic on the dock. The shark immediately rushed at Yuri, but he prepared for the attack. He attacked her with furious speed. The young man's blow caused panic. Everyone was terrified. Meanwhile, looking at the notification, the guy gained the fishing skill. And then the girls called him. He was surprised by the address, Sama. Muzelle and Emily smiled happily as they stood in their bathing suits in the sun. The girls admitted that a strong man is exactly their type. Emily asked the guy if the quest was going on now. Both immediately offered to help, promising to fulfill any of his wishes. To which he asked them to put bait on the fishing rod. The girls opened the box, and a comical fight for the bait began. They showed Yuri the bait box, causing surprise. A strange substance was visible in the box, which frightened the girls. Creepy black tentacles started to emerge from the bait everywhere. After this, Emily and Muzelle ran away in panic, screaming and making excuses. To which Yuri only shrugged. After watching the seagull, he thought again about how good it was that after what happened, the girls did not feel unhappy. Birds were chirping on the branch. The morning began calmly and brightly. The Yuri were sleeping, immersed in a deep sleep. Suddenly Philly woke up the young man, worried and calling his name very loudly. He woke up and was surprised by such an early visit from the girl. In turn, she was surprised that Yuri knew nothing at all. Suddenly, Feely showed a book with rules for preparing adventurers, to which the guy asked what would happen if he refused to train. And the girl began feverishly searching for the necessary information in the book. They learned that failure to pass would result in the loss of a license, to which the adventurers agreed to the rules and decided to head off to training. The young man asked for a minute before going out, looking out the window warily. Then he saw a tree opposite, and something in the foliage. Suddenly, he felt a killing urge coming from behind the cover. And Yuri, using magic, instantly activated the sniper fireball. The fireball flew quickly and exploded at the target. The young man destroyed the tree with a blow, telling the waiting girl that he had simply killed a beetle. He noticed suspicious activity near the bell tower, looking around warily. And then a mysterious man in a cloak watched, discussing what was happening. He suggested that another hunter deal with target number 230. The bulky warrior sitting next to him mocked him, declaring that he could easily defeat the man. At this time, Yuri had already approached the majestic building of the academy where they were waiting for him. Someone shouted at the guy to hurry up. At that moment, a girl passing by demanded that he get out of her way. The young man turned to the mysterious warrior in an unusual outfit, and the warriors in the distance recognized the girl, frightened by her presence. They whispered to her, Aisha Turnovaya, amazed by her appearance. Meanwhile, Yuri was surprised, not knowing about the fame of the adventurer girl. He was told that Aisha Thorn is one of the strongest. After all, she ranked 10th among all B-rank adventurers. In turn, the girl announced that she had come to teach weak F ranks. She demonstrated how to properly train for combat. The girl wanted to transform Group F into better soldiers. At this moment, the man in armor began to shout at Aisha, outraged by her words. He called her the weakest adventurer, and a simple child. The girl lifted it with one hand, and soon he was sent into the air by a powerful blow. The man's mockery and smirks did not evoke any emotions in her. He landed right behind her. The girl hated it when people spoke to her in a condescending and rude manner. She ordered the attackers to come closer, showing determination and anger. The soldiers immediately rushed to the attack, armed with spears and swords. Their battle cry echoed across the field. Aisha's strikes were precise and striking, and they encountered surprisingly powerful military equipment. All attackers were defeated. Having finished the fight and seeing Yuri and Feely, the warrior called out to them, which caused the guy's companion to stutter. The girl expressed her gratitude to the adventurers for not attacking her. The guy admitted that he didn't want to fight, which surprised the girl. Aisha praised them, expressing sympathy and interest. She offered to teach them swordsmanship, much to their confusion. However, they said they were not interested. In turn, Aisha Shea understood their fear, but assured them that she accepted them both, and the warrior called them to follow her to training. The group was walking through the forest when Philly began to doubt her presence at the training. She admitted that she did not think her efforts were sufficient, but nevertheless received assurance that everything was fine. Aisha explained that many beginners misunderstand training and grow up with false pride. She added that her task was to destroy their illusions, since weak adventurers were doomed. After all, in her opinion, if newcomers do not realize their weaknesses, they will die sooner or later. The group arrived in a dense forest and looked around at the tall trees around them in surprise. They headed towards the huge tree, following the leader who urged them to go forward. Yuri handed the swords to his companions, offering them the opportunity to use these weapons, to which Feely was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Then Aisha made them focus. The girl showed the sword that she had previously given to the young man, promising to show an example of skill. She turned sharply and rushed towards the tree, swinging her sword with incredible speed. With stunning precision, she rose into the air, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Her blade swept across the huge tree, cutting through it instantly. And the huge tree began to fall, and the watching adventurers were dumbfounded with surprise. The girl cut down a huge tree with one blow, demonstrating the power of a B-rank adventurer. Aisha suggested that the new girl try, but she got scared and refused. Philly panicked and declared that she couldn't handle it, showing her fear of the test. But the mentor explained that constant training will help to master the intermediate level of fencing. Having realized the essence of the method, the girl gathered her courage and made up her mind. Philly attacked furiously, making a series of powerful sword strikes on the tree with battle cries. After the grueling attacks, only slight scratches remained on the tree, leaving her disappointed. And gathering her strength, she delivered another powerful blow, putting in all her rage and energy. The boy watched her efforts, seeing how she continued to hit the tree despite her fatigue. Fili ran out of breath and turned to Yuri, reminding him that it was now his turn to show his abilities. The young man enthusiastically prepared to test the new technique, holding two swords in his hands. He wondered if the weapon would withstand the force of the blow, since it was borrowed. Afraid of breaking the blade, he concentrated, gripping the hilt of the sword tightly. Swinging his sword, he released incredible energy, cutting the forest in half. After the impact, a huge rift split the earth, shocking everyone with the scale of the destruction. And the young man was convinced that he was able to control the power without destroying the weapon, and he was satisfied. He looked at Aisha, who was standing at a distance and was clearly nervous. The girl screamed in shock, which caused confusion in the guy. Confused, he asked if he had done anything wrong. The young man took the test, and his companion found the result impressively abnormal. The girl announced that the next step would be learning magic, then suddenly asked the boy's name again. Yuri replied that he had not been taught magic. He looked slightly surprised by the girl's question. The magic teacher smiled mysteriously, hinting at something. A sly light flashed in her eyes. Aisha enthusiastically confirmed his inexperience, moving strangely. The young man thought about her strange behavior. The group arrived in a mountainous area where they could safely practice magic without fear of destruction or fire. The girl explained that magic is studied in the mountains, and swordsmanship is studied in the forest. So they were now in the perfect place. She stressed the importance of a place to study, and Fili rushed to write down the information. Smiling, she ordered him to stay put, showing her confidence in the upcoming lesson. The warrior stood up, drawing her sword. She spoke the words that heralded the beginning of the spell. Suddenly, the blade burst into flames, taking the form of a fiery spear. Magic filled the air. The mage swung his weapon, sending the flaming projectile forward. The spell had reached its peak power. At this time, the disciples looked at the advancing force in confusion. The flames grew stronger and stronger. The fiery spear broke through the barriers, setting everything in its path on fire. The spell was approaching its climax. Fili watched in surprise as the rock suddenly exploded. Aisha, a little modestly, admitted that it was about the case. The others were amazed by her strength. The girl noted that for a B-rank adventurer, this was a minor demonstration of strength and skill. He thought that compared to other adventurers, the girl was truly a special and memorable person, and Aisha explained that imagination is the basis of magic, and progress is achieved through constant practice, with no shortcuts. The boy immediately remembered his meditations, surrounded by magical energy. He remembered a similar state from his past life and concentrated deeper. At this time, the warrior with a smile passed the line to the young man, encouragingly assuring him not to worry if nothing worked out. And his friend encouraged Yuri, asking him to give it his all. He confidently agreed, preparing for his performance. He walked forward confidently, holding his sword. The others watched him, waiting to see what surprise he would come up with this time. Aisha was surprised to see the boy draw his sword. She had not expected such a decisive step from him. At that moment, Yuri concentrated and activated his magic, causing the blade to fire. He wondered if he had done this before. He cast the fire funeral spell, releasing a powerful stream of flame that took the form of a blazing firebird. And then the fire engulfed everything around, exploding with incredible force. The girls froze, watching as the battlefield turned into burning ruins. The scale of the destruction stunned them both. What they saw shocked them to the core. They exclaimed in shock, not believing the strength the boy had shown. And the young man received a new skill, superclass fire magic. He was pleased with the results of the training and his progress. Suddenly, a rockfall began. The girls screamed in panic, warning Yuri about the landslide coming straight at them. Seeing the danger, both girls became scared and screamed. They hugged each other, expecting the inevitable blow from the falling rocks. But Yuri activated water magic. A magic circle glowed in his hand, preparing a powerful protective spell against the landslide. He created a wall of ice that instantly grew, stopping the rockfall and saving everyone from death. He watched in amazement as the ice wall began to crack under the pressure of the rock flow crashing down from above. The situation was getting worse, requiring a quick solution. Aisha asked the young man to run away with them, to which he refused. He activated a series of magic circles in the air, declaring that he would not allow the girls to be harmed by the landslide. The earth flow collided with the ice shield. Yuri remained determined, and his frightened friends looked at him in amazement. The landslide finally came down from the mountain, leaving behind a thick cloud of dust. Everything became quiet, and a tense silence fell. Yuri finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that it was all over. Calmness and concentration flashed in his gaze. He was pleased to note that he had learned a new skill again. His face lit up with satisfaction at his own success. Fili immediately rushed to the boy, joyfully exclaiming that he had saved them. She hugged him out of gratitude. Aisha watched in amazement, her face expressing a mixture of shock, recognition, and genuine admiration for the young man's actions. After all, a giant, sparkling ice wall rose up in front of her. The girl shouted to the young man in confusion and surprise, not understanding the scale of his power. In response, Yuri only smiled mysteriously, not rushing to explain who he really was. The action moved to the city. The local establishment was lively, welcoming visitors. The atmosphere was calm and relaxed. Yuri walked inside, and the werewolf Poncho immediately recognized him and greeted him in a friendly manner. An exquisite dish appeared on the table right away, bull carpaccio. The chef proudly called it his signature and best treat. The young man recognized the dish as the fish he had caught the last time. He was excited to try it for the first time. The bartender said that fish used to be expensive, but had recently become cheaper, all thanks to the appearance of a talented fisherman in the area. They continued their conversation, discussing Aisha. The bartender mentioned that this was all part of her training program. He admired her. The young man was surprised to learn of the bartender's relationship with the girl. He was genuinely interested in how he could have known her. The bartender said that he often saw her. She was always proud of her skills and never missed an opportunity to demonstrate them. And having heard the opinion about the girl, Yuri confirmed it. The bartender noted that she is a truly proud person with a strong character. The sound of footsteps could be heard in the bar. Someone was entering. The atmosphere changed, attracting the attention of those present. The bartender, seeing the guest, greeted him warmly, inviting him in. The guy turned around, interested in the appearance of the new visitor. Poncho instantly recognized the newcomer. His face lit up with surprise and, perhaps, a joyful anticipation of the meeting. He was a strong man in armor and with a serious look. He radiated the confidence and strength of a true warrior. His name was Rose Biscotti. He was a man, 38 years old, of a manly appearance, with an expression of calm determination on his face. The man greeted Poncho and remarked on how the establishment was thriving. The boy watched their conversation while continuing to enjoy his meal. The patrons of the establishment immediately recognized Rose. One of them exclaimed that this was Rose from the Iron Ingot, causing a stir. The man in turn politely asked if he could sit down next to him. Yuri, a little surprised, allowed him to join without hesitation. Rose ordered a whole feast. Shashlik, salami, dried fish. He admitted that he had not eaten for a long time since the expedition. He asked with interest if there was a guy named Yuri there, not suspecting that he was already sitting next to him. The young man, a little surprised, asked if they had met before. The question clearly caught Rose off guard during the meal. The man froze with surprise on his face. Yuri's words seemed to have touched him and awakened memories in him. He frowned. Perhaps he was beginning to realize who exactly he was talking to. Rose spoke to the guy with interest, mentioning that he had heard about him from Aisha and guessed that he was the new guy. The bartender exclaimed in amazement when he learned that Rose knew Aisha. The guy was shocked by such an unexpected turn of events. Poncho reacted to what was happening in panic, ordered the young man to put down his fork and asked if he knew who was in front of him. He explained that Rose was not just a warrior, but the very same Rose of the Iron Ingot, famous for his reputation and strength. To which the man calmly confirmed, he is the strongest, A-rank adventurer in the city. His confidence was felt in every word. He modestly commented that his fame was exaggerated. The atmosphere in the bar remained calm despite the presence of such a famous person. With a slight smile, he continued speaking, hinting that despite his modesty, there was something important he wanted to talk about. Poncho confirmed Aisha's words, saying that Yuri was indeed a good man. The young man looked at him in surprise, not expecting such a confession. The man openly explained why he was looking for him. He offered to join the team to carry out an important mission. Hearing the word mission, Yuri became wary. He repeated the word out loud. Curiosity and slight anxiety appeared in his gaze. Rose offered Yuri to take part in the mission to destroy the dragon. Poncho was surprised and did not believe it, doubting the reality of the offer. Pancho cried out in surprise, not believing what he had heard. The young man looked calm, and the air was filled with tension from the news of the mission. The werewolf countered, pointing out that the boy was only an F rank. The man, however, stood his ground, asserting his confidence. Rose confidently stated that Yuri was not inferior to A rankers. He had only just met him, but he was already confident in his strength. And then the mysterious girl in the hood reminded him of her order. Pancho froze in tension, hearing her voice. The girl sat without looking up. The bartender quickly replied that everything was ready, clearly feeling anxious in front of her. An alarming flash of light suddenly appeared above the guild building, which immediately caused panic and an urgent movement of everyone inside the building. There was chaos inside. The mages and doctors had already started to act, but unfortunately 5 people remained unconscious, and for the rest it was too late. The guild president gave urgent orders: inspect the building again and freeze all quests within a 50-kilometer radius of the western plateau. He ordered that nearby villages and towns be notified as soon as possible. During the organizational meeting, a man in a wheelchair entered the room. It was Captain Lanner, looking weakened. His appearance meant that the situation had become extremely serious. The president was wary. He did not understand what had happened to the adventurer from the rank, to which he, barely breathing, uttered only words about a fight. At this time, in the tavern, a man was telling how yesterday a man who survived a strange battle lost everything. Pancho agreed with him, adding that the adventurer was of C rank and had lost his limbs. He said that the region where the dragon appeared was rapidly changing its ecosystem and environment, and many adventurers had a hard time in these battles. And Rose was just inviting the young man to join them to help get rid of the evil dragon. The mysterious figure loudly declared his disagreement, surprising Yuri. The guy turned around and froze, not expecting such a sharp remark from the new participant in the conversation in the bar. Chloe Dowell, a dark elf, suddenly appeared, accusing Rose of madness. She questioned his decision to call a rookie on a mission that she considered completely unprepared. The girl sarcastically questioned Rose's common sense. She emphasized that asking for help from an F-rank adventurer was a mistake and evidence of poor eyesight and judgment. Chloe was reserved but sharp in her concerns that Yuri's participation would embarrass them. She believed that the A ranks would look ridiculous if they invited an inexperienced newcomer to join the team. The young man, surprised by the girl's words, asked Rose about her identity. In response, the girl introduced herself to the guy in a reserved manner. She rejected the boy with disdain, declaring that even in 1,000 years she would not accept an F-rank seeker into her group, no matter what his tricks. Yuri calmly understood the essence of what was happening. He realized that Chloe was also participating in the quest to destroy the evil dragon, despite her hostility towards him. Rose called out to the girl sharply, dissatisfied with her words. Her behavior irritated him, especially considering the unfairness of her assessment of the guy. Rose gravely reminded that an adventurer's strength is not limited by rank. He expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that abilities are assessed by a formal system. Chloe, however, turned and suddenly offered an alternative. Her tone changed from judgmental to businesslike, as if she had decided to give the young man a chance to prove his worth. And looking at Yuri, she admitted that she had never met such a talented F-rank fighter before. This admission sounded unexpected and seemed to change her mind. She came out, holding a fork in her hand, and challenged the guy to a duel. Her offer sounded more like a challenge than a friendly game. The young man asked in surprise about the game, but the girl reassured him, saying that it was not difficult. He threw down his fork, as if accepting the invitation without fear or doubt. Chloe suddenly activated the spell, and immediately knocked the fork off course, sending it crashing into the ground. The power of the magic showed the seriousness of her intentions. Yuri exclaimed, wide-eyed, astonished by the sudden magic. His amazement was heightened by the recognition of the fork as a symbol of the beginning of a serious test. Holding a fork surrounded by magical energy, the girl said that she would use 30% of her power. If Yuri repels the blow, she will acknowledge his worth. At this time, Rose watched the events unfold, slightly tense. His attention was focused on the situation, waiting to see how Yuri would handle the upcoming test from Chloe. The young man stood in front of her and seriously asked what would happen if he lost. Chloe coldly stated that if the guy lost, he would have to disappear from her sight. Her eyes were full of determination and confidence in victory. And without looking away, he calmly replied that F rank was just a letter. His voice was filled with a firm determination to prove his strength. She urged him to get ready. And at that very second, the girl launched the fork into flight. She almost touched the young man's face, but he stopped her. Everyone was surprised by what happened. The group commander was the happiest of all. The girl was surprised at first, and then smiled softly, noticing Yuri's reaction. Her expression spoke of an inner recognition of his strength, although she still did not show it openly. Yuri stood silently, calm and collected. His posture and gaze reflected confidence before the test began. With incredible speed, the fork filled with magic hung near the young man. Magic energy flickered around it, creating a strong pressure. But he did not even blink, carefully watching the projectile. Chloe then exclaimed in complete shock when she saw that he was able to stop the fork. She didn't expect that someone of F rank could neutralize her attack, even if it was only 30% of its power. He raised his hand demonstratively, gathering magical energy. Now the young man wanted to see how the girl handled magic. It was her time to prove that she was worthy of his respect. The fork, filled with magical energy, flew forward rapidly. Its trajectory was twisted and powerful, as if it had been released with great force. She froze in shock as the fork flew past her face, flashing. The girl did not expect such a reaction in speed. Her eyes widened in surprise and confusion. At that moment, the fork whistled past, crashed into the wall, and left a crack. Chloe watched as the object pierced the stone. She realized that she had underestimated the strength of her opponent. The girl was shocked. Her expression spoke of complete bewilderment and confusion. The fork went deep into the wall, leaving cracks in its wake. The magic on it was still flickering. Everyone present now knew for sure the attack was not simple, but incredibly strong. Yuri, with a serious look, parried the attack with a fork, causing everyone to be surprised. He proved that even with an F rank, he was capable of the impossible, showing hidden strength and agility. And then Rose happily announced that the last member of the team had been decided. His face glowed with confidence, because now they had another ally for the dangerous quest, Yuri. The man turned to Chloe, confidently asking for her consent. She, although reluctantly, expressed silent recognition, angry but acknowledging the boy's success in the past test. Then he turned to Yuri with the decisive question, offering to officially join the group. It depended on him whether he would become a full participant in the upcoming campaign against the evil dragon. And the young man agreed to join the team. He understood that refusal would only complicate his life. The team said goodbye until tomorrow, deciding to fight together against a common enemy, the dragon. Yuri promised Pancho to pay for the damaged wall of the tavern left by his fork. Pancho was shocked by what happened, lamenting the destruction of the establishment. The city of Lydia was a bustling trade center. Caravans and travelers passed through the western gate. A group of adventurers arrived there to begin their mission to destroy the evil dragon. Yuri approached the gate, trying to get his bearings. One of the passers-by happily recognized him. He realized that someone was already waiting for him to appear at the team's gathering place. 3 people appeared before the young man: Rose, Chloe, and a new girl with bunny ears. They all radiated confidence, preparing for the upcoming dangerous mission. Aisha greeted the young man joyfully, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Yuri looked at them and thought that the team was really strong, 1 A rank, 2 B rank. He realized how serious their upcoming task would be. Rose was surprised to see the boy carrying around the slime. He didn't understand its significance and looked at it curiously, waiting for an explanation. To which the young man calmly explained that the slime named Lime was his friend. The others were skeptical of this explanation, wondering why he needed it at all. Chloe learned from the young man about his rare skill, taming. This gift surprised everyone, especially considering that it belonged to an adventurer of only F rank. Rose found a small wagon for the team. He apologized for the modest transport, but he had no other option. Smiling, the man warned that there was little room in the cart. He asked everyone to be patient as they headed to the quest location. Yuri felt like they were looking at him and became wary. He tensed up inside, sensing that something difficult was waiting for him ahead, perhaps a conflict on the road. The carriage was too cramped. Chloe was irritated and indignant. Aisha was demanding more space, and the young man was suffering silently, squeezed between 2 strong-willed partners. At this time, the girl looked angrily at Chloe, mentally accusing her of taking up too much space. Tension grew between the girls, caused by the cramped quarters and personal antipathies. The girl felt a strong pressure from Aisha and Yuri. Despite her outward calm, she was clearly tense, sensing something more than just irritation in these two. During the ride in the carriage, a verbal altercation began. The girl accused the elf of her chests, taking up all the space, provoking a new wave of irritation. The cart with the group suddenly overturned. The horses panicked, one wheel flew off, and everything around was plunged into chaos. Dust and debris flew into the air. Yuri and Chloe jumped out of the carriage just in time. They quickly stood up to assess the situation. Both looked wary and ready to fight. Rose and the other team member also reacted instantly. They jumped out with their weapons at the ready, sliding along the ground and preparing to repel a possible threat. The commander looked anxiously into the distance, watching the rising cloud of dust. He was alerted by the roar and tried to understand what was approaching. Wyverns suddenly appeared in the sky. The largest of them was tamed and had a C rank. Everyone realized that the situation had become very complicated. Chloe and Ayesha used elementary magic, water, and fire. Yuri was surprised. He realized that the wyverns were controlled by someone and did not act independently. Fireballs and ice arrows shot towards the enemies at the same time. The group's magical attack was powerful, creating an explosion and scattering the wyverns in the air. The group's attack had succeeded, causing a huge explosion. The wyverns flew up in panic. The mages and the young man stood on the ground watching the result. New monsters appeared in the sky. One of the enemies noted that the B-rank adventurers were stronger than he expected, but that was not the entire threat. The team leader quickly gave instructions. Chloe and Yuri were to take care of the enemies on the left. The team began to assign roles for the fight against the remaining wyverns. The knight declared that he and Ayesha would take care of the enemies on the right. He looked confident and determined, ready for battle. The girl was already standing behind him, ready. Elf and Yuri ran forward to fulfill their task. The girl responded energetically, ready to accept the fight. The guy hurried after her. The young man asked how to defeat the enemies. Chloe told him not to interfere, reacting sharply to his address by name, and made it clear that she did not trust him. During the run, the girl emphasized that she had not yet recognized Yuri. Despite Rose's opinion, she did not believe in his strength or reliability. She used water magic, using the spell, Ice Arrow. Her determination was shown in the precision and power of the spell aimed at the enemies. The wyverns suddenly swooped down from the sky, causing Yuri to be surprised. He raised his hand, noticing the strange behavior that did not match the expectations of wild creatures. The boy snapped his fingers, and immediately the wyverns deftly dodged the ice arrows. The attack seemed to miss its target. Chloe cast intermediate water magic, and a multitude of glittering drops formed over the battlefield. The wyverns froze, feeling the increasing pressure of the magic. The elf smiled and spread her arms, shouting a spell. A freezing rain began to fall, a deadly continuation of her previous magical effect on her enemies. Ice spears rained down from the sky, striking the wyverns, who fell screeching, pierced through, before they could even dodge the attack. She was about to celebrate her victory, but the young man noticed that the enemy was still not defeated. New dangerous monsters were appearing in the sky. Wyvern appeared before them, a fearsome, tamed beast that surpassed the others. It was a new, much stronger opponent. Chloe quickly attacked, releasing ice magic towards the fire wyvern. She was sure that it was the main boss. The monster watched coldly as they tried to strike her. No fear, no pain, only an empty, sinister gaze responded to the attack. The creature spread its wings and released a blazing fireball, its roar echoing across the sky, signaling the start of a serious battle. At that moment, the monster released a fiery breath, causing a powerful explosion and a scream. Yuri called upon Lime. The mucus suddenly grew to gigantic proportions, and she swallowed the fireball, repelling the attack. Everyone watched in shock as the assistant ate the wyvern shells. Chloe was shocked. She squeezed out the words with difficulty, not believing her eyes. The girl used water magic to summon a giant ice spear. At that moment, the ice spear rushed towards the enemy. The wyvern screamed in rage as it received a powerful counterattack. And the elf thought that her attacks were not enough against the enemy. Then she abruptly changed her mind after hearing the young man's confident statement to the contrary. And Yuri activated special magic, strengthening his body for a powerful attack. He approached the dragon, attacking him with great speed. He dealt a powerful blow to the dragon, cutting it in half in mid-flight. Yuri calmly walked out of the fiery flames, sword in hand, having just dispatched his enemy. His face remained impassive despite the raging flames and the disintegrating monster behind him. Completely confused, the girl demanded an explanation, asking what he had done. Yuri, on the contrary, seemed genuinely puzzled and answered with a counter-question, as if he did not realize what the problem was. Meanwhile, her eyes widened in shock and she screamed in complete confusion, her expression showing how unbelievable and terrifying she found what the boy had just done. Stunned by what was happening, she still couldn't believe what she saw. Chloe's lips pressed together in irritation, her eyebrows trembling with indignation, and her voice was filled with a low note of protest and disbelief. The girl screamed in horror, pointing at the huge, defeated monster. The monster was cut in two, and the ground around it was slashed with traces of a vicious attack. The scene looked truly abnormal, even for experienced fighters. After the battle, the landscape became calm, but the young man's attention was suddenly distracted by a noise. He looked warily towards the hill, as did his comrades. Approaching figures appeared from around the bend, causing surprise. Rose stood with a shield in the middle of a pile of dead monsters. He acknowledged with a smile that the fight was over for both them and the other team. Aisha stood behind him, holding a staff. The warrior was shocked when he noticed how many of these monsters Yuri had destroyed. Among the corpses were even rare meteor wyverns. He was quietly surprised that the young man had done twice as well. At that moment, Aisha quickly called the young man, showing him something important. She announced the ranks of the fighters, including herself, who took 10th place among the adventurers. The boy responded calmly, although it was clear that he was interested. Yuri looked at the man named Rose with admiration. His charisma and strength were felt even from a distance, and lightning literally flashed behind him. This warrior inspired respect with his appearance alone. The team gathered together. The captain had a plan of action. Rose frowned and warned the others that they didn't have much time. However, he noted that there was one problem preventing them from continuing on their way. His serious look did not bode well. Doubt hung in the air when the man expressed suspicion. If his guess was correct, the situation could become much more serious. The others, including Yuri, took his words with caution, waiting for an explanation. Attention was once again focused on the body of the slain monster. The wyvern's wings and tail lay flat on the ground, as if symbolizing a still undisclosed impending threat, since the captain guessed that someone was controlling these monsters. The team froze abruptly at the unusual statement, their faces reflecting shock, as if the enemy's presence had suddenly become obvious. Then Aisha, confused, tried to comprehend what was happening. She said out loud that controlling B-rank monsters was impossible. The elf shared her concern because it violated the logic of the magic they knew. Despite her surprise, the girl admitted that Rose was right. Their conversation became serious. The discussion turned to abilities that clearly exceeded the usual framework. Yuri listened attentively, trying to understand what was really going on. And then the young man spoke confidently and calmly. He admitted that he had felt a strange force, the same one that controlled the monsters. His confession caused the others to become alarmed by the scale of what was happening. The elf suggested that the power that controlled the monsters could somehow resonate in the boy. Rose supported her thought, and asked if he had unconsciously resonated with this power. Yuri awkwardly confirmed that he had felt a strange reaction. The young man thought that he had understood this thanks to his analytical ability. All participants in the dialogue gradually began to put together pieces of the overall picture of what was happening. Rose suddenly changed the subject and warned of a new problem. A wounded horse lay on the ground, surrounded by debris. Its heavy breathing and bloody side indicated that it had barely survived. The animal was a victim of the previous battle. The entire team gathered around the wounded horse. The man voiced an alarming thought. The recent attack had nearly destroyed their only means of transportation. The situation required an urgent solution. And then Aisha looked at the road and informed the others. The journey on foot would take at least 2 hours. The loss of transport could seriously affect their plans. The team found itself in front of a temporary obstacle. Yuri thought about a solution to the transport problem. He could ask Lime to take the form of a basilisk, but even so, the creature would have a hard time carrying all 4 members of the squad at once. And approaching Rose, the boy offered to examine the horse's wound. His confident look hinted at a possible solution. The commander was surprised and immediately asked if the young man had any plan. The man reminded that the horse was in critical condition and its chances of recovery were negligible. He did not object to the attempt, but did not believe that Yuri would be able to succeed in the treatment. Chloe calmly and briefly supported the young man, saying his name. Rose, after a short pause, agreed with her and gave permission. Let him try, because the chance, although small, is there. Yuri sat down next to the horse and looked at it with sympathy. The boy activated intermediate-level sacred magic to heal the injured horse. Waves of light surrounded the animal, and everyone watched in surprise, not believing that he was capable of such a spell. Under the influence of magic, the wounds on the horse's body began to heal rapidly. Glowing particles enveloped the damaged areas, and the muscles were restored right before their eyes. The healing was faster than anyone could have expected. Aisha and Chloe were shocked. Holy magic was considered a legend. Their faces expressed amazement, because such spells, according to rumors, had long disappeared and were considered inaccessible to ordinary adventurers. Rose couldn't hide his shock. His eyes widened and he whispered quietly that it was impossible. Doubt mixed with respect, he was beginning to understand that the guy was clearly not simple. And then the horse jumped to its feet, completely healed. The girl cried out in joy, and the animal neighed cheerfully. The team was shocked, not only because of the result, but also because of Yuri's true strength. The boy carefully examined the horse, and confirmed that it was now fine. The healing had been successful, and the animal looked cheerful. He felt satisfied that he had helped save a life. As the young man was about to step away from his horse, the commander called out to him. His tone was soft but wary, as if he was about to ask an important question or begin a serious conversation. And Rose admitted with surprise that he had not known about Yuri's ability to use holy magic. The young man, a little confused, answered uncertainly. For him, this ability remained something not entirely clear. And turning to him, the commander lowered his voice and advised, the boy should not tell anyone that he possessed holy magic. It sounded like a warning, hiding a deep reason behind it. And the young man thought about Rose's words. He remembered how Rico had also been surprised by his magic. An internal question haunted him. Why was it necessary to keep this a secret? Was there a hidden danger? Then the man seriously explained to Yuri that holy magic is a great rarity. If outsiders find out about it, he could attract too much unwanted attention, which would turn into a threat to him. He continued and imagined the worst-case scenario. Warriors, kingdoms, or armies might want to capture the boy to use his power. Therefore, using holy magic in public is extremely dangerous. The boy silently admitted that he understood Rose's concerns. Rose was clearly sincere and wanted to protect him, but the boy had a different motivation inside. He felt that he was doing the right thing. Despite the warnings, Yuri calmly said that it didn't matter. The commander was taken aback by such an answer. He didn't expect the guy to be so unwavering in his decision. Smiling, the young man stroked the horse and declared that he would use magic whenever someone was hurt. It didn't matter where he was, as long as he could help those in need. Chloe turned to Rose in a low voice, hinting at Yuri, her words laced with surprise and respect, as if she was just now truly realizing who they were dealing with. And Isha, looking at the young man, was perplexed. How could he remain so carefree after everything that had happened? Meanwhile, he was peacefully stroking the horse, as if everything that was happening was a normal thing. The man could hardly contain his laughter, exhaling with a slight grin. Apparently, he shared the bewilderment about the guy's behavior, but at the same time, he began to feel sympathy and admiration for him. The girl immediately burst out laughing and admitted that she didn't understand the boy herself. She rode her horse, smiling mischievously. Rose admitted that he had been thinking the same thing. The team had clearly begun to perceive the boy as special. The group was on the road again, Yuri and Chloe riding their horses through the dense forest, returning to their mission. Hearing the alarming sounds, Rose called for everyone to speed up. Something was happening up ahead. The boy and the girl raced alongside, trying to keep up. Yuri and Aisha saw a bright light in the depths of the forest, which shocked them. Then the girl screamed, and the guy frowned. Something was clearly wrong. The threat was getting closer. Reaching the edge of the forest, the group stopped, stunned by the sight. The landscape was engulfed in destruction and fire. The land was disfigured, as if it had been incinerated. Rose immediately ordered them to leave the horses and continue on foot. He warned them that no one knew when they would encounter the evil dragon, so they had to be prepared for any eventuality. The commander's gaze turned stern as he demanded that everyone be on guard. Yuri, Chloe, and Aisha responded by confirming their readiness. The team fought the demonic beasts. Rose slammed into the enemies with his shield, the girl accurately attacked with a spell, and Aisha deftly struck with her blade. The enemies were unable to break through, their power was overwhelming. After the battle, the group surveyed the field. The girl confidently declared that the enemies had gone mad to dare to attack. The commander thought about it. They had come to the right place, which only confirmed the seriousness of the situation. Yuri watched everything with a slight smile. He was not drawn into the fight. The monsters were too weak, rank E and D. He noted the strength of his comrades, considering it worthy of adventures of rank B and above. Chloe and Rose discussed the demon's behavior. They were too aggressive, which was unusual for them. Rose hypothesized that this could all be a consequence of the evil dragon's influence, which increased their rage. The man turned to the team, about to give an order. His face became serious. He sensed the approaching danger. Suddenly, all the team members froze from the unexpected tension in the air. Their faces reflected anxiety. Something was approaching. They were prepared for anything, but they sensed danger. Sparks and flashes of light rained down from the sky. The crew looked up in panic. A silhouette appeared in the clouds. Something huge was approaching from above with a roar. The pressure became unbearable, as if the sky itself was pressing on their shoulders. Everyone was astonished. From the clouds of ash, a huge skull appeared, belonging to a monstrous creature. Rose was the first to shout, pointing upward. Everyone's heads immediately looked up. Even the seasoned adventurers couldn't hide their fear. Something terrible was coming from above. A skeletal dragon appeared in the sky, cloaked in taming magic. Its wings spread over the ground, eclipsing the light. The crew froze, realizing the scale of the threat. The crew watched in horror as the danger approached, their gazes expressing anxiety and tense anticipation. A powerful energy wave descended from the sky, shocking the entire team. They instinctively raised their heads, and a gigantic figure appeared in the sky, eclipsing everything around them. A huge pressure pressed everyone to the ground. The air seemed to thicken. Everyone could barely stand on their feet when they began to discern the outline of the dragon's bony head. Chloe and the knights screamed as they spotted danger in the sky. They only had time to point upward before it became clear what was approaching: a flying dragon skeleton. A terrifying skeletal dragon appeared before them, floating in the air, engulfed in dark magic. The squad fought the enemy onslaught. The knight covered himself with a shield. The others tensed up, preparing for battle. The unexpected attack alarmed everyone, especially Yuri, who did not understand what was happening. The young man felt the power of the roar, surprised by its strength. The magic hint showed that it was a B-rank skill. It shocked the target and weakened them. This explained their confusion. And then the dragon landed, radiating an ominous pressure. The guy mentally noted, if they were weak, they would immediately lose consciousness from the horror of this creature and its aura. At this time, the commander was barely holding back the onslaught. His shield was shaking under the powerful attack, and Yuri, watching from the side, noticed that the force of the blow exceeded their expectations. It was dangerous. The roar was followed by a blow. The shield flared with the energy of the attack. Rose stood, straining with all his strength. The enemy was much more dangerous than expected. The team froze in place from the powerful attack. Chloe couldn't move, and the others felt an incomprehensible force that constrained their movements. The girl made fun of the attack, confident in its weakness. But from above came a voice full of contempt for modern adventurers. Atop the cliff sat a muscular demon with a horn. His name was Zach Potnev, and he watched the proceedings with an arrogant grin. The demon uttered Yuri's name with a grin, confirming that he knew him well. There was a sinister curiosity in his voice. He remembered someone by number, surprised that the young man managed to defeat him. It seemed he underestimated the strength of his opponent. The squad was paralyzed by magic. No one could move. Everyone felt a strange pressure, not understanding where such a powerful force was coming from. The creature watched from above and mocked, calling the adventurers pathetic. Yuri and the others tried to remain calm despite the provocations. Zach Potnev, the demon with the number, revealed his identity. He did not expect to see the young man and was clearly intrigued by his appearance. The demon loudly called the guy by name and recalled some enemy from the organization, hinting at the hero's past battles. Yuri learned that the demon also had a number. This confirmed his connection with the organization, from where the young man himself may have come. At that moment, the dragon launched a furious attack. An explosion rolled across the ground. The light blinded everyone, and the earth shook from its power and roar. The man in the cloak opened his eyes tensely. His calmness turned to anxiety as if he realized that the situation was getting out of control. And then the young man rushed into battle, using his shield as a springboard. An explosion shook the ground, and his companions screamed his name in fear, hoping that he was okay. Yuri activated the enhancement magic. Energy surrounded his body. He rushed forward with his sword, focusing all his strength into the upcoming strike. He flashed past the dragon, his sword slashed through the air. The enemy didn't expect such speed and precision from an F-rank adventurer. And with a powerful thrust of his sword, he put all his strength and concentration. His attack was aimed precisely at the enemy's vulnerable spot. The dragon's skeleton roared in agony. Its body began to crumble, and it writhed in pain, unable to withstand the blow. Yuri, without wasting any time, stood up from the ground. Despite his fatigue, he was determined to continue the battle to the end. He performed a series of lightning strikes, filling the space in front of him with magical blades, creating a deadly web of attacks. The remains of the defeated dragon lay before Zack. He was surprised to recognize Yuri's strength. He did not expect that he would be able to defeat his pet. Zack Potnev confidently announced the start of the second round. The young man, not expecting a continuation, looked in the direction of the demon in surprise. A new monster flew out of the darkness in front of Yuri. He reacted, but did not have time to fully understand what was happening. He instantly jumped back, dodging the attack, and assessed the situation. The boy recognized the threat and prepared to strike back. The creature suddenly exploded into a multitude of limbs. The young man struggled to contain the onslaught, not understanding what exactly he had encountered. One of the powerful blows reached Yuri. He flew back with a scream, not having time to fully repel the monster's attack. He realized that the evil dragon was capable of regeneration and was almost invulnerable. The young man was confused, not knowing what to do next. At this moment, the dragon ominously rose above the battlefield. From behind the rock, a mysterious figure in a cloak approached him. Chloe and Rose began to come to their senses. The commander asked if they could move. Both confirmed that their strength was returning little by little. The knight assessed the situation and decided to retreat. He warned the crew that it was too dangerous to stay here. And then the dragon gathered magical energy and released a powerful attack. All members of the squad looked at the impending explosion in panic. The group was thrown back by a powerful blow. Everyone screamed in pain, unable to hold back their screams, lying on the ground, wounded. Yuri realized that the situation was critical. He activated the initial sacred magic to save his comrades and give himself a chance. Light enveloped the wounded. The healing magic began to work. Their wounds began to heal, giving them strength and hope. The dragon, suddenly feeling threatened, opened his eyes in surprise. He did not expect such powerful magic from the enemy. The young man jumped straight towards the dragon, plunging his sword. There was determination in his eyes. He knew he had to win at any cost. He was surprised to see that the dragon was scared. The boy realized that sacred magic was working. And then Yuri remembered his past life. He had encountered similar fears. The undead and demons were also afraid of sacred objects and magic. The young man took out his weapon, mentally comparing the past and the present. Then, as now, the skeletons trembled before the power of the holy light. And activated advanced holy magic. Light engulfed the dragon, causing a deafening roar. His body began to glow and sparkle with pain. The dragon screamed hysterically, writhing in agony. The sacred flame penetrated deep into his bones, destroying his magical essence from within. After the holy magic, Yuri realized with relief that it worked. The dragon disappeared, leaving only crumbling fragments and a sigh of relief. Zack Potnev laughed and acknowledged the boy's strength. He exclaimed his name in surprise, realizing the power of holy magic. Without losing his resolve, Yuri announced the start of the third round. His gaze became serious. The fight was not over yet. Zack jumped from the top, landing in front of the boy. The ground shook. Now their fight would begin in full force. The opponents stood opposite each other. The demon expressed respect by calling Yuri's name, and they simultaneously began the third round. The demon and the boy exchanged glances, one grinning smugly, the other keeping his focus, preparing for the next stage of the battle. The monster tried to joke, diffusing the situation. He reminded the young man that he understood perfectly well where this was all heading. While the demon spoke of the insignificance of adventurers, his defeated opponents lay nearby. He prepared for a new blow. And then Zack attacked with fury, shouting threats. Yuri watched calmly, assessing the strength and intentions of his enemy. Yuri dodged the attack and assessed the demon. It was strong, but too slow to catch him. The young man made a swift leap from a height, heading straight towards the demon, hoping to deliver a decisive blow from above. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He sensed something was wrong before he could understand what exactly was happening. The demon's blow shook the earth. It cracked, spreading a shockwave across the area. Yuri found himself at the epicenter. In amazement, not believing that the demon was capable of such destruction with one attack. The scale of the destruction shocked the young man. He could not understand where the demon got such terrifying, inexplicable power from. He dodged the attack again and moved to the side, while the enemy furiously pursued him from behind. The demon fell to the ground with a furious force, crushing the stone platform beneath him. Zack's massive strike caused an explosive aftershock, the flying debris indicating the extreme power of the attack. The boy assessed the destructive force of the blow, realizing that even the wind pressure could seriously injure him. Suddenly, the creature laughed loudly, filling with power. Its body emitted an overwhelming, sinister aura, inspiring fear. Every time he tried to verbally hurt the young man, and it was aimed at destroying his friends, which were still lying lifeless nearby. The young man activated durability-enhancing magic, and then they both rushed into the attack. He attacked with fury, but the boy dodged. The force of the collision caused a blinding flash and shook the ground around him. The explosion created a giant cloud of dust. The demon watched the destruction smugly, laughing at his own destructive blow. The two survivors stood in the smoke. Zack admitted that Yuri had surprised him, but he still felt superior. The young man ordered Lime to take the others to safety. He was aware of the enemy's strength and was preparing for a new fight. The demon charged again, screaming calls for death. The young man kept his cool, preparing to intercept the blow head-on. He realized that he couldn't defeat the demon in a frontal attack, and decided to strike from behind. The boy pierced the enemy's back with his sword, putting in all his strength, but the demon didn't seem to receive any serious damage. Zack threw the boy back with a powerful blow, calling him a weakling. The impact threw Yuri into the mountain, causing the rocks to explode. The monster watched the aftermath from a safe distance. Zack meanwhile mocked him, calling him a pathetic ant, enjoying his suffering. And then the young man used the primordial sacred magic to recover from the severe injury, surrounded by a glowing stream of power and mana. He realized that he had used up a lot of mana during the day, and decided to be careful not to run out of strength. The demon mocked, thinking that Yuri had given up, watching as he hid on the rock, waiting for the right moment. At this time, the guy concentrated, opened his eyes with determination. He was not going to give up, no matter what. And enveloped in a shining aura, the young man resolutely stepped forward, preparing to enter the decisive phase of the fight. The monster charged with a wide grin. The young man did not retreat, steadfastly meeting the enemy's furious onslaught. He gathered all his strength and knowledge for a powerful blow that could cut through any obstacle. And having chosen a stance, he transferred his weight and waited for the moment to deliver the perfect blow to the enemy. Yuri activated his magical enhancements, increasing his strength and power. His sword glowed, preparing to strike. He swung his sword with precision and speed. The decisive moment of the fight had arrived. The boy used the holy blade, attacking the demon from behind. The blow passed through his body with lightning speed. Gazes met. Zack felt fear, realizing that Yuri's attack was deadly accurate. The demon screamed in horror and pain. He couldn't believe that an ordinary man had defeated him. The surprised monster recognized the equipment. It belonged to the mysterious man from the past. He couldn't believe his eyes. And then the dragon appeared. Saying goodbye, the demon promised revenge, admitting that the battle had been fun. The monster flew up on the dragon, and the young man activated magic, preparing to strike back. He used special fire magic. A huge fire tornado soared into the sky, shaking everything around. Zack screamed in panic as the tornado engulfed him. He had not expected such a devastating attack. And Yuri calmly watched the storm, his face remaining serious despite the power of the spell that had engulfed the enemy. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, admitting fatigue. But the mission was completed successfully. At this moment, Lime was rapidly falling down. He was glad to help his master. After a fierce battle, the area was deserted. Traces of destruction indicated a brutal fight. The allies woke up in the middle of the forest, confused. The knight, the mage, and the others looked around in surprise. Yuri greeted the team with a slight smile. He confirmed that everyone was alive and the danger was over. Everyone asked in shock if the young man had really defeated the dragon. Their faces were full of amazement. Rose couldn't believe it. In his opinion, that dragon had S-class power. Everyone was amazed. He said that he was able to win with the help of advanced holy magic. The warrior, surrounded by his comrades, wondered in surprise how to properly divide the trophy received after the battle. Yuri took out a huge dark magic stone of rank A, a source of power that inspired awe. Upon hearing the origin of the stone, the allies gasped, not believing that this happened after defeating the dragon. They looked at the magical artifact in surprise, admiring and not believing its size and power. And then Rose thought for a moment, and then admitted that the team had no right to take Yuri's magic stone. To which the young man was surprised to hear that the magic stone belonged entirely to him. The rest of the group supported this decision. All team members confirmed that the artifact rightfully belongs to the guy. They respectfully acknowledged his merit. But the commander warned the boy to be careful with the stone, hinting at its potential danger. He explained that the magic stone could either elevate the country or lead to its destruction. In turn, the young man assured that he would use the magic stone as an amplifier for Lime, without causing harm. The team completed the task, took their horses, and set off on their way back home, pleased with the result. The next day, Yuri woke up in the room, surprised by the cold floor and a strange feeling. Waking up on the floor, he remembered that he had gone to bed next to Lime, but he did not find him. He stood up and called out to Kyo in confusion, hoping to find at least someone nearby. He looked in surprise at the strange girl who was lying on the floor in the sunlight. Rubbing his eyes, the young man tried to understand whether he really saw a stranger in front of him. The girl woke up. She looked up, recognized Yuri, and cried out with joy, rushing towards him. And she hugged him with unexpected force, and the young man froze in complete confusion from what was happening. The guy noticed a familiar voice and smell, and began to guess who the stranger might be. The girl happily rushed to Yuri, calling herself Lime, and hugging him with delight. The surprised young man noticed that the bed looked suspicious, and that something was wrong. He remembered that he had left the dark magic stone on the bed, but now it was gone. And then the guy realized that Lime had most likely swallowed the magic stone, and he asked her about it directly. And Lime, having eaten the dark magic stone, acquired a human form, and now studied his new body with interest. Surprised, she suddenly spoke, saying Yuri's name, shocking him with her speech and realization. She tried to get up, but her body was unstable and she had difficulty moving. Yuri thought about it. He didn't know if this change was good, even though it brought Lime closer to people. He gently stroked his assistant's head, assuring him that he did not need to imitate people. The guy praised her for her efforts, gently encouraging her and stroking her head. Smiling, Yuri enthusiastically suggested that his assistant get to work. Lime happily agreed. The bustling city greeted us with its usual bustle. People were calmly going about their business. In the center of the city stood the magical guild tower with 3 spires decorated with flags and runes. Adventurers were scurrying around inside. Yuri approached the board with new tasks. He decided to take a look at the available tasks, hoping to find something interesting and worthwhile. All the tasks turned out to be the same. Goblins, wolves, goblins again, nothing exciting or useful. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a loud voice from the balcony. Someone was calling for the black-haired brother. The stranger jumped down from a height, quickly heading straight towards Yuri. Landing with a flourish and a loud thud, the man walked closer with a smug smile, causing the crowd to marvel. Dutch was rapidly approaching Yuri, stopping abruptly in front of him in a theatrical pose. The man paused, breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath, causing awkwardness among those around him. He proudly stated his name, the 8th strongest C-rank adventurer willing to help. Dutch showed his confidence by calling himself a master of rare monster hunting, with a pompous pose. Next to him stood his assistant Leon, a smart, talking mouse with a smug grin. Yuri admired the intelligence of the mouse Leon, considering him to be as smart as Lime. A new acquaintance offered the guy to work together. The young man agreed. Dutch clarified that the quest was not on the list, but was intended for a newbie like the guy. He explained to the guy with a serious look that this was a special, important quest. The young man hesitated, but decided to agree, since there was nothing else interesting among the available tasks. An acquaintance promised to take care of Yuri like a brother. They left the city, and Dutch realized that his companion had only recently become an adventurer. In turn, the young man admitted his inexperience, and his friend promised to teach him everything he knew. His companion was sure that the cart he sold was of poor quality and even promised to repair it upon his arrival. The man also asked the young man if he had a contract with the slime, which caused confusion. He told the guy that there were other types of slime, surprising the guy. To which the young man sharply criticized the idea of a contract with a weak slime, calling it the worst choice for an adventurer. The man with a serious look decided to recommend the young man to choose another monster. The young man did not know what to answer to this. But he quickly got his bearings and nevertheless stood up for the assistant he had chosen at the moment. This only made Dutch laugh. He said with a grin that he would give up the title if the slime turned out to be really strong. At that moment, the cart suddenly turned over, the axle broke, and everyone started falling. The situation got out of control. Yuri, losing his balance, screamed, calling for Lime's help, looking at what was happening in panic. The assistant suddenly appeared in a giant form, covering the cart and all its passengers. Everyone, including Yuri, Dutch, the horses, and the cargo, into itself, thereby ensuring safety. The young man, while inside the giant slime, thanked the slime for saving him from the accident with the cart. The guy came out of Lime and asked worriedly if Dutch was okay after the incident. The man screamed in fear as he found himself inside the slime, not understanding what was happening around him. He screamed indignantly, surprised that the slime could be so huge, accusing the young man of deceit. The guy smiled and pointed at Lime, implying that the blue slime was the weakest. To which their fellow traveler was stunned to realize that he had indeed recently called slime weak and hesitated in response. While repairing the cart, the man asked in surprise about the Valley of Dragons, amazed that Yuri did not know about it. He explained that the Valley of Dragons was a holy land, as if everyone should know that. Dutch's words doubtfully, not knowing what the Holy Land meant in this context. The Dark Valley was inhabited by powerful dragons that emitted terrifying power. The place was nicknamed Holy because of their concentration. The boy was surprised by the name, beginning to understand the essence of the valley. The man reproached him for his complete ignorance of the dragon's place. He told about his dream to catch a dragon, and asked Yuri to help find a young, weak dragon. Hearing the plan, the guy was genuinely inspired. He called the goal great, expressing his willingness to help and interest. To which Dutch acknowledged the danger of the mission, but assured that he had thought of everything. He cryptically promised a great strategy, raising a finger. He said that now that the dragons were nesting, they were even more dangerous, and the man also admitted to having lost the necessary skills. Yuri noted the benefit of catching the dragon. The guy was impressed by his knowledge and views. He hugged the boy, deciding to mentor him as a hero, sharing personal stories and bragging about his successes. The wagon entered the gorge as Dutch talked about how he became a famous dragon hunter. He finished the story proudly, expecting admiration, and again expressed his surprise at his own legendary fame. The team rode in the wagon, discussing past exploits. The man spoke admiringly of himself as a hunter. Yuri expressed interest in Dutch's past. He asked a question that really excited and intrigued him. He asked why a man with his merits was only ranked 8th in the C rank. This surprised him. To which Dutch admitted that he wasn't looking for fame. He felt his contributions weren't appreciated and wanted to remain humble. And the boy respectfully agreed, laughing. The cart moved along a narrow mountain path and the conversation continued in a light atmosphere. They spent the day on the road, made a stop, had dinner by the fire, and continued on their way, discussing the upcoming mission together. Dutch happily announced his arrival, and the guy looked around in surprise, not expecting to arrive so quickly. The cart stopped at the entrance to a narrow valley, and the man announced that this was the Valley of Dragons. The hero saw a mountain from above. He explained that they would have to climb it to see the dragons. Leon and the owner enthusiastically declared that the moment had come for him to appear. To see the dragons, they had to climb a steep mountain. The man suggested to the young man what to do next. And the guy took advantage of their team's coherence. In the pack, the group began to tire. Suddenly, they encountered kobolds on their way. Their rank was equal to level D. The creatures looked aggressive, which caused concern and surprise in the young man. But his friend assured him that the kobolds were friendly and did not pose a threat. He behaved calmly and confidently. He explained that one can understand the character of a monster by its behavior and appearance. Yuri began to doubt this statement. Despite Dutch's words, the young man sensed obvious hostility from the kobolds who were watching them with tension. The man, calling himself an elder and experienced one, promised to explain everything. He was clearly confident in his knowledge. He explained that there were 2 main ways to tame monsters. He held up 2 fingers to demonstrate the options. The first way is to fight. The second is to use food. Yuri remembered how he tamed Lime with dried meat. And Dutch showed me dango, the best food for taming. He cooked it at night especially for kobolds. The young man and his assistant were horrified by the appearance and smell of the bait. The man, however, was confident in its effectiveness. Enthusiastically, he approached the kobolds and called out, offering friendship, hoping the food would work. One of the kobolds smelled the dango and showed interest, but the others looked at him with alarming aggression. The lead kobold suddenly charged forward with a loud roar, attacking Dutch, who was caught off guard. The man screamed in panic and hugged Leon, asking for help and not understanding what was happening. Yuri instantly drew his sword and rushed forward to protect his comrade from the attacking monsters. He appreciated the kobold's quick reactions, admitting that they were clearly smarter than they were supposed to be for a D rank. The boy activated the power, surrounded by darkness and smoke. His eyes shone with determination, and his aura became denser. And the kobolds froze in fear, watching as Yuri exuded terrifying energy. They understood, the enemy is extremely dangerous. With a cold gaze, he thought, noting that monsters sensed strength better than people and were able to sensibly assess the threat. Yuri shouted to Lime, ordering the attack. A huge slime fell from above, instantly trapping the kobolds in its mass. The monsters tried to break free from the slime, but were completely immobilized. The lime enveloped them all and suppressed their resistance. And the young man praised Lime for his excellent work. Slime responded happily, beaming with pride. Their bond became even stronger. Dutch was shaking with fear, hugging Leon. Yuri asked with a smile if his assistant had managed to catch all the monsters. The team stood in the middle of an empty plain. There was not a single enemy around, everything ended in silence and calm. The kobolds, previously hostile, now knelt humbly, their gazes expressing respect and perhaps remorse. Yuri realized that the kobolds were suffering because of the dragons. He asked to show the way to the lair so he could help. Dutch was once again shocked by Yuri's ability to understand the language of monsters. He didn't believe that such a thing was even possible among hunters. Realizing his ignorance, the man joked that he refused to be called a hunter if he did not know the language of monsters. The young man calmly talked to the kobolds. They understood him, agreed to help, and offered to show him the way to the nest. The party, with the kobold guide, began to climb the cliffs. Crevices and rocky terrain were visible ahead. Kobold Vankichi led them up briskly, despite the fatigue of the others. There was a long and difficult way to the top. At this point, Dutch joked with Yuri, saying that he had a special talent for giving nicknames. Yuri was surprised and asked again. One of the kobolds responded happily to the nickname. Apparently, the name was to his liking. Then the boy officially gave the kobold a name, Vankichi. He responded happily, inspired by his new name. The kobold ran forward enthusiastically, showing his readiness to lead the team further, with Dutch and Yuri following behind. The man suddenly became very surprised when he noticed something unusual ahead, his face distorted with shock and confusion. The group reached a steep climb. They were surprised to see how difficult the path leading to the top of the cliff was. Dutch began the climb, but quickly realized that the task was more difficult than it seemed. He was breathing heavily, feeling tired. Yuri warned him to be careful. The climb was becoming more and more dangerous, but they continued their journey together step by step. The man stumbled. The stones began to crumble. And suddenly, he fell down. The guy tried to grab him with a scream, but it was too late. Everything collapsed into chaos. At that moment, Leon screamed furiously, trying to reach his falling master, rushing in panic to help his partner in trouble. And Yuri, without wasting a second, called Lime for help. He was sure that he would cope with the task. Slime Lime instantly stretched out and grabbed Leon. He, clutching the slime, held the falling Dutch, straining with all his strength to not let him go into the abyss. Leon held on with all his might, with despair and fear in his eyes, not believing that he could endure it. With every effort, the team was able to pull the man out. Being safe, he couldn't catch his breath. And he fervently thanked everyone for saving him. Soon the group moved on. As they approached the volcano, they noticed an obstacle. Dutch screamed in panic as he saw the surprise that had appeared in their path right in the gorge. A huge boulder blocked the passage, and the group did not understand why it was there, completely blocking the way forward. Finding that there was no way around, the man cursed in irritation. He did not want to go back along the dangerous route over the cliff. A tired Dutch stated that if he had to go back, he would definitely not reach the end of the journey alive. With a mysterious grin, he showed Yuri something strange, hinting at a new plan. The man enthusiastically activated the magic circle, intending to use a powerful move that he had clearly been preparing for a long time. A summoning circle flared up on the ground, an ancient symbol of magic, meaning that something truly extraordinary was beginning. With determination in his eyes, Dutch shouted out the spell, using a summoning technique full of power and confidence. Immediately, a huge golem grew out of the ground, a stone creature summoned by an ally, which amazed the young man with its size and power. Yuri was surprised to recognize the technique, the summoning magic that he himself had used in the past when he was an emperor magician. Dutch proudly presented his D-rank summoned golem, standing next to it in a heroic pose. He pointed confidently forward, ordering the golem to remove the huge boulder blocking the path to the summit. The golem let out a roar and began to swing a powerful blow at the stone barrier, raising dust. After a powerful blow, the monster froze, buried itself in a boulder, uttering an uncertain groan and stopping moving. Dutch's face showed confusion. He realized that his pride had collided with reality. The golem was not up to the task. And the man asked his ally for help, to which Yuri responded immediately. The guy was thinking about his actions, and soon he asked the man to move away. Suddenly, Yuri pulled out a sword, surprising the man, who did not understand why he was going to use it. Dutch and the golem froze, watching the boy's actions. The man suspected that the boy had a secret plan. The young man looked forward with a concentrated expression on his face. He was preparing to use the power that had been hidden until now. With a powerful blow, Yuri destroyed the huge rock blocking the way. The explosion was stunning, and the energy was overwhelming. Dutch watched in shock as his companion acted, not believing that a human was capable of such destructive power. The boy delivered a powerful blow with his sword, splitting the huge boulder in half. The blow was accompanied by a blast wave and shock. The entire group stood in shock as they watched the path cleared with a single swing of the sword. They were amazed. His new acquaintance could not understand how this was possible. And he was surprised for a long time because he considered it impossible to be a swordsman and a tamer at the same time. Yuri calmly admitted that he could handle it. Here the guy remembered that he had already heard somewhere about the difficulty of overcoming several skills at the same time. This made him plunge into his thoughts. The group moved on further, passing through hard-to-reach places and paths. The man was breathing heavily. The road was clearly bringing him a lot of difficult moments, when suddenly he pointed to the very place they were heading for. The entrance to the cave was right in front of them. Dutch, seizing the moment, wanted to make a short stop, while the young man became alert, hearing a strange noise. He clearly heard the sound of approaching footsteps while his partner was carelessly counting the supplies. Yuri ordered to keep silence, feeling someone approaching. He sensed the presence of an outsider and immediately got into a fighting stance. Dutch was surprised. How could there be people in this place? Aisha emerged from the depths of the cave. Seeing the young man, she exclaimed with surprise and joy, recognizing him. Dutch was shocked to meet Aisha Turnova. He and Yuri simultaneously asked her what she was doing here. The girl reminded him with a smile that a lot of time had passed since their last joint mission. In turn, Yuri asked Aisha in surprise if she had really come to kill the dragon. She sincerely did not understand why she needed it. The young man reasoned that a B-rank girl had appeared in the Dragon Mountains, and it was logical to assume that she was hunting. Here, Aisha categorically rejected Yuri's guesses. She turned sharply and said that everything was the opposite, causing him to freeze. The girl also announced that she was here to stop illegal dragon hunters. Her goal was to protect, not kill. Yuri said that everything from bones to skin is used in dragons, to which Dutch responded with indignation. After all, materials from dragons, weapons, armor, jewelry, dragon parts were used in the creation of everything possible. Aisha immediately reported that the guild was restricting quests related to dragons. She personally observed this area, and looking suspiciously at Dutch, she loudly asked if he was a wandering dragon hunter. Dutch was outraged, calling her remark disrespectful and declaring that he was not a hunter at all, but an adventurer. She, in turn, became thoughtful, and she actually remembered that the man was a C-rank adventurer. The young man did not fully understand what was happening, and the girl explained to him that this old man was known for telling newcomers about his heroic deeds, and with the help of this he was able to raise his rank. To which the man merely hissed in response. A logical puzzle formed in the young man's head. Yuri said with a serious expression that the situation with Dutch looked bad. He stood silently, looking down. The young man covered his face with his hand and calmly said that it was impossible to achieve the power you so desired through lies. Dutch immediately fell to his knees, loudly begging for forgiveness. He admitted his mistakes, adding that he realized everything and would change. With tears and despair, the man assured that he would improve. Leon shouted next to him, confirming his words and sincerity. At that moment, Aisha asked Yuri if this old man could be trusted. He thought about it, looking at her with slight hesitation. Then the guys heard a strange sound. Taking cover, the girl with the sword ordered to leave everything for later. Yuri agreed, and Dutch watched in confusion to see what would happen next. Yuri immediately noticed that they were surrounded. These were the illegal dragon hunters that Aisha had warned about earlier. He assessed the situation with a cool head. His serious look showed that he was ready for a fight and would not back down. The girl immediately pulled out her sword and asked the young man if he could deal with the enemies on the right. He looked at her in surprise. Aisha spread her cloak with the grace of a warrior, introduced herself as Urumi rank B, and declared that she would take on half of the enemies. Yuri asked his ally to entrust him with all the enemies. He said he had an idea, which surprised her. He stood on the ledge and announced that he wanted to try a new move. He drew his sword, causing tension. Dutch noticed that the boy was using a magical ritual. He began drawing runes, causing growing alarm among his companions. Yuri finished the spell and commanded the summoning of a kobold. Several strong kobolds appeared from the magic circle. The summoned kobolds took up a fighting stance. With an angry growl, they prepared for battle, instilling fear in their opponents. Dutch was surprised to recognize the summoned Venkichi, a powerful kobold. He did not believe in the possibility of multiple summons. Several kobolds materialized around the boy. Each of them took up a fighting position, preparing to attack. The young man, looking forward with concentration, gave the order to the kobolds to destroy all the suspicious people surrounding him and Aisha. One of the Venkichi suddenly attacked the enemy hiding behind a rock. The other enemies realized the seriousness of the threat. All the kobolds rushed into battle furiously, breaking through the rocks. The enemies began to run away in panic, realizing their defeat. Yuri reacted with surprise to what was happening. He clearly did not expect to see something so sudden and shocking. One of the kobolds roared, showing off its strength. Dutch was surprised. These monsters did not look like weak D-rank creatures. Yuri gave the order to the creatures to attack. Aisha was shocked by their power, and the enemies began to run away in panic. The young man found himself surrounded by powerful kobolds. He realized that their movements surpassed rank C, closer to rank B. To which the man also confirmed that the rank can be raised with the help of darkness. While the allies were exchanging pleasantries, the mysterious figure disappeared, and the entrance to the cave was completely free. Meanwhile, torches lit up inside the cave. A dark figure watched the events from the depths of the tunnel. In a large stone room, a group of people were relaxed. It was obviously a camp of dragon poachers. One of the people called out anxiously to a certain Anze-sama. The man with a bandage on his face woke up from the scream of his subordinate. The scout panicked and reported that they had encountered Aisha Ternova, C-rank Dutch, and F-rank rookie Yuri. Angus blamed Aisha for the wound, calling her problematic. One of his subordinates tried to justify himself, but was at a loss. The second bandit regretfully admitted that he was wounded by an F-rank adventurer, shocking the rest of those present. Angus frowned upon hearing the confession. The bandit explained that he was talking about one of the most famous people in the world. The leader refused to believe in the power of an F-rank, calling it impossible. He stood up, radiating a dark, oppressive threat. He then grabbed his subordinate by the head, declaring that he had a good idea. Everyone around froze in fear. Angus mocked his subordinates, saying that they were defeated by an F-rank weakling without believing it. The man gasped in pain as the leader continued with a smile. He admitted that he hated lies, especially from younger friends. Angus finished the massacre. He announced with a smile that he had gotten rid of a liar, an F-rank. Meanwhile, Yuri, Aisha, and Dutch approached the cave into which the enemies had recently gone. They moved cautiously. The girl thanked the boy for helping with the robbers. The man walked silently, feeling awkward. She also noticed Dutch's agitation, and asked him what was going on. He hesitated, not knowing how to answer her question. To which he shouted at Aisha, accusing her of spying, and demanded that she stop, since the bandits had already been dealt with. The girl said that she was doing her job and still did not trust the old man, causing his indignation. She thanked them for their overtime help, and the man meanwhile flared up, indignant that her B rank was higher than his C rank. Dutch stated that life experience makes him a better person, and called Aisha a little girl, hurting her pride. She beat the man for his impudence, and Yuri watched. Despite the quarrel, he noted that they got along well. The girl admitted that every time she saw the young man, she was surprised. His height and potential were beyond the ordinary. Dutch admitted that he was surprised by Yuri's abilities, noting that he absorbed the swordsman and mage's skills like a sponge. The young man was genuinely surprised that his abilities seemed unusual. His comrades agreed, exclaiming in unison. He chuckled as he watched them. He realized that despite their arguments, Aisha and Dutch had become good friends. And then the man caught a strange smell and became wary, turning around sharply. He began to suspect something and sniff, looking tensely ahead. Yuri noticed that Dutch smelled like fish and was surprised. Vankichi looked worried and weak. Aisha said that the source of the smell was almost next to the dragon's house. The old man was shocked and confirmed her words with surprise. Realizing where they were, the entire group ran away in panic. A majestic scene appeared before them. A huge number of dragons were resting near the waterfalls, in a place full of magical power. The group looked with admiration at the peacefully resting dragons. Their grace, power, and nobility caused sincere amazement in everyone. One of the dragons was identified as a B-rank heavenly dragon. Its presence emphasized the danger of the current location. They discovered a clutch of eggs belonging to dragons. The number of eggs shocked the heroes. It was a whole treasure trove. As the others watched, the man began to move suspiciously. He quietly separated from the group, heading toward the eggs alone. Approaching the clutch, he grinned slyly and muttered an apology. It seemed he was planning to steal the dragon's egg. The old man stared at what was happening in amazement. Something unexpected made him freeze. His heart began to beat wildly with fear. Suddenly, Aisha and Yuri felt threatened at the same time. Their expressions became serious, as if they sensed someone's powerful aura nearby. One of the dragons slowly raised its head, its gaze heavy, and the atmosphere around it suddenly thickened. Darkness and fury emanated from the depths of the dragon. A terrifying lust for murder emanated from it, frightening everyone around it. Yuri immediately sensed mortal danger. For the first time in his life, he encountered such a strong will to destroy. He was on guard. He hesitated. They had come too far, but he couldn't steal the eggs. Dutch urged him to run for his life. Seeing the mother dragon and her baby, the boy realized that dragons also feel. Stealing the eggs would be breaking the natural order. Aisha also agreed with Yuri. She acknowledged that his decision to refuse the award was reasonable and worthy of respect. But Dutch, on the contrary, was scared. Dragons are smart and vengeful. Even if you escape, they will take revenge for the stolen eggs in the future. The group realized that even weakened dragons were too strong. Yuri supported the man, urging him not to give up and to be careful. The mysterious figure approached, its footsteps echoing in the cave, attracting the attention of the entire group. They looked up and were surprised to see someone approaching from above, sensing that the meeting would not be easy. Anges and his companions emerged from the shadows of the cave. Aisha recognized her old acquaintance with surprise and tensed up. The girl guessed that the robbers could have been the leader's subordinates and began to suspect him of involvement. Angus, looking confidently at Aisha, stepped forward. His name echoed in the tense silence. One of the survivors stalked Yuri, sneaking up behind him. The young man remained calm, but he felt like he was being watched. Suddenly the girl noticed movement and her eyes widened. Her reaction was instantaneous. She realized that something had happened. The attacker's hand slowly reached out to the boy to suddenly grab him. The attack was prepared quickly, without unnecessary sounds. The enemy grabbed Yuri in a hold, trying to deprive him of the ability to resist. The guy remained calm and did not panic. The man whispered in the boy's ear, ordering him not to move. The situation escalated. At this time, the leader tried to intimidate the girl. He ridiculed her relationship with the young man and his rank. She only sighed in response to all his attacks, stating that she sincerely felt sorry for the leader, to which Angus could not understand what was going on here and why his opponents were behaving so calmly in such a situation. In turn, the girl smiled. And with a serious look, she stated that Angus had chosen the wrong opponent, underestimating Yuri's true strength. At that moment, the young man easily dodged the blow, and then delivered a precise and swift counterpunch to the enemy with his fist. The enemy didn't have time to come to his senses before the guy deftly turned around, delivering a powerful blow to the enemy's stomach. The enemy flew back from Yuri's powerful blow, exclaiming in surprise, not understanding how everything happened so quickly. Then the bandits in panic tried to stop the young man, shouting to kill him immediately. He confidently approached without fear. Yuri just silently stood in a fighting stance, his gaze determined and cold in the face of the impending threat. And with one powerful blow, he knocked out the enemy. The surprised opponent did not even have time to react to the attack. The second bandit attacked Yuri with fury, shouting threats, but he calmly dodged and prepared to strike back. The guy punched the attacker in the face, shocking him. The enemies did not expect such strength from him. He delivered a powerful kick to the enemy's stomach, knocking him off his feet. And he calmly exhaled, closing the buckle, while the others watched his strength with amazement. Something unexpected caught Yuri's attention, which made him instantly become alert and focus on what was happening. At this moment, Anjas looked at what was happening with confusion, not understanding what this sudden change in the situation was. The leader, enraged, rushed at the guy with a raised sword, screaming and preparing to attack. And he prepared to attack, his face tensed, reflecting the determination to deal a crushing blow to Yuri. The young man coldly watched every move of his opponent, concentrating before the decisive exchange of sword blows. He quickly dodged the blow, seized the initiative, and quickly launched a counterattack. Anjas couldn't believe what was happening, his face was distorted with shock and fear. And Yuri ended the fight, leaving the leader wounded, shocked, and standing in a daze. The young man nevertheless noticed Anjas' strength and admitted that he was not weak at all. Aisha hastened to warn the boy, urging him not to underestimate the enemy in battle. The mysterious warrior stated that he knew very well the enemy standing before them. He said that his name was Anjas. Rukori is a former genius adventurer. Anjas, clutching his sword, recalled his past strength and B-rank genius. He chuckled, realizing the irony of the defeat that had just occurred. And he declared that the sword was useless and threw it away. He approached the enemy, planning his next treacherous attack. Taking out the Nahi herb extract, he prepared to use the poisonous effect. Then Anjas opened the bottle with a grin, declaring that it was a special extract against dragons. The dragon received the extract right in the face and screamed in pain, reacting furiously. The leader boasted that his clothes were permeated with a smell that repelled dragons. The dragon's eyes immediately boiled with rage, the pupil narrowed, and the transformation began. The dragon roared and spread its wings, preparing to go on the offensive. Anjas screamed in panic, declaring the end to Yuri and insulting him again. At this moment, Aisha and Dutch watched the leader's actions in shock. Suddenly, the young man realized that the dragon had been used as a weapon, and the enraged dragon soared into the air with a loud roar. A huge dragon paw fell upon the heroes from above. Suddenly, the dragon swooped down, causing a sense of anticipation of victory to rise from the standing Anjas. The leader laughed madly again, anticipating the death of all his opponents. And then the dragon's paw sank into the ground with force, raising dust. The dragon's eye changed dramatically, full of fury and awareness. And Anjas realized with horror that something had gone wrong. With a quick movement, Yuri blocked the blow with his hand, demonstrating a sudden surge of incredible strength. He caught the dragon's paw in mid-air, causing amazement among the onlookers. The leader watched what was happening in horror, not believing his eyes. And his friends were shocked that Yuri stopped the monstrous attack. The dragon looked at the young man in surprise, sensing something unusual. The guy suddenly focused. His gaze became full of determination and inner strength. He spoke softly to the dragon, trying to calm the frightened creature. Suddenly, the dragon's fear increased due to the effects of the extract used by Anjas. The dragon's eyes changed, first fear, then a return to awareness. The Trinity stood in front of the dragon, watching as he gradually calmed down. Aisha and Dutch realized that the dragon was actually harmless. Anjas was in shock and couldn't believe what was happening. And the guy extended his hand, activating an unknown magical taming ability. The dragon immediately froze, showing no aggression, calmly looking at Yuri. Unknowingly, Yuri was able to tame the heavenly dragon with the skill. He gained the taming skill, surprised by the sudden system notification of the achievement. The leader didn't believe that an F-rank adventurer had tamed a dragon, and then the guy ordered the dragon to attack the leader, entrusting him with the enemy. With lightning speed, the dragon rushed at Angus, and he screamed in horror. The enemy was in a panic, stunned by the dragon's sudden attack. The team was surprised by what was happening, watching the strange light above the dragon. Yuri was also stunned, not understanding what was happening around him, as suddenly, the light emanating from the dragon suddenly began to shine brightly, and the dragon's body crumbled into pieces in the light of the transformation. The awakened dragon roared, activating the power of the taming skill. The dragon immediately rushed forward, stunning Anges with its speed. The blows fell instantly, leaving the enemy with fewer and fewer chances. The dragon captured the enemy, completely disrupting his plans. Against his will, Angus was carried high into the sky. He tried to resist, but was completely confused. The leader screamed in panic as he fell into the crater from above, and then a stream of boiling water burst out of the crater with a roar. The leader surfaced exhausted, believing that his end had come, and Yuri confirmed that he had tamed the dragon, completely surprising his allies. Yuri and his team watched as Lime neutralized all the criminals. At this point, Aisha praised Lime, saying that the slime was incredibly convenient. The girl said that she would send a request for support to the guild. At that moment, a black raven quickly descended from the sky. The messenger landed on the girl's shoulder, who smiled happily. She held out the letter and asked the raven to deliver it. The raven soared into the sky, carrying an urgent message. Suddenly, Yuri looked back and asked in surprise where Dutch had disappeared to. Aisha pointed into the distance, to the place where the old man was at that moment. Meanwhile, Dutch and Leon were rejoicing after finding treasure among the rocks. The girl noticed them from the top, not understanding the chaos that was happening. And then the young man saw a strange object in the man's hands, which turned out to be F-rank dragon dung. Aisha and Yuri watched as Dutch happily rejoiced at the find. They wondered what could make him so happy. The guy explained that the man mentioned debts due to business. And looking at the man, they both said that they felt sorry for Dutch. At this time, the dragon watched Yuri with interest and growled quietly. Yuri turned around, slightly surprised, not understanding the meaning of this sound. After awakening, the dragon shed its old skin, a valuable resource. Yuri examined the remains, realizing the rarity of the find, B-rank skin. The guy, not believing his eyes, asked if it was really a gift. And the dragon, with an approving roar, confirmed that he was giving up his skin voluntarily. The young man immediately called Dutch over to tell him the good news and share it with him. He looked up, dumbfounded, not immediately understanding what had happened. Then Yuri smiled sincerely, pleased with the situation and the dragon's decision. He felt recognized and respected even by such a powerful creature. And Dutch was in tears of gratitude and rushed to Yuri with delight. Soon the boy called Vankichi, his animal companion, preparing to return home after an unexpected but successful mission with a dragon. Vankichi, a strong and sweet dog, looked at his owner in surprise, not immediately understanding why he was being called. And by calling the two sides to negotiations, the young man was able to divide the territory between the creatures. The group returned to the city, where the familiar guild stood tall, and everything around seemed the same, but different. There was a daily bustle inside the guild. Some were discussing tasks, others were relaxing, and Yuri headed to the counter. Aisha gave the guy an impressive reward, thanking him for completing the mission with the dragon. She acknowledged that he had done it alone and therefore fully deserved the award, admiring his abilities. The girl was about to leave, but Yuri called out to her, stopping her. He wanted to find out some important information before she left. He came closer and asked her the last question. Aisha turned around, looked at him in surprise, and prepared to listen. He mentioned Angus, the man he had fought before. The question clearly evoked strong emotions in the girl. He was sure she knew something. The girl looked down and thought for a moment, lost in memories. After a short pause, she took a deep breath, showing that she was ready to speak despite the gravity of the topic. And Aisha began the story, mentioning that it was an old story. Memories took her to the distant past, to the forest. In her memories, she fought a dangerous monster. She bravely attacked the beast, never taking her eyes off her target. A huge monster jumped on her from behind, threatening a surprise attack. She did not have time to react to the danger in time. Her eye widened in shock and fear. The attack was so swift that it seemed she had no way to escape. At the last second, someone suddenly intervened, blocking the attack. The girl turned around in surprise, trying to understand what had happened. The savior turned out to be Anji, who appeared in time with a sword. He smiled, ironically greeting Aisha, checking if she was alive. In response to his impudent address, she struck him hard. Aisha indignantly screamed that she was not a little girl. The two men watched from the sidelines, assessing the duo's abilities. They acknowledged that these two were truly the best in their field. Aisha and Angie worked together despite their differences. Their persistence allowed them both to reach C rank after overcoming many difficulties. She was then promoted to B rank. She proudly accepted the card, officially becoming the strongest representative of her guild. Everyone in the guild was amazed by Aisha's achievement. Her rapid promotion was a cause for universal respect and admiration. Soon, Anjas appeared with pathos, declaring that the girl was the hope of the guild, despite hidden envious feelings. Inside, the man felt angry. He was irritated by other people's praise, because he could not achieve the same. Aisha felt the tension. Her gaze became wary, sensing that the leader's behavior would soon cross the line. And he left the room. In his thoughts, he confessed that he could not stand her success and was afraid of being left behind forever. Later, he snapped at his subordinate, harshly reproaching him for being late. His pride would not allow him to suffer defeat. The girl and her partner caught him abusing the younger one. She screamed his name to stop the violence. Aisha accused Anjas of extortion. She presented evidence from the guild of abuse of power. Another adventurer confirmed the girl's words. He said that the report was true and the leader's actions were unacceptable. After the accusations, Anjas ignored them, turned around, and walked away. He soon lost his license and left the city. She later admitted that she had not expected to meet him again in such a place. The memories came flooding back. With sadness in her voice, Aisha said that she was unable to save the man despite her efforts. Her eyes expressed sadness, regret, and indecision. At this point, Yuri was surprised by the girl's strange question, not understanding what she was getting at. He looked at her in bewilderment. Then she asked what happens to adventurers who take the path of evil. The young man answered honestly that he did not know, and Aisha explained that the dark guilds accept evil adventurers. Deprived of their licenses, they become weapons of criminal organizations. She looked at Yuri and acknowledged his strength. She had no doubt, his abilities truly inspired respect. Continuing, the girl admitted that next to the young man, she felt as if next to a helpless baby. That's how he seemed. Yuri was surprised by her words. He did not expect that he would be perceived this way from the outside. The reaction was sincere. Aisha spoke out sharply. The guy's strength is like that of an A rank, but his intelligence seems to remain at the level of an F rank. Yuri admitted that he had only been in this world for 6 months, which explained his naivety and unexpected actions. She sighed tiredly and compared the boy to a child that she had to look after, despite her lack of strength. He became enthusiastic and promised to come to the seminar where Aisha intended to train his mind. At night, Anjas trudged along a narrow stone path. Exhausted and in despair, the man breathed heavily and cursed fate, wondering why everything had turned out this way. He remembered seeing an opportunity to escape. Using the brief moment, he ran away from danger, leaving the others behind. With wild eyes, he blamed Yuri. He was angry that it was this F-rank weakling who had ruined everything. Anjas screamed furiously at the sky. He had never gotten the dragon's heart, and the guilt of it burned within him. But suddenly he calmed down. A sinister smile flashed under his cloak. It seemed he had another plan. Suddenly, a stranger in a cloak appeared in the forest in front of Anjas. Noticing his despair, he turned around in fear, not expecting guests. The mysterious woman offered her help to the man. Her voice was calm, but there was a sense of power and danger in it. Anjas responded to the proposal hesitantly, stuttering nervously. He felt fear, but also a faint hope of salvation. Hearing her name, Kili, he froze in place. The woman seemed not only strong, but also ominously influential. She approached him, her gait graceful and intimidating, her intentions unknown, but the threat growing. And she sharply raised her finger to Anjas's face. The eerie scene foreshadowed the conclusion of a sinister contract or the beginning of manipulation. The mysterious woman in black said that the culprit of all the problems was Yuri Aizawa. This greatly surprised the man. The leader pointed in panic, realizing who she had named. His face showed shock and confusion. The woman extended her hand, and Anjas jerked back, startled by the sudden movement and unexpected intent. In fear, he began to justify himself, promising that he would soon obtain the necessary artifact if he was given time. Kili coldly stated that she had changed her mind. In her eyes, he had become useless, and the item was no longer needed. He tried to say something, but his face showed alarm. He realized that he was losing his last chance for salvation. The mysterious woman snapped her fingers with an enigmatic smile. She was confident and ready for the next step. After the click, magic flared on Anjas's forehead. He was scared, not understanding what had just happened to him. His body immediately shook with pain. He screamed as something terrible began to happen from inside, completely twisting his consciousness. The man continued to scream, twisted with terror. The pain grew stronger with each passing second, turning him into something new and terrifying. The woman laughed as she watched Anges transform into a monster. She admired his new body, calling him handsome. She immediately threw off her hood, revealing a demonic face with horns and a creepy smile. A new threat had emerged. Morning came. The young man's room was light and calm. He slept carefree, until Philly came into the room again. Having barely opened his eyes, the guy could not figure out why the girl would be his so early. To which she reminded us about the training day for newcomers. She told how Aisha recommended Yuri to join the team. He thought about her words and narrowed his eyes. And when asked about changing housing, Yuri said that he had an additional income, so he decided to change the room. Phil noticed that Lime was nowhere to be seen. The guy was also surprised by his absence and looked around. He shuddered in surprise. At this time, Phil had already been cheerfully looking for Lime since the morning. Phil screamed in fear as kobolds suddenly attacked her. She didn't understand who they were. Entering, Yuri saw the scene, grabbed his head and exclaimed, he completely forgot about the kobolds. Phil panicked and asked the young man for help, finding herself surrounded by strange monsters right in the morning. While walking around the city, the girl explained to Yuri why kobolds were temporarily living with him. They crossed the bridge, and Phil admitted that she was surprised to see kobolds in his room. They arrived at the training yard, where training for new recruits was to begin in the morning. There, Aisha introduced herself to the new recruits, announcing that she had come to train them again this month. She was impressed to see that all the newcomers had already gathered on time and were listening attentively. Yuri and others were surprised that there were fewer participants. The girl explained that 3 died and 1 surrendered his license. The group was shocked by her words. The man with the mustache asked in shock about the deaths. Another participant called the survival of half an achievement. At that moment, Yuri thought about the fate of the adventurers, realizing how harsh and merciless their reality was. And Aisha explained that the work of an adventurer is not a game, but a dangerous and cruel reality. One of the mentors warned that only constant training would give a chance to survive on this path. The man gave in and agreed to follow Aisha's instructions in order to remain among the surviving students. She approved of his attitude, smiled and acknowledged that he was now thinking correctly. The girl announced that there would be an unusual training session today, which surprised the entire group. Aisha pulled out the package and proudly showed it off, getting everyone ready for the mission. And then the participants froze in bewilderment, not understanding what the strange demonstration of the scarf was leading to. The girl loudly declared that today's training was cleaning up trash, causing shock among everyone. Aisha announced that today's training was garbage collection. Everyone had to clear the area completely. The men were outraged, not understanding how cleaning was related to survival. They were insulted and angry, and the girl watched their reaction carefully, without saying a word. She continued to look at them silently. Her gaze became heavier and heavier, forcing everyone to fall silent. The men began to get nervous and grumble. One of them muttered that they were already tired of her. Aisha shouted loudly so that everyone could hear. She ordered them not to stop until the bags were full. Everyone reluctantly collected trash as ordered. The task seemed pointless, causing irritation and discontent. And then Yuri heard Phil's voice pointing out where there was still trash. He became wary and turned around. Phil picked up every piece of trash with incredible energy, infecting everyone with her frantic activity. The young man was surprised by the girl's speed. She proudly said that she had been accustomed to hard work since childhood. Well, Phil was beaming with joy. For her, collecting trash was an easy, almost fun task. Yuri looked at his bag, gathered his courage, and decided not to give in to Phil in zeal. She praised the boy for his success in collecting trash. He was surprised by his result. The guy admitted that he hadn't noticed the dirt before, but there really was a lot of trash in the city. At that moment, Aisha approached them and informed them that they were the first to fulfill their garbage collection quota. The young man admitted that collecting trash was hard. The girl asked him how he felt about the job. He didn't understand how scavenging was related to survival, and she gave him a 50 out of 100. The guy immediately asked what answer would allow him to get the remaining 50 points, to which Aisha only smiled mysteriously. She looked at the young man seriously and explained, "There are 2 types of people, those who litter and those who clean." At that moment, Yuri froze. hearing the girl's words, and suddenly realized that she was talking about more than just trash. Aisha stated that an adventurer must know the rules of ethics, because garbage will not disappear on its own. She added, "It is important not to be someone who pollutes the world. This is the basis of survival and honor." The girl remembered Anges. He followed the path of selfishness, forgetting to think about others, and suffered defeat. She wanted Yuri to understand that by sacrificing for others, a person will one day receive the same return. He realized that with the support of his friends, he could survive as an adventurer and a human being. In the morning, the square was empty and everything seemed calm before the start of the next stage. Residents gathered in the shelter, unaware that something unusual would soon happen. Phil noticed something in surprise as she looked up, suddenly stopping in the middle of clearing out the trash. Before her eyes appeared a pile of rubbish, scattered at someone's feet without restraint. With a joyful cry, Phil pointed out a new place with garbage to Yuri, calling him to help. Suddenly, she crashed face first into a man, miscalculating her speed and distance while running. The man with the cigar scolded the girl for her inattention and sudden attack, and she apologized in fear, running away with a scream and a frightened face. And the stranger continued the conversation, joking and recalling the comical scene with the girl. Yuri noticed how a familiar woman landed nearby, clearly in a state of shock. He looked at what was happening with a gloomy, concentrated, and suspicious expression. The guy approached the men and called out to them in a stern voice, instantly attracting their attention. He picked up the cigarette butt, examining it carefully, not hiding his indignation at the act. And Phil, hearing the sharp tone, became indignant and immediately entered into a verbal altercation. Yuri scolded the men, accusing them of polluting the city and disrespect. One of the men made excuses, trying to make a joke but looked awkward and unconvincing. Despite his words, he threw the trash on the ground, emphasizing his indifference. The two began to laugh loudly, humiliating the young man and calling him untalented. One of them demanded that the guy pick up the trash, confirming his place. Then Yuri turned to Aisha, preparing to act in his own way and with confidence. He suggested that the scoffers be considered trash, surprising and angering both men. The men reacted to the young man's words with rage, not believing what they heard. Aisha supported Yuri, saying that he needed to act according to his decision. Suddenly, a huge man pounced, shouting at the boy, insulting him. And the young man deftly dodged the blow, without even blinking in response. He silently grabbed his opponent's hand, showing his strength. And he threw him to the ground, knocking the brute down with one movement. The second hooligan tried to attack in the same way, but Yuri was already expecting the attack. "Calm down," the guy noted that he taught them a lesson for littering. Yuri used fire magic to set his opponent's hair on fire. The enemy immediately screamed in pain, realizing the loss of his hair. The second hooligan, in panic, rushed at his burning comrade. Aisha activated mid-level wind magic in her palm. A magical whirlwind appeared, frightening both bullies to the point of stupefaction. The men flew in terror inside the powerful wind. The huge urn burst into flames, causing surprise in the watching Yuri. The young man finished cleaning and expressed hope that the hooligans would be corrected. In a remote snowy valley stood a gloomy, half-ruined castle. Inside the castle, mysterious figures gathered around a long conference table. One of the seated people announced the news, attracting everyone's attention. The long-haired vampire smiled mysteriously, preparing to listen to the message. The demon boss was shocked to learn of the defeat of his strongest subordinate. And another demon confirmed, the enemy defeated a cruel monster with exceptional abilities. Analysis of the site showed that the evil dragon was killed with one blow. And one of the demons volunteered to deal with the unknown enemy himself. Other members of the assembly laughed and confidently threatened violence. And the vampire, with a grin, asked the boss to give the task to him personally. And then Killy returned to the assembly hall and apologized for being late. The other demons were surprised by her appearance and remained silent in tension. She calmly said that the task would be quite simple for her. Suddenly, Killy destroyed the demoness who tried to attack her. She looked at what was happening with bewilderment, as if she did not sense any threat. One of the demons stated that by killing her, he would raise his own rank. The girl easily dodged and her opponent immediately received a blow. All three of them realized what was happening with surprise, instantly becoming confused. The attacker rushed forward, but received unexpected resistance from two sides. The girl destroyed her opponents, demonstrating speed and deadly accuracy. She grinned, anticipating a new battle and a strong opponent. Meanwhile, in another place, the majestic building of the Academy of Magic was shown. The adventurers crowded around the board, discussing the latest quests and tasks. One refused the mission, saying that life was more important than money. A friend called Yuri, pointing to something interesting on the board. Yuri was surprised to see an advertisement that piqued his interest. He read a quest to subjugate an ogre with a good reward. Then I noticed a special quest, subjugation of the Ogre King for millions. Then the young man realized, even Aisha and Chloe would not be able to participate. After all, the ogres were feared, despite their formal C rank. The team discussed the Ogre King and looked for more information. One of those present hinted that he knew something important. He spoke about the failure of an experienced A-rank adventurer. And hearing this, Yuri smiled mysteriously, confidently looking forward. Yuri and Lime climbed the stairs to the guild. He declared decisively that it was time to fight the ogres. Suddenly, Yuri noticed something and was surprised by what was happening. He saw Phil thoughtfully reading the notice on the steps. The guy approached her and loudly called her name. Surprised, he did not understand why she was silent and sad. Yuri accidentally startled Phil by approaching too suddenly and too close. The girl admitted that she was scared, but quickly calmed down. Phil asked anxiously if Yuri was going on the mission. She hesitated, clearly hiding something important from him. Unable to bear the pressure, Phil burst into tears and ran away. The guy remained in place, watching her reaction in surprise. He decided to complete the task alone, leaving the girl alone. Yuri planned to go to Moinello, the destination village. Realizing that he didn't know the way, he looked for transport. And I found a cart heading straight to Moinello. Suddenly, Phil ran up to Yuri, wanting to say something. They both realized at the same time that they were going to the same place. Yuri and Phil stood silently, not knowing what to say. After all, they met again by chance and exchanged friendly greetings. Suddenly, the driver broke their silence, asking if they would go together. Yuri sat down in the cart, preparing for the journey ahead. Phil looked depressed, and the young man noticed her state. The girl apologized to the guy for the words she said earlier. He accepted Phil's apology for her previous words with understanding. She admitted that she was born and raised in Moinello. The girl said that the village attracts ogres for an unknown reason. Despite the danger, Phil said she would not back down. Yuri was surprised to realize how serious Phil's intentions were. The girl immediately warned, there are oddities in Moinello that require preparation. At this time, they were all riding together in a cart through the forest. They decided to go together to Phil's home village. The path ran through mountains, thickets, and a narrow road. Sleeping Yuri was awakened after a long journey. The charioteer reported that they had finally arrived at the place. The carriage stopped in a mysterious forest full of light. In turn, the young man was surprised. There were only trees around, not a village. At this time, Phil called out to him from the forest, directing him forward. The girl explained that the village was behind a dense forest, and they went on foot through the thicket. She also warned about snakes. Yuri silently agreed. Together they moved forward, overcoming the natural obstacles of the forest. The guy was surprised when Phil announced their arrival. They saw a village in the trees, an incredible sight. And Yuri noted the unusual architecture. The houses stood right on top. It seemed to him as if the buildings merged with the nature around them. The group decided to ask the village mayor about the current situation. Suddenly, a stranger fell from above with a scream. Yuri and Phil were frightened by the shells that fell next to them. They ran up to the man who had collapsed on the ground in the dust. Meanwhile, the man was shouting at the old woman who had thrown a projectile at him. The old woman was Hilda, a 102-year-old village resident. The guy was surprised when he first met a man over 100 years old. At this time, Hilda threw chestnuts again, chasing the uninvited guest away. The old woman impressed Yuri by easily driving the young man out of the village. The woman was surprised to hear a familiar voice from the ground below. Phil shouted her name and got her grandmother's attention, and then Hilda ordered them to rise, expecting to meet them at the top. She thanked Yuri for taking care of her granddaughter. Inside the house, the old lady and Phil warmly reminisced about the past. Obaba felt that the girl had become a lady, despite her doubts. Phil doubted her grandmother's words and began to quickly look herself over. The old woman also accurately suspected Phil's feelings for Yuri, causing awkwardness. At that moment, the girl jumped up, refuting the suspicions and justifying the young man. Although she was confused, she nevertheless acknowledged the guy's care and kindness. And Obaba laughed, and Phil howled with embarrassment. The old woman knew her granddaughter and sensed that the matter was serious. The elder said that she understood the purpose of their visit. She warned, they do not have enough strength for the task. In turn, Yuri and Phil did not understand why they could not fight. And Obaba explained, the ogre god is too strong for humans. She told about the ogre king who appeared 30 years ago, describing him as a huge demon that instilled horror and hopelessness. The villagers performed a ritual of worship before the altar of Kishin-sama. The elder warned again that fighting him was pointless and dangerous. At that moment, the young man realized she was protecting the village, driving away the weak. Suddenly, the old woman shouted to her granddaughter, expressing concern for Yuri's life, and the girl immediately became frightened when she heard the threat to the life of a loved one. Hilda sipped her drink silently, thinking about what had been said earlier. To which Phil smiled quietly, preparing to share her thoughts with the others. The girl confidently stated that Yuri was stronger than all the other warriors, to which Hilda only silently looked at them, hiding her inner doubts. And then Yuri looked at the old woman in surprise. Hilda actually admitted that the guy was really different from other men. At this, Phil suddenly became embarrassed, hearing her grandmother's words, and instantly blushed, which surprised the young man. And with Tereshina, she laughed mysteriously, preparing to announce an important test to Yuri. Hilda promised a test if the young man proves his strength. She will conduct it personally. Phil and Yuri walked together high up on the wide branches of large trees. Phil jumped deftly and very quickly on the strong branches of the trees and led Yuri behind her, saying that the habitat of the little ogres was right nearby. Before this, when Hilda was seeing them off, she told Phil that if she thought so highly of Yuri, she would give him a test, and if he could pass it, she would take him to the demon god's shrine. Hilda tells Yuri that his test will be to bring her 10 horns from the small ogres he has defeated. She also adds that he must do this before dawn, and if he does it with Phil, she will deem him worthy. Yuri remembers that Phil told him that the small ogres looked like goblins. While he was distracted by his thoughts, Phil called out to him, leading him along. She nimbly jumped along the branches, moving forward quickly. Yuri looked at her with admiration. He remembers noticing her physical abilities from time to time, but he is still surprised, as her movements have become more refined since the time they performed with her. However, Yuri was curious about something else, and he turned to Phil. He asked her if she knew the guy who was following them. He looked at the unknown guy who was following them, keeping his distance, but not losing sight of them. This guy turned out to be Sam Arnett, who was a Lycan and was only 12 years old. Sam looked at Yuri with a very displeased face. Phil explained to her friend that this guy was just her younger brother. Yuri assesses the guy's appearance and tells Phil that he doesn't see any resemblance between them. She awkwardly looks away and says that he's right. Phil also adds that their village is special in some way. Phil explains to Yuri that children from all over the city who have no relatives at all are usually picked up in their village. Yuri doesn't quite understand what she means. Phil tells him that she and Sam were actually both abandoned in the woods when they were little, and that's when Hilda found them and decided to take them in and raise them. Phil says that Hilda raised them the same way she raised other children, although she was quite strict. Phil says that is probably why everything she does makes Hilda uneasy. Phil tells Yuri that he understands that something similar happened to him. Suddenly, very aggressively, he calls one of them, calling him a sleepyhead. Yuri turns to him and asks Sam in confusion if he is really addressing him like that. Sam says rudely that he is addressing Yuri because he always looks sleepy, so the name suits him very well. Yuri wonders if his face really looks that sleepy. Sam tells Yuri that he is going to tell him something. He gets even angrier and yells at Yuri that he has no idea how he managed to charm Phil, but he will never, ever acknowledge him. He also proudly says that today Obaba has instructed him to personally verify Yuri's abilities. Phil gets angry and yells at his younger brother, asking him to immediately stop insulting her friend. She turns to Yuri and apologizes for her younger brother's behavior. She also tells him to ignore Sam's words. Yuri doesn't seem offended. Sam gets even angrier. He grits his teeth and says angrily that he can't believe it. He points at Yuri and tells Phil that he just doesn't understand what's good about someone like him, that she's protecting him. Phil decides to get away from Sam. She shyly takes Yuri's hand and suggests that he continue walking towards their goal. Yuri agrees to leave. Sam becomes furious when he sees this. Sam gets very angry at both of them and starts yelling at Phil not to touch Yuri, and Sam orders him to immediately leave Phil alone. As Phil was leading Yuri away, she suddenly noticed something. She wanted to say something to Yuri, but he had already noticed that they were surrounded. He looked up and saw several small E-rank ogres sitting on the branches. Sam relaxes and sits down comfortably on one of the branches. He says with a smug face that he is interested to see how the city guy stands up to the little ogres. Suddenly, a small boulder flies quickly from somewhere in the foliage towards Sam. He doesn't have time to react to turn away, but just before the stone hits Sam in the face, he stops abruptly. Yuri stopped the stone with the blade of his sword, while Sam looked at him with surprise and dislike. The small ogres around him began to quickly approach and surround the three of them more tightly. Yuri tells Phil that they will fight back to back, and she agrees. Afterwards, they work together to take down each ogre that jumps out at them. They alternate sides, not saying a word during the battle. Sam stares at them, his mouth hanging open in surprise. He watches as Phil and Yuri lay down their weapons, having dealt with the ogres, and says that they must be making fun of him. Yuri turns to Sam and asks him what he thinks. Sam doesn't understand what he means. Yuri asks him if his opinion of him has changed after what he saw. However, Sam just snorts and confidently says that there is nothing surprising in the fact that they were able to deal with ordinary small ogres. Sam smiles smugly and says that even a common man from their village can do it. As Sam speaks, he doesn't notice someone approaching him from behind. Phil and Yuri look at something behind him in horror and ask him to turn around in fear. Sam turns to something behind him, casting a huge shadow, and freezes in horror. This something turns out to be an unknown monster of enormous size. Turning around, Sam lifts his head and sees a tall monster of enormous size in front of him. This monster turned out to be a C-rank ogre. It had a face that was somewhat reminiscent of a human, and it also had light hair. Sam is very scared and cannot utter a word. He begins to tremble violently and freezes in place. At this moment, the ogre suddenly lifts his left leg. Swinging it, he directs it towards Sam, intending to hit him. However, just before the ogre can strike Sam, Yuri intervenes. He grabs Sam and lifts him into his arms, jumping back to a safe distance. With Sam in his arms, Yuri turns to Phil and orders her to take his brother away so he can be safe. Phil hesitates a bit, but agrees, and holds out his arms to take his little brother. Suddenly, Yuri hears the monster making sounds that resemble human speech with difficulty. Since Yuri understands the speech of monsters, he understands that the monster is addressing him, threatening to destroy and tear him to pieces. Suddenly, two horns appear on his head, which begin to grow rapidly. Yuri looks at the ogre and realizes that his voice reminds him of something. He also wonders how the monster could know his name. The ogre says his name again, and in that moment, Yuri understands. Yuri looks at the ogre's face and suddenly realizes that his features and hair color are similar to Ange's, despite the ogre's heavily distorted and almost unrecognizable features. The ogre raises his hand, then starts to run quickly towards Yuri, who manages to fly back, not allowing the ogre to reach him. Suddenly, the ogre takes the body of one of the little ogres he just defeated in his left hand. The monster squeezes the small ogre's body in its hand with all its might, causing a lot of blood to ooze out from the crushed body. The ogre swings its hand right in front of Yuri, splattering blood in front of his face. Yuri is immediately completely splattered with the monster's blood. He tries to cover his face, especially his eyes, and struggles to open them despite the blood flying into his face. Phil is very worried about Yuri and calls out to him. At this time, the ogre swings his hand, intending to hit the enemy. Yuri can't see anything, since he can't open his eyes due to the large amount of blood. Yuri recalls that if he sharpens his senses, he can use air currents and magic to predict where the enemy is and how he is going to attack, without even seeing him. Yuri thus manages to dodge the ogre's attack at the very last moment. He then places his hands on the hilt of his sword, quickly pulling it out, deftly jumping into the air, and dodging another attack from the ogre. After this, he sharply swings the blade of the sword. After this swing, a huge deep wound goes through the ogre's entire body, which immediately begins to bleed heavily. A moment later, the monster begins to scream furiously from incredible pain. Yuri lowers his gaze. His body and face are again covered in the monster's blood. A few seconds later, the ogre's lifeless body falls to the ground with a thud. Yuri puts the dagger back, and Phil runs up to him, happily praising him for a job well done. Yuri finally relaxes and sighs, carefully wiping a small amount of blood from his face. Sam, who was still in shock from what was happening, only let out a quiet yelp. Yuri wants to reach out to him, saying that it was dangerous, but now they are okay. However, Sam jumps away from him, hides behind Phil, and hisses angrily. Yuri is surprised and looks at Sam with incomprehension. Sam looks very nervous and fearfully asks Yuri why he is sleeping on the go, and are these adventurers in the capital really as lazy as he is. Yuri tells Sam that he has the lowest rank of adventurer, rank F, and in the capital everything is much stronger. Sam is very surprised to hear this. Then he immediately suggests going to the capital. However, all three are talking. They do not notice that the monster has come to its senses until it lands on the ground with force. The ogre rises to its feet behind Yuri, its huge wound still actively bleeding. The monster stands with its head down for a few seconds, then lets out a loud roar, while streams of blood also flow from its mouth. Sam is scared again and squeals like a frightened animal. Seeing that the monster is not defeated yet, Yuri tenses up. However, the next moment the monster falls to its knees, powerlessly, continuing to growl either from anger or from incredible pain. The ogre makes strange noises before falling face down on the ground again. Phil wants to ask Yuri what's going on, but he tells her he doesn't know. Suddenly, the ogre's body begins to writhe and change strangely in size, disproportionately changing shape, while making strange sounds. At this time, he continues to hurl insults at Yuri. The monster's body is suddenly surrounded by white smoke. When it dissolves a little, it becomes clear that the ogre's body has partially, only half, shrunk in size. The monster roars loudly in pain again. During this process, most of the thick white smoke slowly dissipates, allowing a better look at the ogre's more human-like body and face. Looking at it, Yuri realizes that he was, and that this monster was indeed Anges. He stood on it and began to approach Yuri with difficulty. Phil and Sam were frightened and moved away. Anges, with a bloody and exhausted face, looked at Yuri and called him by name, stretching out his hand to him. Yuri stands still and does not run away. Suddenly, Anges looks up in fear and finally falls dead. At this time, someone was watching all this from above. On one of the branches stood Killy, who said with a confident grin that she had finally met Yuri. After successfully completing the mission, Phil and Yuri returned to Hilda's hut. She was very surprised when she saw many ogre horns on her table. She asked Yuri in surprise how many demons he killed in one night. She looked at one of the many horns that was different in size. She said that it was definitely not an imp horn, and that it definitely belonged to a huge demon. Sam tells Hilda that Yuri is really strong. He also tells her that Yuri is just like him and that he even managed to defeat a demon with one blow. Sam happily tells her that Yuri even saved his life, and that he is very grateful to Yuri. Hilda does not answer, but only thoughtfully lowers her eyes. She tells Phil that she expected this from the one Phil chose. After that, she offers the two adventurers to stay the night with her. She will give them rooms. Phil happily accepts her offer. Hilda tells them with a smile that she will take them to the chapel of the evil god tomorrow at dawn. Phil happily tells Yuri that they were able to do it. Yuri was also happy, but he also noticed that Hilda was looking thoughtfully at the horn of the great demon. Night falls and everyone goes to their rooms. Phil and Yuri stay to sleep at Hilda's. Yuri is over Phil lying down. He holds her hands while she trembles and struggles, asking him to stop. At one point she yells at him, calling him a fool, and kicks him in the crotch. Yuri looks sleepy and irritated. He thinks that this has happened for the 8th time that night. For some reason unknown to him, Hilda made them both sleep in the same bedroom, and even provided them with only one bed for the two of them. Yuri was not against sleeping in the same bed with Phil, but he could not sleep peacefully. Phil fell asleep before him, and in the last hour she woke Yuri several times, constantly moving in her sleep. Finally, he nimbly jumped out of bed and walked out of the small house that housed the bedroom. He walked along the bridges that connected the houses together and thought that the village was still very beautiful. Yuri looked at the many small houses illuminated by the moonlight. Suddenly, in complete silence, he heard incomprehensible words, as if someone was singing some spells and prayers. In one of the houses, 2 torches were lit, standing on either side of a large stone. Hilda was jumping around the room, waving something and calling out to the spirit of the gnome, the avatar of the gods, asking him to protect the lives of his children. There was also a shelf in the room with many statues of different people on it. Hilda was dancing and jumping around the room, shouting prayers, and at that moment Yuri entered the room. Yuri looks at this with incomprehension. Hilda sits down in front of the stone, trying to catch her breath. She turns sharply to Yuri and angrily asks him if he really likes to spy on women. Hilda turned to him and asked why he was walking around the village in the middle of the night. He replied that he simply couldn't sleep. Yuri noticed the many figurines on the shelf. He suggests that all these figures represent Hilda's children. She replies that these figures are her family. She also says that some of them were so stupid that they died before her. Hilda carefully picks up one of the statues and says that it is her own son. She tells Yuri that her son was called a hero adventurer in the village and was ranked A in the city guild. Yuri says that it is unbelievable and asks Hilda where her son is now. She says with a saddened face that her son has long been dead. He was killed by evil demons who have lived in this village since ancient times. Hilda told him that her son once went off to conquer demons but never returned. That was 50 years ago. Yuri realizes that she took in and raised Phil and Sam to cope with the loneliness of losing her son. Hilda explains to Yuri that it is because of the loss of her son that when her family goes to war, she prays to the gods for their lives. She tells him that to them, young people, it probably seems strange. However, Yuri says that this is not true. Suddenly, Yuri notices a small S-rank gnome in the room. He asks Hilda to look in that direction, saying that there is a monster that looks like a gnome. However, after his words, the gnome immediately flies away, hiding behind one of the statues. Yuri looks at him with incomprehension, and Hilda asks him in surprise if he can really see the gnomes. Yuri then asks her if only a few people can see them. Hilda replies that it is. She also says that she heard that only adventurers who have undergone the most severe training are able to see dwarves, but she herself has not seen them. She tells Yuri that he really can defeat the evil gods. After that, she asks him what the demons said to them when they arrived. Yuri, a little confused, says that he seems to understand her. Morning comes and Hilda sees Yuri and Phil off on their way. She points to one of the bridges and says that if they follow this road, they will find themselves at the temple. She also says that she has prepared offerings and sake for them. She has carefully placed everything she needs, including bottles of sake, in a large bag. Afterwards, Phil comes up to them and says she's ready. She's wearing more traditional clothes, a long floor-length skirt with layers of fabric on top and some hair accessories. She asks Yuri if he likes the way she looks. Hilda tells Yuri and Phil that ogres are very fond of young girls, so the many decorations on Phil's clothes can be used as an offering. Yuri tells Phil that the clothes suit her, which makes her happy. Yuri then takes the bag of offerings and tells Phil that it's time for them to go. Yuri and Phil come to the temple together. The temple itself and all the buildings around it look a little dilapidated and old. 2 fires are lit on both sides of the temple. Yuri puts down his bag filled with offerings and says that this seems to be the place. Phil then immediately gets to work. She takes out all the offerings and sake and lays them out on the offering table. After that, she stands with a smile and proudly looks at the work done. Yuri is worried about his friend, so he asks her if she is sure that everything will be fine. Isn't she in danger? However, Phil replies that everything is fine. She smiles and tells Yuri that even if the monster suddenly sees her, she can quickly run to safety. Yuri, apparently, does not really believe her. Phil tries to assure him that he has nothing to worry about, especially since in the village this monster is considered a god. Yuri only thinks that she clearly has plenty of courage. The lights near the temple continue to burn for a long time. Phil sat down on a small cushion in front of the offering table. Yuri stood behind her, looking at the entrance to the temple. All he could think about was that an hour had already passed and the ogre was clearly in no hurry to come to them. Yuri looked at Phil with a smile and wondered if she hadn't gotten enough sleep yesterday. Phil sat with her head bowed and snored peacefully. Suddenly, Yuri senses something and the smile immediately disappears from his face. Yuri looks at the entrance to the temple and sees an ogre of enormous size slowly approaching them from the darkness of the dense forest. Yuri looks at the monster, his eyes wide in shock. The ogre walks up to the entrance of the temple and stands, looking down at the offerings. The ogre had several pieces of armor on his body, and 2 huge horns on his head. He held a massive club in his hands. The ogre looks down at the temple and the 2 people standing near the offerings. The next moment, he tightens his grip on his huge club and swings it with all his might. Yuri's eyes widen, fear filling them for a second. The next moment, the ogre brings the massive weight of the club down with all his might, straight onto the temple. The blow is so strong that the entire temple area literally rises into the air. The entrance to the temple and the temple building itself were too fragile, so they completely broke from such a blow. All the offerings on the table also flew up and scattered randomly to the sides. The impact raised a huge cloud of smoke into the air, which could be seen from almost any part of the forest. Yuri and Phil, who had managed to wake up, managed to dodge the blow. In doing so, they jumped back a fairly large distance, jumping onto a high branch of one of the trees. Phil panics and fearfully tells Yuri that the monster is already here. Unlike her, Yuri remains calm and focused. The monster is an A-rank ogre lord who lets out a monstrous roar. The ogre stands motionless for a few moments as the smoke from the blow dissipates into the air. Yuri calmly watches the monster's next movements. Suddenly, the ogre turns sharply, looking straight at Yuri. The next moment, he was already flying towards them, swinging his club again. Yuri manages to release Lime in a matter of moments and order him to head towards Phil. The ogre strikes the branch Yuri and Phil were standing on with all his might. But it turns out to be too weak and breaks in two, so the blow lands on the ground. Yuri was able to hold his huge club with his thin sword. Phil remained in the tree, sitting on Lime, who was clinging to the tree trunk. She asked Yuri in fear if he was okay. Yuri looked at Lime and mentally ordered him to immediately take Phil away from here, to a safe place. Lime follows orders and immediately starts climbing up the tree trunks, bouncing off 2 tables. Phil squeals loudly from the high speed and surprise. She reaches out to Yuri in fear, wanting to get back to him and help. He doesn't look at her and just points his finger up, as if to say that he will be fine. Yuri stands in front of a monster of monstrous size, looking up at him. Yuri frowns, realizing that he is finally left alone with the ogre, and now, looking at him up close, he finally understands how strong the ogre lord is. However, Yuri also understands that he has nothing left to surprise him with, and he is not afraid of this monster. Yuri feels that right now, on the contrary, he is full of strength. He squeezes the handle of his sword with force. The ogre lord leans down and lets out a terrible roar with incredible force. Yuri looks at the angry and furious goblin with a cold and focused gaze. The ogre swings again and tries to strike the adventurer. However, Yuri manages to deflect the blows of the club with the thin blade of his sword. Yuri decides to use the opportune moment, and with one deft jump moved behind his enemy, pushing off from the ogre's leg. However, the confidence and concentration on Yuri's face was replaced by surprise when he turned around and saw an ogre's club flying towards him at incredible speed in front of his face. Yuri didn't have time to dodge, so he just covered his head with his hand to soften the blow, which sent his body flying backwards, even breaking the wide trunk of one of the trees along the way. Despite this, a moment later Yuri finds himself in front of the ogre again. He swings his sword, and after that the ogre's left arm is completely torn from his body, falling to the ground. Yuri jumped down to the ground. However, when he looked at the ogre, he noticed something unusual. A huge amount of blood was flowing from the ogre's wound, but the next moment the place where the wound was inflicted began to glow. The ogre began to regenerate, so a new arm began to appear in place of the wound very quickly. Suddenly, Yuri hears the voice of the ogre, who says, he has finally met the unbending. Yuri suddenly stops and looks at the ogre with incomprehension. The ogre holds his newly restored arm. He looks at Yuri and suddenly asks the boy to get rid of him. The ogre says that he doesn't want anyone to hurt him anymore. Yuri looks at the ogre with wide eyes and realizes something when he hears the ogre's voice. The monster again desperately asks Yuri to deal with it. However, suddenly an unknown man in a dark glove snaps his fingers sharply. After that, the ogre immediately falls silent and his eyes open wide. He suddenly grabs his head and screams loudly, as if in pain. Yuri does not understand what is happening and what could have caused such a reaction in the ogre. However, upon closer inspection, he realizes that he recognizes this magic. He remembers someone saying that he liked this look and wanted to have some more fun. Yuri suddenly realizes that this reminds him of the magic of the guy who controlled the dragon skeleton. After this, Yuri immediately decides to use the analysis to learn more about the state of the ogre lord. Looking at the monster screaming in pain, he sees that it is in a state of mind control. Yuri understands that the monster is being controlled. While Yuri analyzes him, the ogre continues to hold his head with one hand, and he begins to wave his right hand in front of himself, as if trying to wave something away. His eyes fill with rage, and he again, even more painfully and desperately, calling Yuri unbending, asks him for help. The ogre begins to aggressively attack Yuri again, while he continues to deftly dodge each blow. The ogre says that he has already killed many people, not only warriors and adventurers. He tells Yuri how he destroyed cities, villages, killed little girls, tore them apart. He says that he doesn't want to kill anyone anymore and begs the unyielding one to destroy him. As the monster speaks of this, tears begin to flow from his eyes, full of pain and bitterness. Yuri's face darkens at these words. Suddenly, he stops running from the ogre's oncoming attacks. Instead, he deftly leaps into the air, drawing his sword in the process. With one swing, he decapitates the beast in a second. Immediately after this, Yuri hears an unfamiliar voice thanking him for his help. However, he understands perfectly well who this voice belongs to. The ogre's headless body falls to the ground, blood oozing from the fresh wound, soaking the ground beneath it. Yuri looks a little sad. He doesn't even know what to say, but he understands that this feeling is not the best, even though he fulfilled the ogre's request. Suddenly, he hears an unfamiliar female voice, quietly giggling in the distance. The stranger was standing in a tree, high above Yuri, and said that she did not expect anything else from him. The stranger turns out to be Kilipotnev, a demoness who was 261 years old. She stood on the fragile branches of a tree without even breaking them. Yuri looked at the girl, not understanding who it was. However, he only had to blink when the spot where the girl had just stood turned out to be empty. The thin branch was only slightly trembling. In the seconds when Yuri is still distracted by Killy's sudden disappearance, she deftly and silently descends behind him. She also runs up silently, but he manages to notice her at the last moment. Before Killy can stab him with a small dagger, he manages to block her attack with the blade of his sword. Killy smirks and tells Yuri that he has pretty good reflexes. A second later, she jumps back, saying that it's even more interesting this way. She giggles and tells Yuri that he was the one who defeated her brother. Yuri realizes that her power is similar to that of the demon he defeated earlier, so perhaps they were related. Killy throws up her hands and says that Yuri is still an ordinary person, so she does not understand where he gets so much power from. After that, she says that here they will find out. She extends her hand forward and snaps her fingers. After that, the ground around Yuri began to squirm and dark smoke began to ooze out of it. A moment later, human hands began to appear from under the ground. Several creatures began to crawl out from under the ground with difficulty. Looking at the creatures, Yuri realized that they were D-rank zombie ogres. Killy finally introduces herself to Yuri, stating her name and saying that she uses her ability to create others like herself. Yuri frowns and takes up his sword again. Killy says that with her ability she creates others like herself, and she uses living people to do this. She looks at the many bloody bodies hanging by their arms and says that one of them is his mother. Yuri freezes and watches this with wide eyes. He remembers what he was thinking earlier about why the monster spoke to him with a human voice. He realizes that if that ogre was really Angus, then everything fits. Killy saunters along, feigning sadness as she says that the ogre lord was her favorite. She leans over the ogre's head and says that in a village not far from here, they called him a hero. Yuri remembers that Hilda said the same thing about her son. Killy swings her leg and says that she used the ogre to ride him like a carriage. After that, Killy kicks the ogre's head with all his might. The head flies several dozen meters and crashes into a rock, after which it begins to bleed even more. After this, Killy smiles widely and starts laughing loudly. She asks Yuri if he can hear the angry voices of the zombie ogres. She tells him enthusiastically that they are very angry. Yuri sees the zombie ogres starting to walk towards him. He hears their voices, screaming furiously about how much they hate him. They say with hatred in their voices that now he will pay for all those he has slaughtered. After this, Yuri realizes that all these zombies are the imps he destroyed yesterday. Suddenly, someone calls Yuri by name. He turns around and sees Anjas trying to tell him something. Yuri is distracted, after which the zombies around him pounce on him and begin to clasp his entire body. They growl angrily and continue to say that they hate him. Yuri stands still for a moment, then frowns and orders them to shut up. After saying these words, he immediately pushes away all the zombie ogres that surrounded him, causing their bodies to fly off in disarray. At that very moment, Yuri grips the hilt of his sword tighter. After that, he begins to swing the sword incredibly fast, dealing multiple blows to the bodies of the zombie ogres who have not even had time to fall to the ground yet. The bodies of all zombies are covered with multiple deep wounds, after which their bodies simply disintegrate and fall to the ground. Yuri sighs in relief, folding his sword. Suddenly, he hears an incomprehensible angry roar behind him. Killy looked at him with hatred and furiously said that he was the only one who killed these people. Killy calls the boy a murderer with genuine hatred in her voice, while Yuri looks at her with incomprehension. Killy raises her hand in the air and tells Yuri that he must answer for his crime. She says that she will be his judge. After that, a long dark spear suddenly appears above her. It was the S-rank Spear of Justice. The power of this weapon changes depending on the target's guilt. Killy grabs the spear and immediately throws it towards Yuri. She screams that he is finished, as all her power is contained in this spear, and Yuri will undoubtedly die from it. The spear flies towards Yuri, actively spinning in the air. Yuri, looking at the spear flying at him, understands that it is very fast, but he still manages to dodge it. He turns out to be right and does indeed manage to dodge the spear flying straight at him. However, he did not expect that at that very second, the spear behind his back would change trajectory and fly straight at him again. Yuri manages to notice the spear flying towards him and stretches his arms out in front of him to grab the tip of the spear before it reaches him. He tries to stay on his feet, but the force of the spear causes his body to collide with the trunk of a tree. The spear continued to spin at a monstrous speed, causing Yuri's hands to bleed profusely. Killy laughs at him with a maniacal smile and tells him that he shouldn't even try to dodge her magic, and defending himself is also useless. She happily asks Yuri if it hurts and says that this is just the beginning. Yuri at this time decides to activate additional spells to increase the power. His legs become stronger and he stands up with more confidence, causing the ground beneath his feet to break and crack. He then grabs the spear with all his strength, despite the incredible pain, and the spear stops spinning. Killy can't believe what she's seeing. After that, Yuri tightens his grip on the spear and crosses his arms, causing the spear to break like glass, shattering into many pieces. Killy is even more surprised and starts to get nervous. Yuri hears a sound that indicates he has acquired a new skill. He gains the skill, Acquired Curse Magic, highest level. Yuri asks Killy why she is punishing him. At first, she does not understand what he means. Yuri looks at her with an indifferent look and asks her why she thinks that murder is evil. Killy is very surprised and nervously begins to say that killing is undoubtedly evil, because from birth their instincts do not allow them to destroy their own kind. She tells Yuri that he cannot get rid of them so easily. Yuri responds to this by saying that it is indeed not worth killing people without any need, but the demons he destroyed were people who had lost their dignity, and the Ogre Lord himself wished for his own death. Killy starts to get even more angry and clutches her head in panic. She realizes that Yuri can understand the language of demons. Not only did he destroy her brother and the ogre, but he also took away her most powerful weapon, breaking the Spear of Justice. Killy looks at him with rage and tells Yuri that she hates him. She says that she is very angry and that now he will see her true form with his own eyes. After this, her body changes, taking on more demonic forms. Yuri looked at Killy, who a moment later suddenly disappeared again. In a second, she deftly jumped high into the air and swung to strike Yuri. He managed to notice her. Killy's blow hits the ground, causing a strong shockwave to appear, shattering the ground into many boulders. A small magic circle is visible under Killy's hand. Yuri manages to dodge it at the last moment. After that, the magic circle starts glowing and Killy uses mid-level curse magic. She uses Darkness Shore, and the area around her is suddenly filled with waves of dark water. Yuri lowers himself to the ground and immediately cautiously pulls one leg out of the water. He looks at the dark, not at all transparent water with bewilderment, not understanding what kind of black water it is and whether it is dangerous. After that, he turns his attention back to Killy and sees that she is running towards him as fast as she can. Yuri realizes that she is very fast. As Killy gets closer to Yuri, she swings her arm to hit him again. Although Killy is fast, Yuri realizes that she is not so fast that he cannot dodge her. Yuri tries to jump away, but immediately realizes that he cannot, since his foot is not stuck in the dark water. Killy punches him with all her might, causing waves to form in the water. Killy looks at Yuri and sees that he has stopped her hand. Killy says that she expected him to be able to take the blow. After that, she pulls her hand away and deftly jumps away from Yuri, smugly telling him that he must be surprised that he doesn't have the ability to move the way he wants. Killy smirks slyly and says that her dark shore presents no obstacle to the victim if he tries to walk or run. However, she also says that he will not be able to jump or fly as a restriction spell is used. She tells him that his swordsmanship and magical abilities are different from other people. His endurance, his strength, his defense, and speed are beyond all bounds, but that is only part of his capabilities and does not change the fact that he is human. Killy tells him that the moment she restricted his movements, he lost his balance. She then points to the hand with the magic circle and asks him what will happen now if she restricts his movements even more. After saying this, Killy uses Darkness Fog, a mid-level curse magic. After that, a huge area around is immediately covered in a heavy dark fog that came out of nowhere. Yuri looks around and realizes that it is the same curse spell that the goblin shaman used earlier. However, he also notices that the density and volume of the fog is incomparable. Yuri tries to shield his face from the smoke. He realizes that he is in a bad situation because he can hardly see anything. Suddenly, he hears sharp splashes of water approaching him. Yuri immediately grabs the hilt of his sword, sensing the Vlag getting closer. Despite this, Killy appears behind him with incredible speed. She calls him weak before striking him. Yuri fails to dodge, causing his body to be thrown to the side. Getting back to his feet, he realizes that earlier in the battle with the ogre, even when he was fighting without the ability to see what was happening around him, the ogre's attacks were predictable. Yuri stands in complete darkness, as Killy's voice can be heard in the darkness, laughing at him. She laughs and asks him how he feels when he can't reach her. Killy mockingly says that he will die in this dark world. Yuri stands for a few moments, lost in thought. Then he suddenly spreads his arms, using the reflection, after which a bright light begins to emanate from him. The dark water around him begins to roll away from him in waves in different directions. Yuri looks around and realizes that Killy is missing again. He looks up and sees her pointing a magic circle at him. She tells him to try to dodge it. She uses high-level curse magic. Killy uses Hellfire, causing a powerful stream of flames to pour out of the magic circle, aimed at Yuri. She screams at him to burn in the Hellfire. However, the next moment, she notices that Yuri put his hand in front of him, on which a magic circle appeared, which became larger and larger with each passing second, using high-level fire magic. After this, a powerful stream of flame is also directed from the magic circle, opposing the hellish flame. Killy laughs evilly and says that this is probably the flame that took her brother's life. She already wants to say that, in this case, with her dark flame, his flame will be defeated. But suddenly, Yuri's flame begins to become stronger and stronger, and begins to absorb the streams of hellish flame more and more furiously. Killy immediately becomes furious, not believing what is happening. A second later, Yuri's flame rises upward, completely consuming the hellish flames and turning into a real firestorm. The flames also burn Killy. Screaming in pain, she falls to the ground, exhausted. Her body is covered in bruises and severe burns. She tries to catch her breath and says with difficulty that this can't be happening. She doesn't understand how this happened. After that, she sees Yuri starting to approach her. Raising her eyes to him, she sees his cold and emotionless gaze. Killy immediately gets scared and jumps back, trying to crawl away from him. Yuri looks down at her and tells her that she is human. Yuri remembers Hilda's words about her son being killed by a demon ogre who was doing evil in those parts. He also remembers the ogre's desperate pleas to destroy him. Yuri uses the highest level curse magic, and then the Spear of Justice appears in his hand. Killy looks at this and says in fear that this can't be. She thinks, isn't this a higher level version of her Spear of Justice? Killy immediately gets to her feet and tries to run away. She fearfully asks Yuri not to do this, and says that she does not want to die. Despite her words, the next moment, Yuri throws a spear in her direction. After this, the spear pierces Killy's body. At the place where the spear hit her, her body begins to dissolve. Killy continues to say that this can't be happening, because she is listed at double-digit level. She continues to try to speak as her body quickly disintegrates, leaving only a pile of dark dust in her place. After successfully completing the mission, Phil and Yuri returned to the village. In front of them stood the villagers, as well as Sam and Hilda. She smiles and tells Phil that she brought a real man with her. Hilda tells Phil that she is surprised at how well she did, and that she never thought the Kishan would actually be defeated. Phil is very surprised by these words. In response to this, Phil just smiles awkwardly and agrees with Hilda. She decides not to tell her about how she simply slept while she waited for the ogre, and then waited in a safe place for Yuri to deal with everything. After this, Hilda turns to Yuri. She bows her head to him and sincerely asks him to take care of Phil for many years to come. The villagers are very surprised by this, as is Phil, who also blushes very much. Yuri doesn't quite understand what she means, so he just says he'll do it. Hilda is pleased with his words, but Phil and Sam are surprised. A blushing Phil starts waving her arms nervously and tells Yuri to stop. He looks at her with confusion. Meanwhile, the villagers start laughing and congratulating Phil, saying that it's high time for her to find herself a lover. The next second, Sam runs away with tears in his eyes, and at the end, he asks Yuri to make sure Phil is happy. Phil becomes even more embarrassed and nervously tells Yuri that he shouldn't decide something like that for her so easily. Yuri asks her if she doesn't want to be friends with him. Phil grabs his head and desperately tries to explain to him that this is not what it means in this situation. After that, Yuri goes to Hilda, wanting to tell her something. While the others are distracted, Yuri reminds Hilda that back then, that night, she told him that when the time came, she wanted him to say her last words to the Kishin-sama. Phil overhears their conversation and turns towards them. Yuri is silent for a few seconds, then tells Hilda that he wanted to say, "Thank you." Hilda's mouth drops open in surprise. She asks Yuri, surprised, if this is true. He says it is, and that he can understand what the monsters are saying. After a few seconds of silence, Hilda says she understands. She continues to repeat this until tears start to flow from her eyes. She herself begins to tremble a little, and a soft smile appears on her face. Yuri looks at her silently with a slightly saddened face. He understands that his words were a lie, although it is true that the Ogre King's last word was "thank you," it was not addressed to Hilda. Looking at Hilda crying, Yuri thinks that telling her all the real details of this incident would be too cruel. He understands that Hilda was worried about her son, and he just can't tell her that her son was attacking the village and tormenting people. But the fact that he didn't attack the village of Moilan is because he had memories of that time. After this, the villagers approach Yuri and Phil. Phil is surprised by the respectful tone with which they are addressed. After this, they all, together with Hilda, bow deeply to the heroes and thank them. Yuri and Phil smiled as they looked at this. As they were leaving, Phil continued to wave goodbye to all the villagers. On the way, Phil suddenly turns to Yuri. She tells him with a smile that he lied when he told Hilda that the ogre thanked her. Yuri looks at her and realizes that she obviously sees right through him. Phil tells her that she is right, and he did lie back then. However, he also asks Phil if she thinks he should have told Hilda the truth after all. Phil says he doesn't think so. She leans over and tells Yuri with a smile that she likes a good lie. She says she thinks there are good lies and bad lies in the world. After these words, Yuri stops. He realizes that this is one way to think about it, and it is true that depending on how lies are used, they can help people. Phil turns around and asks Yuri why he suddenly stopped and urges him to hurry. Yuri agrees with her and again follows his smiling friend. A multitude of air bubbles quickly rise upwards. Yuri slowly and tiredly opens his eyes, feeling as if his body is levitating as it slowly and smoothly descends somewhere. He looks around and notices many fish and seaweed. He sees that he is inside some abandoned underwater structure. Yuri looks around with confusion. Looking down, he notices a small platform below, with steps leading to it. Having dropped to the bottom, Yuri carefully steps onto this platform. Looking around, he thinks that he definitely fell asleep in his room and does not understand how he could have ended up underwater. Suddenly, Yuri hears an unfamiliar voice behind him calling his name. Turning around, he notices a girl standing not far from him. She thanks the gods that he has woken up. Yuri's eyes widen as he looks at the girl. She looked like an angel, her hair and clothes rising in the calm ocean water. Yuri looks at the stranger who smiles softly at him. He wonders if he has met this girl before, as he feels a strange feeling. However, no matter how hard he tries, he can't remember anything. The girl clasps her hands as if praying, and desperately tells him that she used the last of her power to be able to speak directly to his heart. She asks Yuri to go to the water capital of Luminaria immediately. At this time, her body begins to slowly disintegrate into clots of bright light. Before she finally disappears, she says that if he doesn't do this, their world will cease to exist. After that, her body completely dissolves, and only air bubbles remain in her place. Yuri thinks about what she said, and does not understand what she meant when she said that the world would cease to exist. However, the next moment he suddenly feels that he is starting to suffocate. He closes his mouth, trying to save the last of his air, and bends over. Yuri feels like he can't breathe at all. There is no air left, and he opens his mouth, releasing the last of his air and letting air into his lungs. Everything around him slowly darkens, and he realizes that he is losing consciousness. As soon as he opens his eyes, he sees Lime in front of him, sitting right on the sleeping Yuri's face. The next second he sits up, throwing Lime off his face, and begins to actively swallow air. Finally catching his breath, Yuri looks around and realizes that he is in his room, and everything that happened was just a dream. Yuri sits on the edge of the bed and thinks that it was a pretty vivid dream. He looks at Lime and grabs him by the top. Yuri asks him sternly if he is responsible for this. Lime doesn't seem to understand what he means. Yuri hears the familiar sound of a new skill being acquired. He sees that he has just acquired an advanced level of non-elemental magic. Seeing this, Yuri realized that he could indeed automatically learn non-elemental magic even just by interacting with Lime. After that, he suggests Lime go on an adventure today, which Lime is very happy about. Once they are fully prepared, they head to the Adventurers Guild building. Approaching the large notice board, Yuri heard several adventurers discussing one of the tasks. One of them suggested that the other try to accept the task, but he waved it off, saying that it would be better for him to refuse to work with the knights, since a vagabond like him could never do it. Yuri sees an announcement about a top-secret quest expedition to the capital of Luminaria. The condition for completion was to go to the water capital and complete a top-secret task. The reward was 3,000 gil, and it was impossible to repeat. Seeing the mention of Luminaria, Yuri suddenly realizes that he has heard the word somewhere before. He remembers that the woman in his dream asked him to go to the capital of Luminaria. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls Yuri. He turns around to see Rico Gleness, a pretty 16-year-old girl waving at him with a smile. She happily tells him that they haven't seen each other for quite some time. He agrees, and so does Lime. Rico also looks at the quest board and sees a quest in Luminaria. She asks Yuri if he wants to take this quest. He replies that he does want to take this quest because he thought he should be more active. Rico tells Yuri that he will then undergo a nightly test. She thinks about it and says that she has a bad feeling about this. Yuri does not understand what she means. After these words, Rico looks at Yuri with a smile and asks if he minds if she joins him on this quest. Yuri smiles softly in response and says that, of course she can come with them, and that they are very happy to have her. As he leaves the Adventurers Guild building, Yuri thinks that if Rico goes with him, it will calm him down a lot, since Rico is well versed in various fields, so she will make up for the knowledge that he lacks. Rico quietly says something about knights. Her gaze becomes sad, and she suddenly stops. She quietly says that the memories of knights bring her back. Yuri didn't hear what she said and asked Rico to repeat her words. However, she only says that she didn't say anything important and that she was just talking to herself. After Rico and Yuri left the Adventurers Guild, she brought him to the very place where they first met, namely, the place where they both bought their weapons. Rico opened the door and called out to Hugo with a big smile, asking if he was there. Hugo Mantle, a 53-year-old dwarf and also a master of weapons, turned to the customers who entered. Seeing Rico in front of him, he just snorts and turns back to his weapon case. He tells her that if it's what he promised her, it's right there on the shelf. Rico smiles happily as he looks in the direction Hugo pointed. There is a beautiful dark sword with a thin blade and an elegantly decorated sheath and hilt. Rico picks up the B-rank ruby rapier, a sword made of a rare metal that is sharp and resistant to corrosion. Rico looks at the sword happily and says that she has been waiting all this time for it to be completed. Yuri asks her what kind of sword it is. After this question, she immediately comes closer to him and with a very inspired face says that she is very glad that he asked. Yuri is a little surprised by her reaction. Rico tells him that the sword is made from ruby ore. She explains that, firstly, it is an incredibly rare ore that can only be mined in the southern mines. Rico says that she once managed to get something from a quest she was doing, and that's why she asked Hugo to make her this sword. It's a popular material, and it constantly emits heat, making it warm in the winter. Yuri feels a little awkward from such an emotional description. He just smiles awkwardly and says that he understands. He thinks that he never would have thought that Rico, who usually seems so calm, could be so enthusiastic about a sword. Rico smiles widely and giggles, saying that she really wanted him to see her improved sword abilities. Rico excitedly says that with this sword, she will be a little different than before. Hugo looks at her companion and suddenly recognizes him. He asks Yuri if he is not the F-rank guy who came to him not long ago to buy a sword. Hugo asks Yuri how the sword he made for him is doing. Yuri smiles and thanks Hugo for his work and says that the sword is great and he uses it all the time. Yuri says that he is completely satisfied with this sword. In response to this, Hugo smiles proudly and laughs. He says that, after all, he made this sword, and his swords are famous for the fact that the blade will never chip no matter how many years they are used. The sword was made of the highest quality iron ore and has a much higher level. After these words, Hugo extends his hand to Yuri and asks to let him look at the sword. Yuri agrees and pulls the sword out of its sheath. Hugo looks at the sword and unexpectedly sees that the blade of the sword was in a terrible state. The blade was dull, old, and uneven, and in some places it had even turned black. Hugo grabs the sword and with a frightened face desperately asks what it is. Yuri does not understand such a reaction. Hugo starts screaming that the blade is completely worn out. He asked Yuri what he could have done with it that the blade was so damaged. Yuri scratched his head and apologized so guiltily for ruining the sword. He also told Hugo that he was just using the sword as usual, which surprised him greatly. Hugo looks at the damaged blade carefully and says that in this state, he won't be able to use even 30% of the sword's true power. He asks Yuri in surprise if he didn't find it strange when he used the sword. Yuri thinks about it and says that there was something wrong with the sword, but it was able to keep its sharpness with the help of enchantment magic. Hearing this, Hugo's mouth drops open in surprise. Hugo closes his eyes and sighs a little, saying that he really did that. However, immediately after that, he confidently tells Yuri that he will definitely sort this out. Hugo confidently says that he will service and improve the sword so that it will be as good as new, all in just 30 minutes. Afterwards, he invites Yuri and Rico to have tea somewhere while they wait. Yuri apologizes to Hugo, a little guiltily, for causing him so much trouble. Behind him, Rico looks very happy to have tea with Yuri. However, Hugo only laughs in response and tells the young man not to worry about it. He winks and tells Yuri that he'll just have to remember to pay him for this job. Yuri smiles back. At the gathering place of people who took the quest with the knights, many people had already gathered. Among them were many knights as well as adventurers. One of them nervously told the other that this was his first time taking a quest from the knights, so he was very nervous. The other adventurer told him that it would not be easy, he failed last time, but this time he would definitely pass. Although the words that the selection will indeed be difficult are not encouraging, another adventurer points to the side with a smile and says that that pretty girl looks like she will also take part in the selection. Among all the other participants, a young girl in armor walked confidently. Her light hair was styled into 2 neat buns. She herself walked looking around, as if searching for someone in the crowd. Half an hour later, Hugo finishes completely restoring Yuri's sword. He hands the sword to the adventurer and apologizes for keeping him waiting. Yuri looks at the sword's renewed blade in surprise. Hugo tells him that with this, the sword's strength and sharpness should be much better. Yuri looks at the blade and is surprised that it is now polished like a mirror. He happily thanks Hugo for the work he has done. Hugo smiles and tells Yuri to bring his sword to him regularly from now on, as taking care of one's weapon is the basis of being an adventurer. Yuri agrees and promises to come again. With their new weapons in hand, Rico and Yuri come together to the gathering of people who responded to the top-secret quest the knights had set out. Yuri looks around the crowd and says that there are more people there than he expected. Rico looks at the other adventurers and tells Yuri that the work may be difficult, but the reward is high. She also says that there are probably adventurers from neighboring cities who have heard rumors. Yuri then realizes that it is not surprising that there were so many unfamiliar faces around. Suddenly, he notices someone. He notices knights standing nearby. He notices that they were wearing full-plate armor. One of them was a blonde youth who seemed to be giving orders to the other knights. The girl in the crowd of adventurers was actively looking around, obviously looking for someone in the crowd of strangers. Suddenly, she notices someone. She starts waving happily towards Rico, calling her Wani-sama. Rico looks towards her and notices a familiar girl. It was Clarissa Apricot, a young 15-year-old girl dressed in knight armor. She smiled sweetly as she greeted Rico. She happily runs towards Rico and then, unable to contain her joy, suddenly jumps right at her. Because of this, both Clarissa and Rico fall to the ground. Clarissa hugs her tightly and says that she has been looking for her all this time. Rico, surprised, asks Clarissa what she is doing. She replies that she knew she would see Rico if she went there. Rico begins to angrily demand that the girl stop immediately, saying that she is too clingy. Clarissa looks at Rico, mesmerized, and says that she has become even more beautiful in the short time they have not seen each other. Suddenly, Clarissa looks up and notices Yuri. As soon as she notices the young man, she immediately frowns, looking at him menacingly. Yuri does not understand such a reaction from a girl he does not know. Clarissa points at him and indignantly asks Rico who this man is. Rico replies that she will introduce them now. She tells Clarissa that this is Yuri, her adventurer friend who has done a lot for her. Clarissa says nothing, but only frowns more. She stands up and offers her hand to Rico to help her up. Rico tells Yuri that this is Clarissa, her old friend. Rico tells him that she was actually a knight before she moved to this city, which is where she met Clarissa. Yuri says he understands. He thinks that the fact that Rika used to be a knight makes a lot of sense, since he already thought that she had a slightly different aura than the other adventurers. Suddenly, Clarissa leans down in front of Yuri and sternly says that it turns out he came to take the test with Rico. Clarissa tells the young man that this quest can only be completed by licensed adventurers. She tells Yuri that she does not want to doubt him, but still wants to see his license. Yuri doesn't mind, so he takes out the license and shows it to Clarissa. He asks her if she needs anything else from him. The girl is very surprised when she looks at his license. Clarissa snatches the license from Yuri's hand and looks closer to make sure her eyes aren't deceiving her. She's shaking with anger, as she can't believe he's an F rank. Rico is about to explain everything to Clarissa, but she immediately starts yelling at Yuri. She rudely asks him how dare he take the test as an F rank adventurer, since it is not something that people like him can do. Rico tries again to explain to her friend that, even despite being an F rank, Yuri is actually very strong, but Clarissa doesn't listen to her and shouts that she will never allow this to happen. Afterwards, she angrily throws Yuri's license onto the ground, saying that she has no idea how he managed to deceive her Wanya-sama, but she will never approve of him. Clarissa leaves immediately after these words. It was clear from her that she was still terribly angry and offended. Rico sighs tiredly and apologizes to Yuri for her friend's behavior, saying that she was always quick to assume. Yuri replies that it is true that he is an F rank, so she shouldn't worry about it. Yuri had already gotten used to being treated like this simply because he was an F rank. Suddenly, one of the knights stood in front of the adventurers and addressed them. It turns out to be 27-year-old Brian Hawks. He stands before the adventurers and, with a smile, thanks them for being here today and asks them to accept his gratitude. After this, he tells the adventurers that he would like to ask them to take on a certain mission. However, he also says that before this, they will introduce themselves to each other, since they, the knights, have a different position and different beliefs than the adventurers. Brian wants to suggest that the adventurers prepare first, but they immediately interrupt him with disgruntled shouts. They claim that they do not need any preparation. One of the adventurers angrily says that they came here for the 3 million reward, and that they are not going to be friends with the government dogs. The other adventurers cheerfully agree with him. They indignantly ask why they should get along with dogs. Brian does not answer, and only smiles softly and calmly listens to all the discontent from the adventurers. Suddenly, Clarissa intervenes in the conflict. She asks the adventurers with displeasure what all this means, and how they can speak so disrespectfully to the captain. Brian tries to stop the displeased Clarissa. The adventurers ask in displeasure what she is trying to tell them, calling her little one. Clarice reaches for her sword and gets even angrier, asking the adventurer what he just called her. The conflict was getting worse, so at one point, Brian raised his massive sword and slammed the tip of the blade into the ground. It made a loud sound, and the adventurers and Clarissa fell silent. The impact caused cracks to form in the ground. Brian was still smiling, but it was a grim smile. He coldly ordered Clarissa to sheath her sword immediately. After that, he took a deep breath. After that, he tells the adventurers in a loud, commanding tone that this is a top-secret mission ordered by the government, which has been entrusted to them, the knights. He also says that because its contents are top secret, it was decided that only the knights' comrades could be informed of it. All the adventurers are surprised and ask him why they are here then. Brian explains to them that this is why he will now ask them to take a preliminary exam for knighthood. The words about the exam interested Yuri. Brianna continues to explain to the adventurers in a commanding tone that over the next 2 days they will be undergoing a survival test, and only 5 people out of everyone present will be able to pass this test. Brian adds at the end that if any of the adventurers are unhappy with these conditions, they would be better off leaving immediately. The adventurers are at first surprised by such a statement, but then they get angry. One of the adventurers asks the captain indignantly if he really thinks they're just going to put up with this. Several other adventurers back him up. Several of them leave, saying that they are not obliged to lick his boots and that knights cannot look down on adventurers. Some adventurers join them and say that they agree and that they will not allow the knights to command them even for 3 million. Brian watches them go silently. Rico asks Yuri what he is going to do. He thinks for a moment and says that he will most likely participate, as there is something he is curious about. Yuri looks towards Brian and thinks about how this quest is obviously bigger than he expected. He also thinks about how he can't get out of his head what the woman in his dream said about the destruction of the world. Brian looks at the remaining adventurers and asks if it is safe to assume that all of the remaining adventurers will participate. He tells them to follow the orders of the person in charge of each of them and head to the eastern forest. Finally, he smiles and sincerely wishes everyone involved good luck in passing the knighthood exam. Eventually, all the remaining adventurers, as well as the knights in charge of them, entered the forest to begin the preliminary examination for knighthood. Brian said the exam was pretty simple. He explained that the adventurers would have to survive for 2 days in teams of 2, and each team would enter the forest through a different route, accompanied by a knight. After the exam details were explained, everyone split into groups and entered the forest. Yuri and Riko were in the same group. Riko looked at the paper in her hands, and Yuri turned to the knight accompanying them. This knight turns out to be Clarissa. She looks at Yuri with a very displeased and frowning face. He asked her why she was accompanying them, to which she remained silent. Clarissa then raises her head haughtily and tells Yuri that it is a stupid question. She does not address him by name, calling him simply F rank. She tells him that they, the knights, will judge whether he passes the test or not. She also tells him that from now on she will be watching them to assess their skills. She is standing right next to them. Yuri asks if she is standing too close. She replies that it is observation. Suddenly, Yuri thinks about something. He asks Clarissa if she is really going to be here with them all day. She replies that she is. Clarissa continues to look at him with disdain. She says that, after all, this test is also meant to test their knowledge as adventurers. Clarissa also says that she already has a full understanding of Riko's skills, so there won't be any problems for her, so the highest priority is to observe the F rank. At the same time, she points her finger directly at Yuri. Clarissa looks at him angrily, thinking that Riko has undoubtedly been fooled by this man, so she must help her come to her senses as soon as possible. Her gaze presses heavily on Yuri. Clarissa desperately says that she will protect Wani-sama. Riko asks her in confusion what she is talking about. Isn't she an examiner? Yuri thinks that he is an F rank, so it all makes sense. He realizes that in moments like this, instead of explaining everything with words, he just needs to demonstrate his skills. He tells the girls that he didn't want to interrupt them, but monsters appeared in front of them. Riko and Clarissa finally notice that they are completely surrounded by a pack of wolves. They were D-rank fanged wolves. They growled viciously as they approached their victims. Clarissa only smirked as she watched. A smug smile appears on her face, and she says that the fanged wolves would be the perfect opponents for the exam. A second later, Riko quickly rushes forward, drawing her new sword as she goes. She asks Yuri to give the 4 wolves in front to her. Riko immediately rushes towards the wolves. She deftly jumps from one opponent to another, simultaneously dealing with each wolf with one precise swing of the blade near the neck. Riko deftly and gracefully dispatches 4 wolves in a matter of seconds, giving her opponents no chance to resist her precise, focused movements. Riko stands on the body of one of the wolves, driving the long blade of her sword straight into the monster's throat. After that, she hears the joyful voice of Clarissa, who says that this is exactly what she expected from Riko. At this moment, 2 fanged wolves behind her are about to attack her with their mouths open. She does not notice them, as her gaze is directed at Riko. Riko fearfully calls Clarissa away so that she can come to her senses and notice the approaching danger. However, before she can do anything, all 3 wolves are defeated in a matter of seconds. Clarissa looks up in surprise to see Yuri above her, swinging his sword several times. Clarissa frowns and widens her eyes in surprise. She watches as Yuri lands on the ground in front of the wolves' bodies, putting his sword back in its sheath as he does so. She can't believe he defeated 3 wolves at once. Clarissa looks at him and thinks only about what kind of person he is. Riko looks at him with a smile and says that this is exactly what she expected from him. She also tells Yuri that his strength is incredible. Clarissa watches this in silence, but her expression shows that she is very unhappy. However, a second later, she smiles smugly again and says that Yuri definitely has the power, if not more. However, she also says that his swordsmanship is too crude, so he is no match for Rika. Such words make Rika very angry. She frowns and tries to prove to her friend that she is completely wrong. She tries to say that Yuri is actually very capable, but Clarissa only turns away like an offended child. Clarissa looks askance at her friend and asks her irritably if she's being too soft on this F rank. Riko starts to get really angry and demands that Clarissa stop saying such things immediately. She angrily asks her friend how many times she has to tell her that Yuri's skills can't be measured by ranks. Yuri tries to calm Riko down, telling her that everything is fine. However, she still remains very unhappy and continues to try to prove something. Yuri tells her that, after all, the exam has only just begun and everything will be fine as long as he can slowly force Clarissa to acknowledge him. In response to this, Clarissa frowns and, calling him by name, says that she doesn't know how he managed to get on Wani-sama's good side, but she will definitely reveal his true nature. After the wolf attack was repelled, the group of 2 adventurers and a disgruntled knight moved deeper into the forest. They eventually found a suitable campsite where Yuri was busy setting up a tent. After some time, he managed to set up a large tent that could accommodate all 3 members of the group. Yuri wiped the sweat from his forehead and, looking at his work, said that everything seemed ready. Clarissa, standing behind him and also watching him work, only snorted in displeasure. With a displeased grimace, she haughtily tells Yuri that this unsightly camp is indeed suitable for an F rank like him. Yuri says nothing in response. He scratches his head and looks away awkwardly, thinking that she is being too harsh on him and that he regrets not having much experience in camping. As he thinks about this, he remembers that he seems to have done this once when he first came to this world. While he is thinking, Clarissa starts to criticize his work. She sternly asks what this clumsy knot is and says that with your work she won't even give him 50 points. As Clarissa scolds Yuri, he thinks about what this is causing him to realize that he is only good at swordsmanship and magic. He remembers that this is the first time he has been scolded so much since he came to this world. Clarissa indignantly asks Yuri if he would really allow Rico to sleep in such a terrible tent. She says that's why F ranks are no good. She starts giving orders. Clarissa shows him how to tie a rope properly. Yuri finally understands how to do it, and she sternly tells him that she won't teach him a second time. Sometime later, Rico returns to the camp holding a pile of branches. She tells Yuri that she has finished collecting firewood. Looking at the tent, Rico happily says that the tent looks very nice. Clarissa kindly tells her that she was waiting for her since that F rank is useless, so she set it up properly for her. Yuri remains silent. After some time, they make a small fire in front of the tent, using the kindling Rika brought. She says that this completes the preparations for the night, and Yuri agrees. Rico turns to Yuri and says that this is where the real problem begins, which is that they still need to get food for themselves. Eventually, the group comes to a small river nearby. Yuri looks closely at the clear water, thinking that there must be fish somewhere around here. At some point, a fish suddenly jumps out of the water. Clarissa points 2 fingers towards the fish. She uses a beginner ice magic, namely, an ice arrow. As soon as the ice arrow materializes in her hand, she immediately shoots out and hits the fish straight away. Looking at this, Yuri realizes that Clarissa is indeed very good, not only in the area of magical power, but also in the area of skills. Looking at the way Clarissa aimed at her prey, Yuri realized that she had formed magical power into the shape of an arrow, in order to more accurately hit her prey, and that kind of skill was not something that could be acquired overnight. Clarissa smiles smugly, forming small ice shards in her hand, and tells Yuri that the next topic will be magic, and that this is a good opportunity. Clarissa points to Yuri and tells him to listen carefully. She says that from now on he must use his magic to kill his prey, and if he can catch more fish than she does, she will acknowledge his abilities. Understanding her terms, Yuri smirks contentedly. Yuri stands next to Clarissa, both of them ready for this little competition. He tells her that it turns out he just needs to catch more fish than her. Clarissa says, that's right. Yuri is well aware that he is a newbie when it comes to everyday life, but he is completely confident when it comes to swordplay and magic. Suddenly, Rico tells him that it will actually be a bit difficult. Yuri asks her what she means. Rico tells him that Clarissa is one of the best among the knights in terms of magic. Especially when it comes to precise control of magic, no one can compare to her. A number of ice arrows like the one she used earlier suddenly appear around Clarissa. She tells Yuri that just like Oni-sama said, precise control of magic is her specialty, and there's no way she'll lose to an F rank. Clarissa uses the ice arrow again, this time using ice magic in between. After that, each of the many ice arrows fly in different directions. Each of them accurately hits a fish swimming in the river. More and more ice arrows continue to appear around Clarissa. She points out the direction of their flight, while confidently looking at Yuri. She asks if he can match her speed. Looking at how the arrows hit the fish, Yuri notes that the strikes are indeed very accurate, and that Clarissa's abilities are very good. Yuri realizes that her skill in handling budding magic is much better than his current one. Then he wonders what he should do. Looking at Clarissa, he thinks that if he used the same method as her, he would most likely lose. He realizes that he will most likely not be able to hit all the fish accurately, as she does. Suddenly, an idea comes to him. He asks Clarissa to make sure that he is not obliged to catch fish one after another. She looks at him and asks, confused, what he's talking about. Yuri explains that he means that he feels it would be more effective to catch them all at once, rather than one at a time. These words make Clarissa very angry. She indignantly asks him how far he is willing to go just to make her look like a fool. She says that if he thinks he can do it, then let him show her. She demands that he show her everything he can do. He tells her that he will. After these words, a magical aura begins to surround his body. Yuri decides to use advanced zero magic, after which he stretches out his hands, and a black hole forms in the center of the river, which begins to actively suck in all the water. The small black dot in the water quickly grows, sucking in all the water from the river. Clarissa panics and asks in fear what kind of magic this is. Rico says that the river water is being sucked in. After waiting a bit, Yuri realizes that this should be enough. He then suddenly clenches both hands into fists. After that, he raises his hand and uses advanced zero magic to create a white hole. As soon as the white hole is formed, many fish that manage to fall into the black hole immediately begin to fall out of it. Yuri remembers that this magic is used to release what was absorbed by the black hole. The special feature of this magic is the function of choice. Yuri understands that this choice will be useful in the future. After all the fish fall out of the white hole, Yuri closes it. He looks at the huge handful of fish he caught and proudly says that he caught quite a lot. Rico and Clarissa stand with their mouths open, frozen in shock. Clarissa stutters a few times, unsure of what to say. Then she suddenly screams, asking what is wrong with this man. Clarissa's voice echoes throughout the forest that evening. Rico was sitting on a tree trunk. She was squeezing a stick with a fish skewered and fried on a fire in one hand, and with the other hand she was covering her reddened face. Then she said that the food was really very tasty. There was a tent behind him. Yuri sat opposite Lime, who was making strange sounds. Yuri held a stick with both hands, on which fried fish was strung. After chewing the fish, he said that river fish, in fact, was not so bad. Yuri brought the stick with the fish to his mouth and began to bite it. Then he looked to the side and noticed Clarisse standing behind the tree. She stood behind the tree. In her hands was a stick with a fish. Clarisse angrily turned to Yuri and growled. Clarisse looked out from behind the tree. Her face was full of anger. She squeezed the hand in which she held the stick with fried fish with all her anger. The stick broke. Clarisse said that she would definitely reveal Yuri's true nature. Yuri held the fish in his hands and continued to eat it. He watched as Clarisse stood behind him. She stood behind a tree and looked angrily at Yuri. Yuri thought that because Clarisse was watching him, he felt uneasy. Above the lush crowns of the trees, the night sky stretched out, on which a bright crescent moon appeared. It was surrounded by twinkling stars. Above the fire there was a branch on which a teapot hung. Rico drank from a mug, then she was very surprised when Yuri asked her why she joined the knights. Rico took a sip and moved her hand to the side. Then she said that her ancestors were knights and she decided to follow in their footsteps. Yuri stretched out his hand in front of him. In it he held a mug with a hot drink. Then he said that, why then Rico left the knights. Rico's face twisted strongly, as she was surprised by the question asked. Beads of sweat appeared on Rico's face. She closed her eyes and lowered her head. Then she thought for a moment and opened her eyes. Clarisse came up to the guys. She folded her hands together. Then she closed her eyes and said that the guys should stop chatting in vain. Yuri looked at her in surprise, and Rico said Clarisse's name. Clarisse stood in front of the fire. She began to say that the hardest part of this exam was surviving the night. Now was not the time for conversations. Rico sat on a log. She held a mug in her hands and looked at Clarisse. Yuri did not understand what she was talking about. Clarisse frowned and said that when night falls, monsters become more active, especially since they have poor night vision. The light from the fire illuminated the area. Clarisse said that night camping is very dangerous. Yuri remembered the scary monsters and thought that the quests he had previously completed were intended for him. Perhaps for this reason, the organizers chose the eastern forest for the exam. Clarisse raised her hands up. The guys were sitting on the logs. They were discussing that they would be on duty in turns. They had to pass this exam. Yuri put his hand to his face and thought. Yuri looked at Clarisse and said that if his monster friends could go as lookouts. Clarisse held her hands together and looked at Yuri in surprise. Clarisse frowned and said that Yuri could use everything at his disposal. Slime, Lime, sitting on the ground, made a strange sound. Yuri began to get up from the log. Rico looked at Yuri in surprise and said his name. Yuri stepped away from the girls. Clarisse said that if Yuri decided to patrol the area, she wished him luck. Yuri put his finger to his lips, then he crouched down and put his hand on the ground. He activated his magic, and magic circles appeared on the ground. Yuri sat down, his hand was on the ground. Wolves that looked like wolves began to appear from the magic circles around Yuri. The girls stood by the fire and were scared. Beads of sweat appeared on the girls' faces, and they began to scream in fear. Yuri stood surrounded by monsters and began to say that the monsters needed to be on duty in the forest. Then Yuri showed the monsters the fish they would receive as a reward. Clarice looked at Yuri, who was surrounded by monsters, with fear. She frowned and began to say that she was surprised by Yuri's magical abilities. Yuri said that many people don't have that many monsters in their arsenal. Clarice started screaming that the tamers don't have more than 4 tamed monsters. Yuri's monsters were pretty heavy on the fish. Yuri imagined a man and several monsters and thought that Dutch's tamer only had 2 monsters. The girls began to discuss how they were confused by Yuri's abilities. Yuri was about to go to the tent. He stopped at the entrance and said that he had sent the monsters, kobolds, on duty so they could sleep peacefully. Clarice clenched her fists and growled angrily. Clarice's angry scream was heard throughout the area. Behind the tent was a forest. In the tent itself, the sounds of snoring were heard. Yuri was lying on the pillows covered with a blanket. Next to him was sleeping Rico. Her hand was lying on Yuri, and her mouth was open and drooling was flowing from it. Yuri opened his eyes, then Rico's hand was on his face, and then she put her leg on him. Yuri thought that he couldn't sleep. As a result, Yuri found himself in Rico's arms. Yuri looked at Rico and decided to leave the tent. He thought that Rico was very strong and it would be better for him to sleep somewhere else. Yuri went outside and began to stretch his back. He remembered how, while sleeping with Phil, he too had felt uncomfortable because she was tossing and turning in her sleep. Yuri looked to the side and noticed that Clarice was sitting on a log near the fire. She was holding a stick in her hands and stirring the coals in the fire. Yuri approached Clarice. He was interested in why she was not resting. Noticing Yuri approaching, Clarice turned away. She folded her arms and said that she could defend herself. Yuri scratched his head and thought that Clarice was having a hard time believing in F-rank skills. Yuri sat down next to Clarice and said that he wanted to know more about Rico, how they met in Clarice. She looked thoughtfully ahead. Then Clarice raised her head and said that she could really tell him how big Rico was. Yuri looked at Clarice in surprise. Then Clarice closed her eyes. Clarice remembered how people had gathered between 2 large tables and shouts could be heard. Rico was standing in front of Clarice, who was sitting on the floor. Rico clenched her hand into a fist. Clarice thought that the first time she met Rico was about 2 months after she became a knight. Clarissa began to tell that when she was little, her family was attacked by bears. That's when she lost her parents. Little Clarissa was reaching out to her father, and an enraged bear was rushing towards her. Then there was the sound of an attack. Little Clarice opens her eyes and sees riders on horses in front of her. They overpowered the bear that was running towards her. Clarice's face was all in tears. She saw an unusual coat of arms. She was saved by the knights from Luminaria. It was at that moment that Clarice began to admire the knights. After this incident, Clarice was taken to an orphanage, where she trained her sword skills. She helped with the housework, in order to also train her physical strength. Then she entered the night school, but a harsh reality awaited her. The guys avoided Clarice. Since most of the students were from high families, they did not consider Clarice their equal. Clarice stood alone in the darkness. Then she practiced with the sword and studied a lot. She was not discouraged and strove to reach something big. Clarissa walked along the school corridors and felt the sidelong glances of her classmates. Then they began to pester her. It all continued very painfully. She sat at the table. In front of her were plates with food. A classmate came up to her. He took her plate and said that Clarissa did not belong here. He put her plate on the floor and said that her place was on the floor. He banged a spoon on Clarissa's plate. Then the boy threw her off the chair. He took Clarice's head and began to lean it against the plate. The boy called Clarice names. A lot of people gathered around, but everyone just stood and watched. The girl and several boys stood nearby and looked at Clarissa laughing. Then someone started pushing their way through the crowd. She yelled that everyone needed to go away. That girl was Rico. She swung and attacked the boy who was bullying Clarice. The boy's tooth flew out from the blow. The boy flew to the side. Rico stood in front of Clarissa and began to shout that all the guys should be ashamed for not doing anything. The guys looked at the girl and did not know who she was. The girl gave up her fist and started shouting that her name was Rico Gleness, and that from today on she would be training at the School of Knights. The boys and Rico started talking. Then the boy ran at Rico to attack, but she managed to dodge and hit him back. More guys wanted to attack Riko, but she overpowered them all. Several guys were lying on the floor, they were unconscious, and Riko stood over them and cut off their hands from the dust. The rest of the guys watched what was happening in surprise. Riko looked suspiciously at the guys who were discussing her and the guys she had influenced. Riko turned to the guys and started pointing her finger at them. Riko started screaming that strength doesn't matter, she intends to protect the weak and defeat the strong, that's the mark of a true knight. Clarice's face was stained with food, she looked at Riko in fascination. Riko gritted her teeth, tears streamed down her face, then she thought that these words encouraged her. After that she decided to follow Riko. Clarice asked Riko's permission to call her Wanya. The walls of the building were made of brick. Clarice was sitting on a log, she said that Riko is a real knight who does not discredit people. Yuri was sitting next to her, he smiled and thought that Riko did not discredit him for being a frang. Clarice then pointed her finger at Yuri and said that Riko, because of her character, can be vulnerable and led. Yuri thought that Clarice was cruel if she could reason like that. The mouth of the monster that Yuri had summoned opened and let out a loud bark. Yuri and Clarice were very surprised and alerted by the unexpected bark of the monster. The boys stood up and looked in the direction where the noise was coming from. They looked ahead, and Yuri said that they seemed to be in trouble. There was a tent behind the boys. They stood silently and looked into the forest thicket. Yuri frowned and saw someone heading towards them. Several men came out of the forest to the boys. They looked dangerous. A man with bandaged hands moved a tree branch and said that he was looking for Clarice. Yuri and Clarice looked warily to the side at the unfamiliar men. The boys stood silently. They watched as several men walked towards them from the forest thicket. They had a frightening appearance. Clarice put her hand behind her back and started casting a spell. She asked what these men wanted from her. The blonde man with a mustache said that Captain Clarice had excluded them from the competition. The man pulled out a knife and his partners assumed fighting poses. The man began to shout that their exclusion had made them very angry and that the girl should pay for it. Yuri thought that he did not understand the men's actions. They had to prove their skills again. Clarice puts her weapon in front of her and says that how did this man have the audacity to challenge her? The man began to laugh loudly. The blonde man started to say that he would not fight Clarice with swords. Clarice was surprised by his words. Then she suddenly fell to the ground and noticed how she was bitten on the leg by a snake, which was of E rank. The next moment, Clarice cut the snake with her sword. Then she thrust the whip in front of her and began to lean on it. The men stood and rejoiced, as their plan had succeeded and it was too easy to defeat Clarice. Beads of sweat appeared on Clarice's body. She called the man names for his dishonest act. Yuri stood next to Clarice and asked her how she felt and that she had nothing to worry about since he intended to help her. Clarice trembled, then she rejected Yuri's offer. He looked at her in surprise. Clarice blabbed at the sword. She continued to say that these people had claims against her and she intended to deal with them on her own. Yuri looked at her in surprise. Then a fair-haired man came up to him, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that Yuri should not interfere in their argument and it was not too late for him to back down. The blonde man looked at Yuri suspiciously and said that Yuri could also join them when they had fun with Clarice. The other men came very close to Clarice. Another man grabbed Clarice's face and asked if she was prepared to surrender without a fight. Tears appeared in Clarice's eyes and she began to threaten the men. The blonde man began to smile and said that the first thing they would do was remove her teeth. Clarice looked furiously at the blonde man, her face still held by someone's hand. Juris pushed away the man's hand that was on his shoulder. Then he said that he intended to refuse the men's offer, and their actions were wrong. The blonde man opened his mouth and then scratched his head and began to laugh. The man stood in front of Yuri. He put his hand aside and said that whether Yuri was sure of his words, Clarice deserved it, since she laughed at them. Yuri looked ahead and began to say that the men started it. Clarice had nothing to do with the disqualification of the men, they had ganged up on the wrong person. The muscular man continued to hold Clarice's face. The blonde man walked away from Yuri and said that Yuri had a frang and was trying to be a hero. He needed to listen to the men and join them. The man pointed his finger at Yuri to make him look down. On both sides of Yuri, there were snakes. Lime started jumping on the spot and making sounds of panic. The men were surprised to see a slug. Yuri thought that Lime shouldn't worry, he wouldn't lose to these men. Yuri lowered his hand to the ground. A moment later, Yuri was high above the ground. The male adventurers opened their mouths in surprise. They began to rub their eyes, as they could not believe that Yuri had been floating in the air for so long without falling to the ground. Yuri appeared behind one of the men and struck him. Then Yuri again appeared in the air above the men, who were looking around and searching for Yuri. The blonde man looked at his partners who were lying unconscious on the ground. He looked up and saw Yuri. A moment later, Yuri kicks the fair-haired man. He lets out a heart-rending scream. Yuri lands calmly on the ground after the blow. Yuri found himself on the ground, with the blonde man in front of him. The remaining man held a knife to Clarice's face and said he would kill her if Yuri did not calm down. The man made an angry face and pulled the knife aside. Then he began to laugh loudly and call upon his monster, the Cyclops. Yuri looked in the direction from which he heard the noise. And a moment later one of Yuri's monsters came out of the bushes. He raised his paw up and barked. The man stood up. He was holding a knife in his hands and looking to the side. In surprise, Yuri was squatting and looking in the same direction. In front of the guys there was a defeated Cyclops, which was brought after visiting Yuri. Yuri was squatting and said that the Cyclops is not a legendary monster. The man got very angry and jumped towards Yuri with a knife in his hands. Yuri jumped back. During the jump, Yuri hit the man in the face and a tooth fell out. After finishing the blow, Yuri said that power has nothing to do with the floor. Clarice was surprised by Yuri's words. The blonde man fell to the ground. Yuri stood and looked at him. Then he turned to Clarice and asked if she was okay. She offered her hand in response and said that everything was fine. One of the adventurers hid behind the tent and spied on the boys. Then he looked into the tent and was very surprised. The hooded man saw Rico sleeping with her arms spread out to the sides. The man entered the tent and began to walk towards the sleeping girl. Then a scream from the tent was heard throughout the area. Yuri was afraid for Rico and ran to the tent to save her. Yuri looked into the tent. In the tent, Rico continued to sleep, but in her sleep she attacked the hooded man and held him in a power move. The man screamed that he was giving in. Agnya continued to sleep and smile in her sleep. Opposite Yuri and his monsters stood the bound adventurers. Several more monsters stood behind the bound men. Yuri looked at his monster and said that he was grateful to him for his help. The monster began to bark in response. Then Yuri looked at the mountains and thought that all that remained was to wait until the morning. Then Yuri looked down. Clarice was lying in front of Yuri. She was moaning and could not move. Yuri activated his ability. Clarice's body was exposed to the snake's poison. It was paralyzed. Yuri remembered the moment when the snake bit Clarice on the leg. Yuri sat down next to Clarice and said that Lime should help Clarice. The next moment, Lime jumps onto Clarice's leg, in the very place where the snake bit her. Yuri asked about Clarice's condition. She sat down and looked at her hand in surprise and said that she felt better. Yuri smiled and said that he was happy for her. Clarice looked at Yuri silently. Clarice put her hand to her chest and said that she did not understand why Yuri helped her, since she had previously offended him, since he was F rank. Yuri stood up and thoughtfully put his hand to his face. Yuri looked ahead and said that he helped because the adventurers wanted to do wrong. Clarice looked at Yuri in surprise. Yuri remembered a girl named Aisha. Yuri looked ahead and said that Aisha had taught him that if a man loses sight of his principles through a sudden impulse, the path he chooses leads him to destruction. Clarice listened attentively to Yuri. Then she closed her eyes and said that she didn't want to admit it, but she really does see a knight in Yuri. Clarice put her hands on her belt and said that Yuri had passed this stage. Yuri looked at her in surprise. A bright sun began to rise from behind the mountains. Yuri thought that in this way he had passed the temporary knight's exam. Rico looked at Yuri. She was walking next to him and said that she did not expect Clarice to recognize Yuri. Yuri held the papers in his hands and said that Rico also did a good job. There was a forest behind the guys. Rico stopped. She didn't understand what Yuri was talking about. He looked at her and said that if she didn't understand, then it was okay. Yuri stepped aside and Rico asked what she was wondering, where Clarice was now. Yuri held the map in his hands and remembered Clarice. Then he said that she went ahead to hand over the captured adventurers, and she told the guys to meet her later. Rico walked behind Yuri and asked him if he knew about her exam results. Yuri remembered Clarice nervously shouting that Rico had passed the exam. Yuri and Rico found themselves at the end of the cleft. Yuri's hair was blowing in the wind. He said that Clarice had said that this was their meeting place. Yuri and Rico looked up in surprise. A large dragon appeared above the boys. A smiling Clarice was riding on it. She jumped off the dragon towards the boys. Clarice raised her hands up and ran towards Rika and started shouting her name. Clarice hugged Rico. Then she said that she missed Rico very much. Rico blushed. She put her arms to the sides and asked Clarice to stop hugging her. Rico tried to throw Clarice off of herself. They were spinning in place. Yuri stood nearby and looked at the girls. Then he looked to the side and said that he was still surprised. He did not expect Clarice to fly to them on a dragon. Yuri looked at the dragon. He activated his appraisal ability and saw that the dragon was a miniature wyvern. It was a D rank. The boys presented a map with their destination in front of them. Their goal was a city, Luminaria, on the eastern shore. Clarice looked at Yuri and stuck her tongue out at him. Yuri looked at her thoughtfully. Clouds floated across the sky. The boys found themselves riding a dragon. They were floating in the air among the clouds. Riko looked down, her face was red, and her hair was fluttering in the wind. The boys were flying over the water, which was shimmering in the sun. Yuri looked ahead at the dragon's face. Yuri asked Clarice if the dragon could fly faster. She answered discontentedly that the dragon was already only capable of carrying 2, and there were already 3 of them. The dragon was flying over the sky. The sun began to be blocked by a large cloud. Yuri said that the dragon really looked tired. Then the guys saw an island and decided to rest on it. Yuri was scared as they began to descend sharply. He looked up and noticed another dark dragon above them heading towards them. The dragon was dark in color and had a frightening appearance. It was flying head-on towards the boys. The boys looked at the dragon and were frightened. Fire began to appear in the dark dragon's mouth. Then it opened its mouth wide, from which a cloud of flame burst out. The ball of fire almost caught up with the tail of the dragon on which the boys were flying. The boys looked at the column of fire in panic. Yuri shouted that Lime should help them. Lime flew up and began to spin in the air. The lime expanded and absorbed the fire. The dark dragon flew near the boys. Then he again released a column of fire at the boys. They began to scream and think that they need to decide what to do next. Lime landed on Yuri's shoulder. He thought that Lime wouldn't be able to absorb another fire attack, but Yuri had another hidden weapon. Yuri jumped into the air and bit his finger. Yuri summoned the heavenly dragon. Yuri found himself riding on his dragon and ordered it to attack the dark dragon. Yuri's hair was fluttering in the wind. He looked ahead and ordered his dragon to attack the enemy dragon. Yuri was riding on the dragon, which rushed to attack. The girls looked at Yuri with their mouths open. They were surprised that Yuri was able to summon a dragon. Yuri looked away and thought that tamers can rarely summon a dragon. Yuri was riding a dragon. They were chasing the enemy dragon. The enemy dragon flew up. Then it threw its head back and began to collect fire in its mouth. Yuri was seriously determined that his dragon would be able to cope with the attack. The enemy dragon fired several fireballs at Yuri. Yuri's dragon spread its wings wide and prepared to attack. Yuri's dragon began to glow and fly towards the enemy dragon, shortening itself from the fireballs along the way. The enemy dragon let out a surprised roar. Yuri's dragon clenched its paw into a fist. Yuri's dragon struck the enemy dragon. Yuri found himself in the air. He rushed towards the enemy dragon with a naked sword. The enemy dragon looked at Yuri attentively. Yuri's sword began to glow. Yuri himself cast a spell. Yuri swung his glowing sword and struck the enemy dragon. After the blow, the dragon's head separated from its body. The enemy dragon let out a loud cry. Yuri on his dragon and the girls on theirs were hovering in the air. The enemy dragon fell into the water. A large column of water rose into the air. Yuri stood on the dragon and looked down. Riko said with a smile on her face that Yuri really did well. Did Clarice agree with her? Clarice looked ahead in surprise and said that the Dragon Knight was Alexandrov. Yuri's hair was fluttering in the wind. Clarice continued to say that it was really her imagination. It seemed to her that Yuri looked like the legendary Dragon Knight. The sky stretched out over the forest and rocks, with white clouds floating across it. At the same time, 10 millimeters to the east of Luminaria, a dark aura hung over Lake Eliza. There was a small structure with a peak on top of it on the lake. There were 2 people in this room. One had a table on legs, the other sat on the ground. A man with a mask on his face and in dark clothes stood in front of the girl. He moved his hand to the side and said that she should tell him everything she knew. The girl with the decoration on her head did not understand what this man wanted from her. The man with the mask on his face smiled and said that there was no point in the girl resisting. The man looked at the girl and continued to say that he knew that the girl used her magic to communicate with someone. The girl silently looked ahead. The roof of a small building hung over the man with a mask on his face. He said that he didn't care who the girl was trying to contact. He showed his minions to eliminate anyone who tried to approach the city. Behind the man was a man in black clothes. He bowed and greeted Serial. Then the man in black looked ahead and said that one of the dark wyverns was missing. Serial looked at the man in black and said, "Could it be that the wyvern had died?" The girl with the decoration on her head sat on the floor and looked at Serial in surprise. The girl looked ahead and wondered, could it be that they had found Yuri? Serial put his hands behind his back and turned to the side. Then he said that he understood everything. The water priest could be involved in this. The assistant did his job well, and now he is no longer needed. The man in black was surprised. Then the head flies off the shoulders of the man in black. The girl with the decoration on her head starts screaming what Serial has done. Serial stood with his hand out to the side. Serial stretched out his hand in front of him and said that his ability can turn bodies into dark magic, so he always needs fresh bodies. The body of the man in black began to glow, and the light began to flow into Serial's hand. Serial had a dark clot of energy in his hand. A gloomy atmosphere appeared around it. The girl with the decoration on her head looked at Serial indignantly. He frowned and said that now it was the girl's turn to answer his questions. The girl sat on the ground with her hand outstretched forward. Dark tentacles reached out towards her. The dark tentacles grabbed the girl's hands and lifted them up. The rest of the tentacles ended up on her body. The tentacles began to touch the girl's flushed face. She clenched her teeth and said that she did not intend to give up. Serial stretched out his hand in front of him. Dark energy emanated from him. He began to say that she was the first who could resist his power. The girl was shaking all over. Several tentacles approached her face. She thought of Yuri. Meanwhile, Yuri stood on the seashore and looked at Clarice. She stood next to her with her hands raised and shouting something. Rico stood next to Clarice's dragon. After resting on the island, Yuri's dragon and Clarice's dragon with the guys rose into the air. Yuri sat on the dragon, Rico sat behind him. She shouted cheerfully that Yuri's dragon was amazing and he was faster than Clarice's dragon. Clarice looked up. Clarice held the reins in her hands. Her face looked frightening, there was a scary aura around her, and Clarice screamed that she would not forgive Yuri for flying with Rika. Yuri looked at Clarice flying behind him and thought that he felt some kind of pressure behind him. Yuri and Clarice's dragons were hovering above the clouds. Rico pointed her finger forward and said that they were not far from their destination. The boys were sitting on the back of a flying dragon. The end of the sea and the beginning of the mountains appeared in front of them. Yuri's hair was fluttering in the wind, and he looked ahead in surprise. In front of him, Yuri saw fluffy white clouds and the beginning of a large land. Yuri wondered in surprise that this could really be Luminaria. Clarice flew up to Yuri and called him. She said that she had to warn him about something. Clarice flew even closer to Yuri and Rika and said that the guys came to this city to go on a secret quest and Yuri should not stand out among the crowd. Clarice began to angrily point her finger at Yuri. Yuri remembered the night and thought that this quest was too secret. He really should think about his actions so as not to stand out. Clarice flew forward and said that the guys should follow her. There were many people and moored ships at the Luminaria harbor. The houses had an unusual architectural appearance. The boys found themselves at a dragon stable. A young man in an apron was working with hay. An older man was walking next to him. He was carrying a box with things. Then the older man looked up, because a large shadow hung over him. Yuri with the girls and dragons appeared in front of the workers of the dragon stable. The workers were surprised by the sudden appearance of the dragons. Yuri's dragon landed on the ground. The earth shook so much that several workers jumped and fell to the ground. The elderly man looked with interest at the dragon that stood in front of him. The old man started adjusting his hat and said with a smile that he had been looking after dragons for over 20 years, but this dragon looked amazing. Yuri started to get off the dragon, and the man asked, "This is Yuri's dragon." The men spoke admiringly about the dragon and its excellent condition. Yuri approached the men. He did not know what to answer the men and thoughtfully scratched his head. Rico stood behind Yuri and watched the unusual reaction of the men in surprise. The old man said that the tables in their stable were too small for Yuri the dragon. Opposite the dragon's table was a stable whose roof was in patches. The dragon Clarice was led to the stables. The old man continued that the roof of their stables was not high enough for a dragon of such size. Yuri smiled and said that it would not be a problem. Yuri looked at the dragon and said that he had worked well and could now rest. The dragon began to smile and make a strange sound. Yuri raised his hand up and cast a spell to cancel the summoning. Yuri held his hand above himself. A large dust cloud appeared in front of him, and behind Yuri stood surprised workers of the dragon stable. The man came close to Yuri's face and said that he was amazing. Did Yuri really manage to make a contract with a giant dragon? Yuri was surprised, as he did not consider this a rarity. The girls watched the communication between the men. Clarice raised her hands and said in displeasure that Yuri was not listening to her at all and continued to attract attention to himself. Rico lowered her head and said that Clarice should just put up with it. Clouds floated above the roofs of the unusual building. Clarice walked forward and said that they had come to the city center. Yuri opened his mouth in surprise. Yuri stopped in front of a large building and a stone statue of a girl. On her head was an ornament, and her hands were joined. Yuri followed the girls. They passed a flower shop. Clarice said that the headquarters was this way. Yuri looked up in surprise. Yuri carefully examined the stone statue of the girl. Rico stopped and told Yuri that, then he stopped. Yuri looked at Rico and asked for forgiveness. Rico looked at the statue of the girl and said that this statue is the symbol of this city. She is the water priestess of Aqua. Yuri, his mouth slightly open, looked at the statue of the girl in surprise. He repeated Rico's words. Yuri held a bag with things on his shoulder. The boys stood in front of the statue, behind which the unusual roofs of the city buildings were visible. Rico kept her hands on her waist and looked at the statue. Then she said that this statue is a symbol of this city. The boys also looked at the building with a large passage, above which another floor with columns rose. Rico continued to say that if you believe the legend, it was Aqua who created the water city of Luminaria. Yuri carefully examined the statue. The girl was sitting on a small step, her skirt was lying nearby. The girl lowered her feet into the water, her face was red, she looked up embarrassedly. Yuri stood silently and looked at the statue. Rico looked at Yuri in surprise. Behind them was a street with lanterns installed on it. Clarice turned around to look at the guys with displeasure. Yuri looked at the statue and said that he thought he had seen this man somewhere before. Rico and Clarice stood nearby with their mouths open in surprise. Yuri put his hand to his chin. He tried to remember where he had seen this girl before. Clarice was standing nearby. She began to shake and growl with anger. Yuri noticed this and looked at her. Clarice walked towards Yuri, who was standing by Aqua's statue. She stopped, then pointed her finger at Yuri and started yelling that Yuri was trying to insult Aqua. She was then interrupted by Rico, who started calling out loudly for Clarice. Rico glared at Clarice and said that she should have gotten used to Yuri by now. If she didn't adapt, she wouldn't be able to keep up with the times. Rico clasped her hands together. Clarice began to scream that she had never seen a person who did not have common sense. She wished that Yuri would keep his illusions to himself. Yuri started in surprise. Yuri remembered the girl's face and the face of the statue. Then he thought that he once saw a dream in which a girl very similar to Aqua came to him. Clarice said sadly that Rico really wants Yuri to become a knight. Clarice turns to Yuri in surprise when he said that he was grateful to her for her words. Yuri looked at the girls and said that he understood everything thanks to her. Clarice said in surprise that Yuri was definitely alright in the head. Rico angrily replied that Clarice should get used to it. Yuri found himself in front of a building with a large passage, the walls of which were painted with drawings. Yuri stood and thought that the atmosphere in this city was completely different, which is what he expected from a continental city. Clarice went ahead and called the guys to follow her. They walked along the street paved with bricks. Yuri looked up in surprise. In front of him was a huge building. It was the headquarters of the Knights of Luminaria. Many people were walking around the square. The Knights' coat of arms appeared in front of the boys. The boys found themselves inside the building. Yuri followed the girls. There were people in armor in the room. Clarice explained to the boys what the signs on the knight's coat of arms meant. Yuri held his bag on his shoulder and opened his mouth in surprise. The boys found themselves in a huge room consisting of several floors. On the sides of the room stood two huge statues of knights. In the room besides the boys, there were many people. Yuri walked around the building and saw the knight's coat of arms everywhere. He thought that he understood. There really were a lot of shields here. The boys stopped in front of a large staircase. Clarice turned to Yuri and pointed her finger at him. Then he said that Yuri should stop doing strange things. Yuri obediently agreed with her. Someone from the upper floor said that Clarice had finally returned. The girls opened their mouths in surprise and looked up to where they heard the voice. The next moment, the girls bent their knees and lowered their heads down. Yuri stood in surprise and looked at the girls. There was an older man standing on the stairs. He was holding a stick and was wearing a long suit. The man smiled and said that girls didn't need to be so formal. The man's name was Marius Ubach. The girls listened to the man without raising their heads. He said that he had not seen the girls for a long time and was glad to greet them. The girls agreed with every word of Ubach. Ubach looked ahead and looked at Yuri in surprise. Yuri held a bag on his shoulder and also looked at the man. Ubach looked at Yuri from head to toe. He thought that Yuri possessed pure and elegant magic. He was a gifted person. A man, and he felt that he was not standing in front of Yuri, but in front of an outstanding wizard or magician. Ubach touched his beard and thought. Yuri looked at the stairs where Ubach was standing and thought that the man was looking at him too intently. Ubach, holding a stick in his hand, started to go down the stairs. Then he said that he was glad to welcome Yuri to this city. Yuri looked at Yubak and pointed at him, then he said that Yubak was not so bad. This made the girls angry. The girls hung over Yuri angrily. They began to scold him for his uncultured address to Yubak. Yuri asked the girls what their words about the court magician meant. The girls opened their doors in great surprise. The girls' eyes filled with anger. Clarice said that she was holding on with all her might. And Rico said that Clarice should try to get used to it. The girls looked at each other in amazement when they heard Yubak's words that Yuri was a funny adventurer. The girls again knelt down and lowered their heads. They asked for forgiveness for Yuri's behavior. Yubak replied that they had nothing to worry about since Yuri could be the one they needed. Clarice tried to object to Yubak. Yubak said through laughter that Clarice always worried too much. The girls looked up at Yubak. Yuri stood behind the girls. Yuri looked at Yubak's face. Then he imagined the faces of the monsters and the other guys. Yuri thought that Yubak was clearly the strongest of all those he had ever met on his way. The girls and Yuri looked at Yubak in surprise when he said that they had no time left, so he would say directly that Luminaria was currently going through an existential crisis. The ground could be seen among the clouds. The boys started to play Yubak's words over in their heads. When he spoke about the country, he was frowning and serious. The girls were shocked. They looked at Yubak in surprise. Yuri looked ahead with a serious expression on his face. A girl in a checkered cloak was floating in the air. In one hand she held a flaming sword, in the other she held a whip. One of her legs was tucked under her. Rico looked at Yubak and said indignantly that he meant something specific. Clarice stood next to him with her mouth slightly open in surprise. Yubak closed his eyes to think for a bit. Then Yubak looked down and said that a singularity had occurred. It was confirmed that it had appeared in this country. The girls were very surprised and shocked by what they heard from Yubak. Yuri asked what singularity meant. Yubak began to touch his Bora thoughtfully. Then he smiled and said that he would like to know Yuri's name first. Yuri introduced himself. The girls' faces turned red. They stood nearby, dissatisfied. The guys imagined how a glowing black spot appeared over the planet. Yubak said that the singularity refers to lands that were infected with powerful dark magic. Then Yubak began to tell that 10 kilometers from Luminaria, there is a lake that was infected with a singularity. This lake is surrounded by a dark magical force. The girls were shocked. They shouted indignantly that this could not have happened. Yubak replied that the knights tried to fix it, but they did not succeed. The girls were kneeling in front of Yubak. Yuri was standing behind. Yubak continued to say that more than 100 knights were sent to this lake, but most of them never returned. The girls looked at Yubak in fear. Behind Yubak, above the stairs, I saw a shield. Yubak said that the knightly order is the pillar of this country, and if any more knights disappear, it could cause panic. Yuri remembered the girl with the decoration on her head. In his dream, she asked for help. Yuri thought that the end of the world, which the girl in the dream mentioned, could be true. Yubak was surprised when Yuri said that he understood everything. Now he needed to decide what to do next. Yubak replied that the adventurers who had passed the tests would go to Lake Eliza with the knights tomorrow. Yuri agreed to go to the lake. The girls continued to sit on the floor. They were very surprised when Yubak said that he also intended to join the adventurers and knights. The girls sat on his knee. They said indignantly that Yubak really intended to participate in this mission. Yubak closed his eyes. Then he narrowed his eyes and said that he was still able to help. Then he started shouting that tomorrow all the selected people, including the boys, would gather and go to the singularity. The girls agreed to carry out the order so loudly that it could be heard on the street, next to the building. The windows in the room were open. The sun was slowly setting behind the horizon. Yuri was lying on the bed. His hands were under his head. On the bed with Yuri were various objects and his sword. Yuri closed his eyes. Then he remembered how Rico raised her finger and said that she would go talk to her family, and Yuri should sit quietly and not attract attention to himself. Lime climbed on top of Yuri and started to squeak. Yuri got up from the bed and said that maybe Lime wanted to eat. Lime was sitting on Yuri's stomach and squeaking. Yuri looked to the side and thought that of course Lime was hungry. After all, they hadn't eaten anything since morning. Yuri found himself on a city street. There were many people around him. Yuri looked at the city and thought that the sun was already setting and they needed to start somewhere. The lanterns that were installed along the street began to turn on. Yuri walked through the city, watched the street performances, how boats floated along the river canals. Then he thought that this city was very big, sometimes it could be inconvenient. Then Yuri closed his eyes and looked away. Yuri was walking by the cemetery fence and saw Rico sitting between the gravestones. Yuri called her. She turned around in surprise. Then she approached Yuri and asked through the fence what Yuri was doing here. Yuri smiled and replied that he had not had dinner yet and decided to take a walk around the city, and he was also interested in what Riko was doing here. She climbed the fence and looked down at Yuri. The boys looked at the carved cross. Riko said that she decided to visit her father's grave, that's why she was here now. Riko remembered herself and her father. She began to say that her father died during the war, when she was still little. The boys stood at the fence of the cemetery. Riko continued to share stories about her father with Yuri. Yuri thought that Riko's father was a strong knight and leader. He was surrounded by people who admired him. Riko, riding on the fence, looked away and said that she was now going to return to the hotel. Yuri was surprised and asked that she wasn't going to stay at home. Yuri looked at Riko. Behind her stood gravestones. She said that after her father's death, her mother remarried and she had a new family. She should not worry her mother. Yuri looked to the side and thought that it seemed to him that Riko had something to think about. Then the guys looked to the side from where they heard Riko's name being called. In front of the boys there was a fair-haired guy named Barry Blast. He was 24 years old. Barry scratched his neck, then he smiled broadly and asked Barry with displeasure what he was doing there. Barry came up to the guys. He scratched his head, then he looked angrily and said that Riko shouldn't act so coldly, since she was his ex-fiancée. Barry stood in front of the guys with his arms outstretched. He said with a smile on his face that Riko shouldn't be so cold towards him, since she was his ex-fiancée. The guys looked at Barry. Yuri turned the words about the bride over in his head in surprise. Barry put his hand on his belt. He moved it to the side and said that Riko had returned home to show him her new boyfriend. Yuri was very surprised by this question. Riko held onto the fence with both hands and started screaming that she didn't understand what Barry was talking about. In any case, she wouldn't let Barry treat Yuri rudely. Everything that happened between them was already in the past. Barry closed his eyes and smiled. Barry narrowed his eyes and looked at Yuri intently. Yuri darkened his gaze and shook himself. There was a fence behind Yuri. Barry pointed his finger at Yuri and said that Yuri is not from this city. Most likely Yuri is not even a knight. He is probably an adventurer. If so, then that is his rank. Yuri stood in front of Barry. Yuri said that he had Frank. Barry was very surprised and could not believe it. Riko continued to stand and hold on to the fence. Barry pointed at Yuri and looked at Riko. Then he asked again about Yuri's rank. After a moment, Barry started laughing and said that fur rank is very funny. Is Riko really going to be with Yuri? Riko started yelling at Barry that he needed to calm down. Barry stood there, holding his stomach from laughing. Then he said that he was going to burst from laughing. Riko looked at Barry menacingly. Without thinking twice, Riko jumped over the fence, holding onto the fence with one hand. Barry wiped away the tears that had appeared from laughter. Barry stepped back. Then he asked what Riko was going to do. Riko stood in front of Barry. Behind her stood Yuri. Riko made a stern face and said that Barry should apologize to Yuri. Barry moved his hand aside and said that Riko should calm down. Riko repeated once again that Barry should apologize to Yuri immediately. Barry made a face and said that he would not apologize. Then a moment later, Riko grabbed her sword and rushed to attack. Barry, still smiling evilly, held his hand out in front of him. A moment later, Riko's body exploded. She was very surprised by this. Barry had a small blade in his hands, and Barry himself was laughing evilly. Riko blushed and began to cover herself with her hand. Barry put his hands in front of him and said that Riko had started to handle the sword better, and her figure had become more lush. Then the ringing of bells was heard throughout the street. Barry looked away. Barry turned his back to the guys and said that he was late for a date. If Riko wanted to be his woman, then she knew where he could be found. Riko stood and covered herself with her hand. Yuri stood behind her. Riko turned to Yuri. She covered herself with her hand. Riko was very indignant when she heard Barry's words. He said that she was his third favorite woman. There was something on Barry's shoe. Riko appeared behind Yuri. Yuri said that Barry should stop. Barry stopped, then he looked angrily at Yuri and asked what was wrong, Frank. Yuri was determined. He said that Barry should apologize to Riko. Barry thought for a moment. Then he smiled and said that he had no time to bother with Yuri. Since he was late, he remembered Yuri's face. Barry pointed his finger at Yuri. Riko stood with her back turned away from Barry. Yuri asked if Riko was definitely okay. She turned away from him, embarrassed, and answered his question positively. Yuri looked at Riko thoughtfully. The next moment, Riko was wearing Yuri's shirt. This surprised her greatly. Riko's face turned even redder. Yuri said that he gave her the shirt because she couldn't go home in her torn clothes. Yuri and Riko stood opposite each other and discussed Barry. Yuri remembered Barry's face and thought that he seemed frivolous, but his abilities are quite good. Riko was covering herself with Yuri's shirt. She looked down and said that Yuri wasn't interested in why she left the Knights. Yuri replied that he was interested. Riko looked down, thought for a bit, and said that someday she would get tired of running along the path laid out by someone else. The next day came. Many people gathered together. A view of the mountains opened up before the people. Many men of different ages were dressed in armor and had weapons with them. Among the people were Clarice, a young man with short hair, Yubak himself, as well as Yuri and Riko. Yubak opened his mouth. He wanted to start talking. Many men of different ages stood and listened to Yubak. Tents were pitched next to the men. Yubak began to say that he was grateful to all those gathered. He would like all the people gathered to start working together. Yubak held the staff in his hands and continued to say that they were all in danger. He wanted everyone gathered to remember this. Now they were heading into the singularity. Yuri and the rest of the guys began to set off. Many soldiers and adventurers were walking along a wide road. The road went to the mountains. On the sides of the road were visible small clusters of bushes and trees. Among the people on foot were horsemen on horseback. Yuri walked with the others, with Riko walking behind him. Yuri looked in surprise in the direction from which he heard his name being called. Next to Yuri and Riko was Yubak. He was riding a horse. Yubak looked at the guys and smiled. The guys raised their heads and looked at Yubak in response. Above the column of soldiers and adventurers, the sky spread out, across which clouds floated. Yubak was riding a horse. He looked at the guys and said that since their last meeting, he asked his subordinates about the guys' successes, and it turns out the guys have achieved great success in the exams. Yuri was surprised. He did not think that he had done anything special. Yubak looked at Yuri thoughtfully. Then he began to laugh loudly and replied that he expected such an answer from Yuri. Yuri looked at Yubak in surprise. Yuri looked at Yubak suspiciously and thought that it looked like Yubak had found out something about him. Yubak smiled and said that he would not exaggerate, but Yuri was the main trump card in this quest. Yubak walked forward. He waved his hand and said that he would look forward to Yuri's new achievements. Riko stopped behind Yuri. She turned around when she heard someone call her name. Next to Yuri and Riko was Barry. He was riding a horse. Barry held the reins and looked at Riko with an evil smile. Barry went ahead of the guys. Then he said with a smile on his face that he was surprised by Yubak's words, who called Yuri the main trump card. He wondered why Yubak had such an opinion about Yuri. Then Barry looked angrily at Yuri. Yuri was surprised by this. Barry pulled his sword out of its sheath and pointed it at Yuri's throat, sharper than a sword. Riko found herself between Yuri and Barry's actions surprised and frightened her. Barry continued to point the sword towards Yuri. Yuri looked at Barry calmly. Riko stood between the boys and began to shout what Barry was going to do to Yuri. Barry looked down at Yuri and said he was wondering why Yuri was getting so much attention and why the guys here respected him so much. Yuri was shot on the tip of the sword that was pointed at him. Then Yuri looked at Barry and saw a black silhouette in front of him, which was engulfed in black magic, and this silhouette was pointing a flaming sword towards Yuri. Yuri twisted his face in fear. Barry continued to point his sword at Yuri. He looked at Yuri in surprise and asked him if Yuri had really gotten sick. Yuri touched his head and answered Barry's question in the negative. Yuri did not understand what had just happened to him. Then Barry started laughing loudly and saying that Yuri was no trump card. He was so scared that he couldn't really say anything. Barry, riding a horse, walked forward. Then he said that Yuri should not interfere with him in the future. Riko said Barry's name menacingly. Clarice approached Yuri and asked him to step aside with her for a minute. Riko said warily that Yuri needed to be careful, as Barry might be up to no good. Yuri looked away and repeated Clarice's words. The boys looked ahead as Barry smiled and put his hand on the shoulder of the knight walking next to him. Clarice said that, unfortunately, there is no swordsman in the knightly order who can surpass Barry in fighting skills. Clarice remembered the dark silhouette of Barry leaning on his weapon. She then said that during the last expedition, 100 knights disappeared, but the only one who was able to return was Barry. Yuri looked at Barry's face and thought that now he understood everything, which meant that Barry had already entered the singularity. The wind came. The sky above the lush crowns of the trees gradually began to darken. Yubak stood thoughtfully. Then the knight who was walking next to Yubak raised his hand up so that the other knights and adventurers would stop too. Yubak and the young man with short hair looked ahead warily. They saw a dark dome in front of them, from which a gusty wind was blowing. Yubak and his partner stood in front of the dome and then began to say that this is the singularity. It emits a terrible magical force. One of the soldiers approached Yubak, who wanted to report the information to him. The captain and Yubak turned to the man in armor and began to listen to him. He said that since the last time the singularity had become larger, everything within 1 kilometer from the lake was filled with a high concentration of magic. The captain held the reins and said that because of the high concentration of magic, many people would be injured. Isn't it dangerous to get involved in all this? Yubak lowered his head and thought. Barry came up to them and grinned. Barry walked up to Captain Hawks and told him that he should stop being afraid. They had already come so far, so they had no choice but to move forward. Hawks looked at Barry in surprise. Hawks looked at Barry and said that Barry should wait. Many people had already suffered, so adventurers were hired to help. Barry replied that he knew everything. There were many people standing behind Hawks and Barry. Barry smiled evilly and looked at Hawks. Then he said, "That's why there are a lot of people. They can use barriers or something like that." Hawks shouted that Barry was really serious. Barry answered Hawks's question positively. Then Barry pulled out his sword and reared his horse. He began to shout that now they would begin to advance towards the singularity, so whoever wanted money or revenge for the fallen should follow him. The adventurers and knights were encouraged by Barry. They began to whiten and agree to follow him. The knights and adventurers rushed forward. Hawks gave a loud hiss, then he looked at Yubak and called his name. Yubak was sitting on his horse, holding the reins. Hawks, on horseback, rushed forward with the others. Riko stood with clenched fists. She said that she and Yuri also needed to go. Yuri looked ahead and agreed with Riko's words. Yuri put his hand in front of him and began to move into the singularity. Having got inside the singularity, Yuri gradually began to open his eyes. Then he looked up in surprise. Then he said that this really was the singularity. The guys and the others found themselves inside the dome. Everything was shrouded in darkness. A large crowd of people were moving through a gloomy area, with sharp rocks jutting out on both sides of the road. Riko looked around warily and said that this was a bad place. Yuri stood nearby, and Clarice, who warily held her sword. In front of them, the guys noticed that someone was coming in their direction. A horde of monsters was approaching the adventurers and knights. They began to climb the trees. The adventurers began to look around and discuss what kind of monsters these were and where so many of them came from. The adventurers and knights found themselves surrounded by many monsters. They were even in the trees. The monsters bared their teeth and growled loudly. They were dark goblins. They reached rank C. One of the dark goblins frowned. He looked at the fair-haired man who was holding a sword in his hands. Then this goblin jumped high into the air, and several more followed him. These dark goblins rushed to attack. They jumped on several men and began to bite them with a menacing roar. The men began to defend themselves. Yuri took his sword and cut down several goblins who wanted to attack him. Yuri looked ahead and thought that these goblins were strong. Yubak stood on the ground and began to shout that he could handle everything. Yubak took his staff in his hands and placed it in front of him. He began to cast a spell. A gusty wind and fire rose into the air. A fiery whirlwind rose in front of the goblins. The goblins began to run away, and the fiery whirlwind followed them. Many goblins began to climb up the whirlwind, their bodies black. In the middle of the whirlwind stood Yubak and the rest of the people who were accompanying them. The soldiers and adventurers stood in the center of the whirlwind. They looked up as the black bodies of the goblins rose up through the whirlwind. They were very surprised at what Yubak was capable of. Yubak looked to the side and began to shout that the adventurers and knights must immediately rush into battle and defeat the remaining goblins. Everyone armed themselves and rushed forward. The goblins began to scream in fear. The armed soldiers rushed into battle. They began to attack the goblins. Riko and Clarice ran ahead of Yuri. Riko turned to Yuri that she and Clarice would also go forward. Yuri agreed with the girl's plan. Yuri looked towards where Barry was standing. He looked straight ahead and said that Yubak was always bothering him. Yuri looked at Barry in surprise. A man with a beard and long hair swung his arm and shouted. He attacked one of the goblins. There were many soldiers behind the man. The man's face was all sweaty. White spots appeared next to him. The man put his hand on his belt. In the other hand he held a weapon. Then he said, "Did they really manage?" Behind him stood several soldiers. Under their feet lay the bodies of goblins. One of the knights was sitting on his knees. One of the men began to shout that the enemies were advancing. Everyone looked in surprise in the direction from which something was approaching them. The men saw that not far from them, on the rocks, sat dark rabbits and wolves. The rabbits had a D rank, and the wolves had a C rank. Large dark rabbits and wolves began to advance towards the soldiers. The men began to talk among themselves, saying that they were already exhausted from the battle with the goblins. Hawks raised his hand and started shouting that there was no time to rest. They would definitely repel the attack of these monsters. Riko turned to Yuri and asked if everything was okay with him. He answered her question positively. Yuri looked away thoughtfully. One knight was kneeling and leaning on his sword. Around him, on the ground, lay the bodies of goblins. Someone was approaching the knight from behind. It was a dark wolf. He jumped up and rushed at the frightened knight, who began to cover himself with his hands. The next moment, Barry cuts this wolf into several pieces. Barry helped the knight up and said that he needs to be stronger. The knight looked at Barry and started shouting that he was scared and wanted to go back. Barry grabbed the knight's armor and started shouting angrily at him that he had no intention of giving up everything and coming back defeated. Barry lifted the man by his armor, and a commotion began around them. Barry shouted that if the man ran, the others could follow him. As punishment, he would go forward. Barry then lifted the man above himself and threw him forward. The man falls to the ground, smoke billowing out from underneath him. The man tried to get up. He leaned on the ground with one hand, then he looked towards where his partners were standing and shouted Barry's name loudly. The next moment, a hole appeared next to the man. He began to slide down. The man tried to climb up. In the middle of the hole, some strange sound was heard. The next moment, a huge monster with claws crawled out from the center of the pit. It was a sand emperor. It was a B rank. The monster hung over the surface of the ground and made a loud sound. A man with a helmet on his head began to roll towards a monster that had emerged from the ground. The man was screaming loudly, and the monster was making frightening sounds. Yubok held his staff out in front of him, his hair disheveled. He began to cast a spell and released a gravity ball forward. The ball headed down towards the B-rank monster. The man rolled down and finally reached the ground. Clouds of smoke rose into the air. The gravity ball stopped next to the man in the helmet. The man in the helmet with the gravity ball rose into the air. The B-rank monster closed its claws over the man hovering in the air. The rest of the soldiers stood. They were surprised that the man was hovering in the air. Yubok raised his hand with the staff up. The surrounding soldiers began to shout that, as they expected, Yubok saved the man. He can continue to help them in the battle. Not far from Yubok, the sounds of footsteps were heard. The man in the helmet fell next to Yubok. He got up on all fours and thanked Yubok for saving him. Yubok sensed danger and turned around. Barry ran up to Yubok and hit him. Yubok flew to the side from the blow, shouting Barry's name during the flight. Yubok was surprised by Barry's unexpected action. Barry held his hand in front of him and smiled evilly. Yubok headed towards the open mouth of the B-rank monster. Barry said that he was saying goodbye to the old man. The girls and Hawks opened their mouths in extreme surprise. Yuri stood behind Hawks. Barry's face darkened. His eyes and evil smile sparkled brightly. He laughed and said that as soon as Yubok was gone, everything would go according to his plan. Yubok fell into the mouth of a B-rank monster. Barry said goodbye. The boys were horrified when they realized what was going on. The B-rank monster rose high above the ground and closed its claws. Barry stood and watched everything that was happening, smiling evilly. Yuri stood and held onto the rope of his bag of things. He was dressed in armor, and with the help of his weapon, with his eyes closed, he was casting spells. Barry puffed out his cheeks, then leaned forward and began to say through laughter that a court magician, without his staff, was simply a weak man. Barry stood at the empty curator, two sharp chips protruding from the ground in front of him. Behind Barry was Riko. She stopped and started screaming what Barry was up to. Zari smiled evilly and looked towards where Riko was standing. Riko made a surprised face and listened with horror to Barry's words that Riko didn't understand what was happening. In fact, it was all her fault. Hawks rushed to the side where Barry was standing. Barry looked ahead in surprise. Hawks held his sword with both hands. He gritted his teeth in anger and tried to attack Barry from the air. He said that Barry did not have long to live. Barry bared his teeth and grinned. The next moment, there was a big explosion. Someone was fighting with the monster hairs, and someone looked in surprise towards the explosion. Hawks was covered in dust. He was also very surprised and shocked. A barrier appeared in front of Barry. Hawks's sword was stuck into something. This object was finished off by Hawks and Barry. Hawks burped in surprise to a safe distance and looked ahead in shock as he tried to catch his breath. Barry stood in front of Hawks. A strong aura emanated from him. Large black wings grew from Barry's back. Barry himself bent down and raised his hands. Then he said that he felt himself overflowing with power. The rabbit monster held the soldier's sword and looked towards where Barry was standing. The monster suddenly let go of the soldier's weapon and ran away with a squeal. The man held the weapon in his hands and looked at the running monster in surprise. The girls looked at Barry and said, Did the demon really run away because of Barry? Did he really give his soul to the demon? Barry's appearance changed, his eyes turned black and he grew fangs. Barry's hand became clawed and began to emit a magical aura. He smiled and said that Rico didn't think it was unfair that this world was having a hard time giving you what you needed. Barry appeared behind Rico. He placed his clawed hands on Rico's face, then he smiled creepily and said that he did not want to put up with this situation and decided to live freely. A moment later, Rico turned around in fear, and Barry had disappeared, leaving behind a barely noticeable clot of magical energy. She began to look around and noticed something above her. Barry started to float in the air. His wings were spread wide. Barry started to smile evilly. Then he put his hand in front of him, on which magical circles appeared. Barry started to say that now he will act seriously. Barry activated his magic power. A large column of black dust appeared on the ground. The wind rose and began to blow soldiers off their feet. The soldiers began to cover their faces with their hands. Plumes of black smoke appeared around the adventurers and knights. Rico covered her mouth. Her body began to shake from intense fear. Rico herself and those around her began to scream that they could not move. Sweat was running down Clarice and Hawks's faces. They didn't understand what was happening. Barry was floating in the air, his wings were spread wide, and he himself looked down at those around him and smiled evilly. Then Barry closed his eyes and let his head go. After thinking for a bit, he said that people were too weak. The very thought that he used to be that weak made him feel bad. Then Barry smiled and said that now was the time to deal with everyone. Something flew towards Barry. He was hit in the face, blood poured out of the wound. Barry began to look around. He did not understand who could have struck him. Someone's footsteps were heard on the ground. Barry looked down and saw Yuri standing underneath him with his hand raised up. Barry was surprised. He didn't understand how Yuri was able to move. Yuri opened his mouth. Yuri frowned and with a serious expression on his face said that Barry did not have long to live. Barry frowned. Veins began to appear on his forehead from anger. He was very surprised and outraged by Yuri's words. Barry was still in the air. He began to shake. Then he covered his face with his hand. Lowering his hand down, Barry began to laugh loudly. Yuri did not take his eyes off Barry hovering in the air. Barry raised his hand up. He started to use his dark magic. Then a large sword with an unusual ornament appeared in his hand. Barry started to say that he would never have thought that he would have to teach Yuri a lesson so soon. Yuri got into a fighting stance and grabbed his sword. Barry, floating in the air, pointed the sword, with an unusual pattern, towards Yuri and said that Yuri should prepare to part with his life. Barry began to glow brightly. He rushed towards Yuri to make an attack. Yuri took out his sword from its sheath and prepared to parry Barry's blow. The atmosphere in the air became even more oppressive. Barry rushed towards Yuri. He wanted to attack him. Yuri took a fighting stance and waited for Barry to approach. Barry smiled evilly and rushed towards Yuri. Yuri looked at Barry with a serious expression on his face. Barry caught up with Yuri and their swords touched. The attack was so strong that the blast wave hit the surrounding people who were standing nearby and taking cover. Barry struck mercilessly. He grinned angrily and began to say that Yuri was really tired. Barry intended to cut off his limbs. Yuri did not show any emotion. He simply reflected Barry's blows one after another. Barry and Yuri moved quickly in different directions. Barry held the sword with both hands. Then he swung and said that now would be the end of Yuri. Yuri noticed a good chance to attack. He began to break with his foot on the ground. Yuri swung his sword in front of me and then looked very surprised. Barry appeared in the air above Yuri. Yuri ducked. He was wary as he felt Barry looming over him, grinning evilly. The next moment, a large column of dust rose into the air from the attack. The people standing nearby covered their faces from the dust. Then they all started talking, saying that they couldn't move again. Rico covered her mouth and let out a scream. Yuri stood silently. There was a lot of dust around him. Yuri heard someone calling his name. The next moment, Barry appeared in front of Yuri and their swords hit each other again. Barry was floating in the air upside down. The evil grin never left Barry's face. Yuri stood in front of him and asked why Barry had approached him like that. Barry was surprised by Yuri's question. Yuri stood on the ground, and Barry continued to float in the air. Yuri asked that he did not understand Barry's actions. He wielded the sword so well, but at the same time betrayed the knights. There was a loud grinding sound. Barry was high in the air again. He raised his hand and said that the knightly code is pride. It is nonsense. It is just a way for the weak to hide their weakness. The captain was very angry at Barry's words. Barry was hovering high above the ground. He continued to say that in this world only the strong rule. He was chosen by the organization that rules the world behind the scenes. Yuri became wary and wondered if there was a dark organization behind everything. Barry raised his hand in front of him. He held a sword with it. The number 816 appeared on his hand. Floating in the air, Barry said that these numbers are the most powerful title for the Chosen Ones, but someone like Yuri cannot understand this. Yuri looked at Barry floating in the air and thought that he knew, but could not agree with the strongest title, since lie is wrong. Barry looked at the people and said that power is absolute and it is freedom. The next moment, Barry's dark silhouette appears astride the soldier. Barry touched the man's body with his foot and said that even if he did such a thing, no one would be able to stop him. The man begged for mercy. Yuri thought about Barry's words. Yuri stood near Barry, who had one leg on the man. Yuri said that Barry didn't understand the meaning of freedom at all. Barry looked at Yuri in surprise, who continued to say that Barry was wrong, that he thought about his impunity. If everyone did what they wanted, the world would be engulfed in unrest. Barry kept his foot on the man. Yuri looked at Barry and said that the freedom that Yuri wants is not so low. Barry thinks that strong people are free, but Barry is weaker than Yuri. Veins began to appear on Barry's face from anger. Yuri swung his sword and said that now it was his turn to show what he could do. Barry continued to keep his foot on the man who was lying on the ground. Barry looked at Yuri in surprise. A moment later, Yuri was next to Barry. Barry opened his mouth in surprise and flew into the air in fear while he let out a loud scream. Barry's body flew into a rock face, sending clouds of dust into the air. Barry lay in a pile of rocks, unable to understand how Yuri had been able to hit him with such force. Barry was lying in a pile of rocks. He opened his mouth and said that he did not understand who Yuri really was. The next moment, Yuri is next to Barry. Barry swings his sword and asks Barry if he feels true freedom. Barry's mouth opens wide, his black eyes filled with horror and fear. Yuri lands his punch, and the top of the rock separates from the main part and flies up. Barry lies on the rocks, blood pouring from his mouth, and he says that it was stupid to underestimate Yuri. This should not have happened. Barry looked at the dark silhouette of Yuri. He was standing over Barry and holding his sword in his hand. Clouds of dust rose around Yuri, and Barry asked who Yuri really was. Yuri looked down at the base of the cliff. He thought that he knew what kind of power Barry had, but with the previous moisture, Barry's strength was comparable to below average. Barry made a strange sound and hit the ground with his hand. Stones flew in different directions. Barry flew up to the top of the cliff where Yuri was standing. Barry started yelling that Yuri shouldn't look down on him because he was only an F rank. Barry gritted his teeth in anger. Yuri looked at Barry with a calm expression. Barry swung and struck Yuri with his sword. In turn, Yuri managed to dodge. Barry continued to strike Yuri with blow after blow. All blows were easily parried by Bri. At the same time, Barry said that Yuri would soon die. Barry's face twisted even more. He was angry at Yuri. A moment later, Barry rushed to attack Yuri. Barry delivered blow after blow, and Yuri deftly shortened from each of them, but at the same time he did not deliver a single blow in response. Barry was surprised and gritted his teeth in anger. Then he pointed the sword towards Yuri and said that why Yuri just dodges his attacks, is he making fun of Barry? Barry put his hand in front of him and said angrily that most likely Bree was just afraid of him. Then Yuri should just beg him for mercy. Yuri sighed heavily and thought that Barry was no longer a man and he should not hold back. Yuri stood on the cliff and looked down with a menacing expression. The next moment, Yuri appears next to Barry and strikes Barry in the stomach with his sword. Barry's face twisted in pain and surprise. Then Barry hung on Yuri's sword, and Yuri in turn threw Barry to the ground. The blow was so strong that clouds of dust and broken rocks rose into the air. Barry found himself sunk several meters into the ground. He lay motionless, his arms spread out to the sides, and a mark from Yuri's sword remained on Barry's stomach. Yuri looked ahead and thought that no matter how strong the demon was, one day they would still lie down just like Barry and would not be able to rise. At the moment the battle with Barry had come to an end. The peaks of the rocks were covered in a cloud of dust. The adventurers and knights began to move. They looked ahead at Yuri and did not understand who he was. Barry lay on the rocks and began to cough up blood. Barry was lying on the rocks, his arms spread out to the side. Barry's clothes were all torn. Yuri was standing on the rocks above Barry. Then he looked up and thought that the purpose of the quest was to find the cause of the singularity. Defeating Barry would mean everything would disappear. Yuri looked up at the vast darkness and thought that the reason was not Barry, and the singularity continues to grow. Barry's eyes began to sparkle brightly. He began to convulse and scream loudly. Yuri noticed this and turned around in surprise. Barry was holding his head and screaming that they needed to give him another chance, since he had not yet learned his full strength. The blond man with the mask on his head whispered that Barry should finally shut up. The next moment, Barry's stomach swelled to incredible proportions. Veins started to appear in Barry's eyes. Barry started screaming, why did they do this to him? Barry's stomach started to swell more and more. He started screaming hysterically. Barry looked at his growing belly and tried to say something unintelligible and not viscous. A crack appeared on his belly and then Barry's belly completely burst. In the place where Barry had been lying before, a large spot appeared, in which a man stood. This greatly surprised Yuri. This man stood in the middle of the spot and said that Barry really did not understand the meaning of freedom correctly. The fair-haired man removes the mask from his face. Yuri looks at him intently and warily. The man removed his mask and said Yuri's name. Yuri looked at the stranger's intense gaze and became very wary. He thought that he did not understand what kind of magical power was emanating from this man. The next moment, a black mist began to move towards the knights and adventurers. People began to tremble and look up above themselves. Yuri looked to the side and saw Riko standing next to him and then falling. She was calling Yuri by name. Yuri quickly went to Riko and tried to help her get up. The stranger watched as Yuri helped Riko and said that he thought his magical power had had such an effect on Riko's condition. Yuri lifted Riko's head. He asked how she felt. Riko was lying unconscious in Yuri's arms. Yuri looked at Riko and thought that it was good that she simply lost consciousness. Then Yuri looked warily at the stranger and said that the stranger should introduce himself and who he was. At the same time, the stranger began to hover in the air. Then he said that he apologized for not introducing himself. Large black wings appear from the stranger's back. He says that he is number 4 and his name is Sariel. He is a fallen angel and he is 933 years old. Yuri opened his mouth in surprise. Then he played Sariel's words over and over in his head. Yuri looked at Sariel hovering in the air and thought that now he understood where he got such power from. The singularity was his doing. Sariel floated in the air and began to say that he was not surprised that people did not know him. He was not so strong before. He did not understand what Yuri was doing here. Sariel's light hair partially covered his face. Yuri looked at Sariel with a serious expression and wondered if he really had telepathy. Sariel snapped his fingers and said that everything was useless now. The next moment, an air whirlwind began to appear in front of Yuri. With each passing moment it became larger and larger. A drop of water appeared in the middle of the circle. Yuri thought that magical power began to increase in this place. Sariel was hovering in the air. In an empty space there was a lake with water, in the middle of which stood a structure. Yuri stood knee-deep in water, and in front of him a view opened up of a small structure with a human silhouette, which was chained. Yuri saw a chained girl. On her forehead, one could see a precious decoration. The girl was hanging, with her head down. The girl opened her eyes slightly. At this time, Yuri's eyes were wide open. The girl looked at Yuri and quietly said his name. Yuri looked ahead in fear. Sariel began to smile maliciously. A gloomy aura appeared around him. The hero stands in the middle of a battlefield, which is one big lake. It is a gloomy place, surrounded by mountains on the perimeter. In the very middle of this place stands an unusual structure. Yuri looks tensely towards this structure. Every muscle in the hero's body is tense. A very dark energy surrounds this place. Aizawa Yuri's intense gaze falls on the girl hanging in front of him. Aqua, shyly and embarrassedly lowering her gaze, says the hero's name. The moon rises high in the sky. It shines and refreshes the hero's memory. He recalls his joint travels with his comrades, led by the great sorceress Aqua. Her gorgeous smile could light the way to new adventures and luck. This girl was a bright ray of light in Yuri's life. The hero looks at Aqua in surprise and the situation she found herself in. The young man's face shows obvious shock at what is happening. He looks at the exhausted and embarrassed girl and says that he realized that she was the cause of the singularity. The girl bashfully lowers her eyes to the floor. Yuri, standing in the middle of the lake, continues to stubbornly look at the strange structure at a distance from him. Clouds slowly float across the dark night sky. Suddenly, the fallen angel begins to clap his hands loudly. The moonlight reflects on his black nails. Sariel, hovering high in the sky, mocks Aqua's situation and the hero's helplessness in not being able to help his dear friend and comrade. Yuri looks up at him with a question. The fallen angel, smiling demonically, asks the confused hero if the touching reunion of old friends has taken place. All this time, the angel does not stop hovering in the sky, shaking the night air. He then says that this reunion has come a little late, as Aqua will soon fall into their hands. During his speech, the angel kept looking at the hero with disdain and a sense of superiority. Serial, holding out his hand with black nails, says that Barry has gathered people in the singularity, and they are limiting these people to dark magic. The fallen angel looks around with a huge sense of his own superiority. Then he clenches his fist as a sign of his invincibility and says that in this way they are going to corrupt the goddess. The girl's eyes fill with tears from what she hears. She finally understands what awaits her. Then a lightning bolt of enormous power strikes the girl. The girl's hands, chained, like her entire body, begin to convulse from such a powerful electric shock. Aqua then went limp but remained alive, her head falling to her chest as the frail girl lost consciousness. The fallen angel, hovering over the lake and cutting through the night air, asks the shocked hero what it is like to watch his friends suffer. The hero becomes furious. He thinks to himself that he will not allow anyone to bully or cause any other harm to his friends and comrades. Yuri slowly begins to walk towards the exhausted Aqua. The fallen angel looks at him with disdain and even some disgust. For this higher being, all human feelings are alien. Suddenly, the hero casts a speed-up spell, and, cutting through the water, flies to the place where Aqua was suspended by chains by her hands in an unconscious state. The hero, full of rage and indignation, runs up to Aqua as close as possible and takes out his sword, intending to break the chains with which the girl's hands were bound, and she herself was suspended. Yuri jumps up to a height above the level of Aqua's chained hands, intending to deliver a crushing blow to the chains that bind her. The hero, flying through the air after a powerful jump, flies towards the chains and is already approaching them. The tip of his blade is almost reaching the ill-fated chains that are causing his precious friend and comrade so much pain. But Serial notices this with his cunning and evil eyes. The fallen angel says that it looks quite interesting. The hero continued his way in the direction of Aqua. But suddenly, a few meters before his destination, he was stopped by an unknown force. Yuri, in shock, began to look around for what could have prevented Aqua's release and his movements in the air after the jump. The hero tries to move at least one muscle of his body, but he can't. He realizes that his body has stopped moving. He then turns his gaze towards the supposed source of the magic that was able to stop him. Serial, hovering behind the immobilized hero, says that Yuri's body hides the negative emotions of people who died in the singularity. The hero listens with incomprehension to the fallen angel, who in some sense mocks him. The angel settled inside an unusual building and said that there was a very beautiful view of the unconscious Aqua and the immobilized hero from there. All this time, the fallen angel mockingly laughed at his comrades. Suddenly, Aqua woke up and tears gushed from her eyes from the hellish pain she experienced after being hit by an electric discharge. Sariel mockingly and maliciously says that two people who were much stronger than him are now unable to move. The fallen angel laughs mockingly, soaring high in the dark sky and cutting through the night air with his huge and powerful wings. He says that this whole situation is quite funny. Suddenly, an explosion occurs behind him, the power of which scatters huge fragments of rocks in different directions. The fallen angel is very surprised and becomes wary. Floating high in the sky, he turns and looks at the place where the explosion was. Sariel is very surprised and does not understand what it was. Suddenly, someone appears from the explosion. He is enveloped in thick clouds of dust rising into the air. This someone says that he will help Yuri. The hero turns around in surprise at such a familiar voice. This someone turned out to be the rebellious old man Marius, whom Barry had only recently tried to wall up deep into the ground. A man of enormous size rose majestically, his clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. Yuri looked at Marius in surprise. He was very surprised and glad that the old man survived such a powerful attack directed at him by Barry. The hero recalls the possible circumstances of the old man's departure from this world. Yuri says that he thought that Marius disappeared from this world when he was swallowed by the Sand Emperor. In Yuri's memories, this huge underground centipede crawled away along with the old man it had swallowed. The old magician begins to read a spell that should defeat the enemy. Yuri, in his mind, calls Marius an invincible old man. The fallen angel continues to hover arrogantly in the air, cutting through the air with his huge and powerful wings. Serial looks at the old magician with disdain and asks him who he is. Marius looks at his opponent with anger and introduces himself as the court magician Marius, Ubach. The old man's hair flutters in the wind. The man looks towards the fallen angel and says that this is the end, and that he will get what he deserves for playing with human lives. The angel continues to look at the magician with arrogance and contempt. The angel did not expect such a turn of events, and that some stranger would interfere in his conversation with Yuri. He looks at the old man with fury and says that some uncouth old man has interfered in their wonderful conversation. Marius looks at the angry fallen angel with surprise and some apprehension. Then a huge and powerful clot of magical energy forms around him, enveloping the body of the old magician. Marius's clothes slowly begin to tear, as the old magician's muscles began to grow rapidly and his clothes became too small for him. Then the already transformed old man lets out a battle cry. The fallen angel looks with incomprehension at what is happening to the old magician. Marius completes his transformation completely and, surrounded by a huge flow of magical energy, prepares to attack his enemy. The old man looks at the fallen angel with hatred. The angel just snorts. Suddenly the old magician takes off. He pushes off the ground with great force and in the blink of an eye finds himself at a great height. He flies up to the angel hovering in the sky and is about to deliver a powerful blow to him. Serial, however, only looks at his opponent with a relaxed expression. The old man looks at the enemy, frowning. But at the moment of impact, the angel disappears from his previous place and flies back. Suddenly, the angel notices something and becomes wary. The magician sends a powerful stream of air in his direction, thus disorienting the opponent. Then the man approaches the fallen angel again and strikes again. Then the magician, without delay, begins to strike blow after blow, trying to hit the fallen angel, but he constantly dodges each attack of the magician. The fallen angel smiles wickedly and asks if he should praise the old mage. The angel flies behind the old man and says that if he became a demon and trained for 100 years, he would have a chance of getting into the double digits. To turn around instantly to attack again, but doesn't have time. The fallen angel manages to strike first. He hits the old magician's neck with all his might. The man, not expecting such a blow, wheezes and loses consciousness, falling down. The fallen angel smiles maliciously. Yuri heard all the sounds that were during the battle. He realized that Marius had lost. All this time, the hero could not move. Yuri glanced sideways at the battle and thought that the fallen angel's power was very great. Serial, having finished the fight with Marius, turned his attention back to Yuri. He still couldn't move. The fallen angel looked at Yuri with excitement in his eyes and said that now it was his turn. The angel's face was distorted by a terrifying smile. Yuri lowered his eyes in resignation, and Serial asked him how long he could entertain him. Madness flashed in his eyes. Then the fallen angel sent another electric shock at Aqua, causing her unimaginable pain. Tears gushed from the girl's eyes, and her face was distorted by a grimace of pain. Yuri watched helplessly as his dear friend was being tortured. The fallen angel Serial continued to soar high in the sky and watch the suffering of Aqua and Yuri. The hero thought that of all the enemies he had met, the angel was on a completely different level. Sweat starts to run down the hero's face. He thinks that this may be the first time he has no confidence in victory, even if he uses all his strength. The fallen angel slowly descends behind the hero and says that now it is his turn. Yuri looks suspiciously at the angel. The hero still cannot move. The angel looks at him with satisfaction and relaxation, and the hero prepares himself for what awaits him. Every muscle in his face and body is tense. Yuri thinks that the magic that bound him is most likely the magic of a curse. If his fears are confirmed, then it can be cancelled by reversing the magic. Suddenly, the hero remembers one condition for reversing the curse's magic. The hero tries to reverse the magic, but it doesn't work. Not a single muscle in his body moves. The hero thinks that not only is the angel's magical power great, but the density of the magic surrounding him is also great, so his technique has no effect. While the hero is trying to figure out how to get out of this situation, an angel hovers around him, mocking Yuri's situation. Serial whispers to the hero that if this were the old him, he would have easily freed himself. Then he sharply hits the hero in the stomach. From such a blow, Yuri starts to bleed from his mouth and nose. Then the angel starts to hit the hero in the stomach without stopping, telling him to start moving. He twists it again and again, asking what happened to it. The hero stretches out his hand, but at that moment, the angel throws him to the ground. Aqua watches her dear friend being bullied. She is powerless to do anything. Another bolt strikes her. The girl winces in pain. Yuri tries to get up after such a painful fall. The hero rises to his knees and thinks that it will be very difficult to deal with such an opponent, since he is quite strong. Yuri slowly rises to his feet. He is broken and exhausted, but he thinks about attacking the angel from close range. The hero slowly begins to move towards his goal. The fallen angel flies high in the sky. The hero uses a contraction spell to get closer to his opponent. The hero finds himself next to the fallen angel Sariel in the blink of an eye. He, not expecting this from the weakened Yuri, is shocked. At this time, Yuri casts a new spell at the angel, fire magic of the highest rank. A huge fiery hurricane rises from the hero's hand towards the fallen angel. The hero tries to destroy the angel with this spell, but suddenly he hears the devilish laughter of the fallen angel. He breaks through the fiery hurricane and asks Yuri what kind of stupid magic this is. The hero looks at the fallen angel with a lack of understanding as to how his magic could not work. Sariel gets out of the fiery whirlwind and heads towards the hero. Sariel hits Yuri in the face with great force. From such a blow, the hero flies back to the floor. Then Yuri rises with difficulty and looks at the fallen angel again. He smoothly descends in front of Yuri. Sariel, spreading his huge and powerful wings, asks the hero to take him seriously. Then the fallen angel throws Yuri back to the wall with a powerful blow. The hero suddenly realizes that his magic is not working and is shocked by this. Then he finally decides to attack and swings his sword. But suddenly, a fallen angel flies up to him from behind and asks if something is wrong. The angel continues his speech, saying that Yuri was once said to be the strongest magical swordsman in history. The angel then snidely wonders if he was lied to about Yuri. The hero tries to attack the enemy again, but he dodges again. Fury awakens in the hero's eyes. He brings his sword closer to the fallen angel, Sariel's face, to which he says that it is quite unfortunate. Then Sariel starts to run sharply towards Yuri, and then delivers a powerful kick to the hero, from which he quickly flies away a very decent distance. While the hero is flying, thrown back by Sariel's powerful kick, the fallen angel flies after him. He hits Yuri in the stomach again. The hero almost loses consciousness from the unbearable pain. Then Yuri falls right into the middle of the lake, and a new discharge of electricity flies into Aqua. The girl's face is again distorted by a grimace of pain. Yuri, thrown into the lake by the angel, slowly but surely begins to drown. While he is drowning, he thinks that all this is useless, that he has no more strength. But suddenly, he begins to hear a voice calling his name. Yuri wonders who it could be. Suddenly a girl picks him up in her arms. She asks him to remember. The hero does not understand what she is talking about. An incredibly beautiful girl, radiating a bright white light, tells Yuri that he is a hero who saved the world. Yuri, in a half-fainting state, does not understand what this incredibly beautiful girl is talking about. The young man continues to drown. The girl says that she and Yuri once traveled together. The hero fought against those who ruled the world and restored peace. Yuri closes his eyes and remembers that Aqua was one of the group. Together they defeated the Demon King. Very vivid memories appear in the hero's head. Then the girl approaches the hero's lips first, and then presses his forehead to hers and says that even if Yuri forgets what he remembered before, she will never forget her memories associated with him. Then the young man and the girl are surrounded by a bright light. The girl says again that she will not be able to forget everything that connects her with Yuri. Suddenly, some memories begin to emerge in the hero's head. He wonders if they are Aqua's memories. The girl continues to look at the hero. Her eyes are full of joy and happiness. She asks the hero to believe her. Then she dissolves into the depths of the lake, leaving the hero alone. After her, only words remain, sounding in the waters of the lake that if Yuri regains his strength, then he will surely be able to win. Suddenly, some memories pop up in the hero's head again, and he begins to think about whether he really was stronger in his previous life. He begins to understand that he was unable to restore even 1/10 of his power. The hero slowly continues to sink, but now not having resigned himself to his fate, but having raised his fighting spirit. Now he wants to return to his original strength. Suddenly, Yuri gets a new skill, the memory of the hero, rank SSS. The hero suddenly opens his eyes. He suddenly remembered everything. The action again moves to the surface above the lake. The fallen angel hovers high in the sky, watching the drowning hero. He then descends onto dry land, folding his mighty wings. He then addresses Aqua with a mocking and snide remark about her life preserver, Aizawa Yuri, now being at the bottom of the lake. He says that this is the end of the girl's struggle. The girl, being struck by another electric charge, denies this fact. She turns towards the fallen angel she hates so much and says that Yuri will get to him. She says that he can be sure that he is alive. The angel, not wanting to listen to the girl, makes a movement with his finger, which leads to another discharge of electricity hitting the girl, causing Aqua hellish pain throughout her body. Tears flow from the girl's eyes from the pain she is experiencing. The angel mockingly laughs at her. He says that if Yuri Aizawa were alive, it would not have changed anything. Then the fallen angel stands in a very majestic pose and says that all this needs to be finished as soon as possible. Aqua looks at the fallen angel with disdain as he delivers her sentence that will determine her future fate. Dark clouds gather over the lake and a strong wind rises. The water in the dark lake begins to seethe and bubble. Suddenly, a huge and powerful column of water rises upward. The fallen angel turns around to see the splash behind her, telling Aqua that this will all end for her. The angel closes her eyes in arrogant pleasure, a nasty, smug smile spreading across her face. He says that Aqua, because of her stubbornness, will leave that world just like her beloved Yuri. The angel begins to talk about how easy it is to leave this world, when suddenly Aizawa Yuri appears behind him, calmly and confidently heading towards the girl to free her from the captivity of the fallen angel. Suddenly Serial notices the hero, and his face is distorted by a physiognomy of incomprehension and surprise. He turns towards Yuri, who is leaving him, with a question in his eyes. The hero does not even look towards the fallen angel. Yuri Aizawa once again takes out his sword and continues to approach the girl to cut the chains that bind her hands. The hero makes a swing and then strikes the chains. They break at the same moment, and the exhausted girl begins to fall, not held by the chains. The hero immediately stretches his arms forward and catches the falling Aqua. The girl is completely exhausted, and her face is distorted by a grimace of pain after numerous electric shocks. The hero, looking down, asks the girl if she is okay. Aqua, smiling weakly, only says the hero's name. Standing behind them, the angel laughs maliciously. He says that he is incredibly happy that Aizawa Yuri is still alive. The fallen angel calls this situation funny. The hero looks at Aqua, who is exhausted and pale from torture, without emotion. Suddenly, an unkind aura begins to emanate from him, and the fallen angel notices this and is horrified. The hero then turns to the fallen angel, his face full of rage towards the enemy he so hated. The angel is horrified. His face is distorted with genuine shock. He asks the hero what happened to him. Then the fallen angel exhales and calms down, and says that Aizawa Yuri has become a completely different person. He looks at the hero with arrogant eyes. The hero looks at him with a look full of hatred and tells him to be ready. Yuri narrows his eyes and tells the angel that he is now 3 times weaker than Yuri himself. The angel is shocked by such an impudent statement from the hero. The fallen angel grits his teeth and begins to cast a spell. He calls upon the magic of curses. A huge number of weapons, equipped with cursed energy, begin to fly towards the hero. Each new cursed weapon approaches the hero. The angel screams that at this moment the hero's life will end. Yuri is no longer visible in the pile of weapons falling towards him. More and more spears fall on the hero. Yuri Aizawa is not visible at all in this mess. The fallen angel laughs maliciously, already anticipating his victory. But suddenly his face is distorted by misunderstanding and confusion. He looks at the place where the hero used to stand and sees nothing but dust standing in a column and spears lying everywhere. The fallen angel doesn't understand where his opponent went, when suddenly, Yuri Aizawa appears behind him and prepares to strike. At the moment when the fallen angel decided to turn around to the strange sound that was heard behind him, a powerful punch from the main character hits him in the face. From such a powerful blow, the fallen angel flew into a column that was nearby. The fallen angel, having hit the building, slowly began to slide down. And at that moment, when he found himself on the floor, he raised his eyes to the hero. They were filled with genuine horror. The angel, completely shocked, wondered where Yuri Aizawa got such great power from. Then the fallen angel Serial's eyes widen in horror. Aizawa Yuri took out his sword and pointed it towards the fallen angel. Then the hero uses the sword to cast a spell of the Sword of the Holy Secret, consisting of 3 blades, on the angel. A powerful 3-sided attack falls on the fallen angel Serial, which terrifies him. The fallen angel tries to dodge the 3-way attack, but it still doesn't work. 3 clicks of the Holy Secret sword hit the target. The fallen angel was horrified by such an attack. Aizawa Yuri looks at the opponent with a serious look, then suddenly he notices something. He looks at the opponent over his shoulder and says that he has some kind of feeling of inadequacy. Suddenly the fallen angel calls out to the hero. Mocking Yuri, the fallen angel slowly begins to dissolve. The hero looks at what is happening in shock. He asks the hero if this is all. The fallen angel says that as expected of Aizawa Yuri, this sword technique was definitely the technique of the old Yuri, but then he says that it is a shame. The hero looks at the fallen angel with confusion and questioning eyes. The angel, dissolving, says that he, whom Aizawa Yuri just defeated, is his so-called alter ego. Continuing to dissolve, the fallen angel says that this time, Yuri managed to defeat him, but someday they will meet again. The hero listens thoughtfully to the fallen angel. Having said his speech, the angel says goodbye to Yuri Aizawa. After the fallen angel disappears, some paper falls to the floor, which attracts the hero's attention. Yuri takes it in his hands and begins to study it carefully. It says on it that this is a copy mark, rank, SS. The owner of this piece of paper can only use the alter ego once, putting in magical power. You can also use half of the user's abilities and half of the magic. The hero carefully studies the paper again, and understands what kind of feeling it was then. Yuri remembers his feelings during the last battle with the fallen angel, and understands that it was not Serial's real body then. Then he crumples the paper with force and thinks that he must become stronger. The hero thinks that the next time he meets Serial, he must not lose. The hero releases the pieces of paper to the wind. Then Aizawa Yuri looks at the dark, ominous sky with caution and attention. He thinks that even though he defeated the alter ego of the fallen angel, the singularity has not disappeared and is only becoming denser. Then the hero looks away warily. He thinks that this is not good. The hero looks at his beaten comrades and says that if he leaves them like this, they will become completely weak. While the hero is studying his surroundings, Aqua calls out to him. Yuri Aizawa turns towards her voice. Then he goes up to his friend and asks her if she is okay. The girl, crying, says that she is okay. Then she grabs the hero's hand and says that she knew that Yuri would help her. Yuri Aizawa looks at the girl attentively and without emotion. The hero thinks to himself that he cannot come to terms with this situation. He remembered that once he and Aqua were companions, and Aqua herself was an ordinary person. Suddenly, Yuri Aizawa starts scanning his friend. He sees that her race is now a spirit, not a human, her gender is female, and her age is unknown. The hero looks at his friend in surprise and asks her if she is really a spirit now. The girl looks at Yuri with tears in her eyes. The girl says that it is not surprising that Yuri Aizawa is surprised, since in this world it is rare to find a person who can be reborn as a spirit after death. Aqua places one hand on her chest and introduces herself as the 11th generation of this world. The girl says that she has been reborn as a water spirit. Yuri Aizawa looks at his friend in surprise and thinks that the words the girl said mean that he lived differently before using the magic stone of reincarnation. Then the hero turns to Aqua again with a question. He says that earlier the girl said that the world would disappear if this continues. The hero's mind flashes back to how Aqua asked him to go to the Water City Luminaria. Otherwise, this world would disappear. Then the action shifts back to the present. Aqua says that she really did say that. But she then says that the numbers decided to use the power of the spirits. The girl says that in this world there are 5 main types of magic: fire, water, wind, darkness, and light. For each magical element there is a pair of spirits that control the magical power. She says that originally these spirits had powers that were slightly superior to those of humans and demons. Thanks to this, balance was maintained in the world. But, however, over the last few hundred years, the power of numbers has grown, and some of the members have acquired powers that surpass even the powers of spirits, and what has happened today is beyond reason. Aqua says that if the spirits are corrupted by the magic of darkness, the world will be destroyed. The hero looks at the girl with incomprehension and some fear, while she herself looks at him decisively. Then the hero suddenly becomes extremely serious. He begins to understand that it is for the destruction of the world. Suddenly, Aqua turns to Yuri Aizawa. She says that she has one request for him. The girl looks at the hero with despair in her eyes and asks him to go to the priestess of fire, Fleur. The hero looks at the girl with great surprise in his eyes. Standing with her back to her pops into Aqua's head. Her hair is pulled back into a neat high ponytail. The girl asks the hero to go to this priestess. Aqua says that if her prediction is correct, then this fire priestess will be the fallen angel Sariel's next target. The hero closes his eyes to carefully consider everything Aqua has said. Yuri Aizawa thinks that he has missed something. The hero suggests that the fire priestess that Aqua sends him to may have once been a companion like Aqua herself. Then the hero, having thought everything over carefully, looks up at the girl and tells her that he doesn't like it and refuses to fulfill her request. Aqua looks at Yuri Aizawa with confusion. She asked about such a decision. The hero indifferently says that he is not interested in world peace or war between people and demons. He says that now he just does what he wants. She cannot understand why he gave such an answer. Yuri lowers his gaze and frowns. He thinks that the world is indeed heading for destruction, but for him it is even more troublesome to live with unpleasant ties. In his past life, he suffered a lot from such a lifestyle tied to something. Suddenly the girl smiles at something. Then she, still with the same smile, looks at Yuri Aizawa and says that he has changed a lot since their last meeting. The hero looks at Aqua with great surprise in his eyes. Then the girl continues. She says that the hero had fought for someone in his past life before and it looked painful. The hero turns away slightly and moves away from the girl and tells her that he is very sorry that he could not help her. Aqua, embarrassed by these apologies, awkwardly raises her hands to her chest and says that everything is rather the opposite. The girl says that she considers Yuri Aizawa's current lifestyle to be much more wonderful than the one he had in his past life. The hero looks at the girl with satisfaction and peace, hearing her answer. Then he thinks that in his first life he tried to protect the world. In his second life he tried to destroy evil. But he understands that in neither life did his efforts pay off. The hero recalls all the torments and losses that he experienced in his previous 2 lives. Suddenly, Yuri is pulled out of his memories by Aqua, who looks disapprovingly at Yuri Aizawa's currently incapacitated comrades. The girl says that it is time for Yuri's friends to wake up. The hero also remembers his comrades who were beaten by life. Then the girl smiles radiantly and suggests that the hero return the place that served as the battlefield to order before his comrades wake up. The hero looks at Aqua in bewilderment. The girl stands on the floor of an unusual building and prepares to clean up. Aqua begins to cast a spell. The girl creates a magic ball the size of a small soccer ball. The girl throws the spell ball up above her head, and it lights up the entire building. It rises higher and higher. When the ball reaches a certain height, it bursts and illuminates with bright light not only the building, but also the entire surrounding space. The hero closes himself from the bright light, illuminating absolutely everything with his hand. Absolutely dry and lifeless plains are covered with greenery. Everything around begins to bloom and smell very pleasant. The sky becomes bright blue and clear. Only white and airy clouds float across it. The blue waters of the lake are covered with bright glare from the sun. Nature comes to life. The hero looks at what is happening around him and Aqua with surprise and admiration. He says that it is amazing. The girl smiles with satisfaction and happiness. And Yuri Aizawa's comrades begin to slowly wake up from their deep sleep. Riko wakes up first. Her head is buzzing after such a long sleep. Clarissa immediately runs up to her, calling her by name. Clarissa asks her sister if everything is okay with her. She asks if her condition has changed somehow. Riko looks at her sister in confusion. Then the girl looks around. She begins to notice how her comrades are also waking up from their sleep. Riko wonders if they are not now in a singularity. Clarissa also does not understand what is happening around them. Then someone came up to the girls and extended his hand to help Riko stand up. This someone seemed to be Aqua. The girls looked at the spirit in shock and let out a loud scream, either from delight or horror. Then soldiers approach the girls and ask them if they are wounded, and then they begin to realize that something around them has changed. The soldiers wonder where Aqua came from on the former battlefield. The soldiers surround the girls and try to figure out why the water priestess is in such a place. Aqua looks around in confusion and introduces herself to everyone present as a water priestess. At the same time, she tries to understand what caused such surprise among the people. Suddenly, one of the soldiers approaches the girl and asks if the water priestess has come here to save them. The girl smiles slyly and says that this is not the case at all. Suddenly, 2 more people begin to approach them. They turned out to be Yuri Aizawa and Old Man Marius, supported by the hero. Strick says that they only won thanks to Yuri Aizawa. Suddenly, soldiers start running up to them and asking about the well-being of Old Marius. Then Aqua enters the conversation and says that Yuri single-handedly defeated the Dark Minions and saved her too. Everyone present looks at Aqua in surprise, not believing her words. Then one of the knights comes out of the crowd and says that it means that the victory was really won thanks to Aizawa Yuri. The soldier asks how he can express his gratitude to Yuri. The hero looks away and thinks to himself that he doesn't want to stand out, but because of Aqua, he can't do that. The girl secretly giggles. Riko looks at Yuri and Aqua with displeasure and tension. Misunderstanding and some irritation can be read in her eyes. Then Clarissa enters the conversation. She asks if it is true that Aizawa Yuri knew Aqua. The girl wants to start saying something about their arrival in Luminaria, namely that the hero said that he had already met Aqua somewhere. Riko is in complete shock. She thinks about how far Yuri Aizawa will go to destroy their common sense. Suddenly, Aqua turns to Yuri. The girl says that it is time for her to go. The hero asks if Aqua is leaving. The girl answers in the affirmative. She says with a smile on her face that the demons will soon come for her, so the girl must hide. The hero thoughtfully lowers his eyes to the floor. He thinks that the purpose of the numbers is to make the 5 great spirits fall and use their power. He immediately remembers the fallen angel, Sariel. Suddenly, Aqua addresses the hero again. The girl says that she has a request for Yuri Aizawa. Yuri looks at the girl in surprise. Aqua asks if Yuri could close his eyes and turn his head to the side. The hero agrees and does as the girl asked. Unexpectedly for Yuri, Aqua kisses him on the cheek. Yuri Aizawa jumps away from the girl in surprise. She laughs slightly mockingly. Then Aqua says that the hero probably forgot that in past lives he and Yuri were lovers. The hero looks at the girl with surprise and shock. Then the sweet couple turns to the people around them, whose faces have turned into stones from what they saw. Here Clarissa begins to speak. She shouts to her sister that this is the true identity of Aizawa Yuri, namely, he is the lover of the water priestess Aqua. Riko, without saying anything, froze like a statue. She then lowers her head in embarrassment, exhales, and then inhales new air for a short scream. She calls Yuri Aizawa shameless, and Yuri himself thinks that for some time after everything that happened he was surrounded by a whirlwind of madness. The action moves to a high, majestic, and magnificent castle. Its corridors lead to an office in which sits old Marius with several other subordinates. The old mage thanks Yuri Aizawa for his efforts. He says that thanks to Yuri, their country was able to survive this difficult situation. Then a knight enters Marius's office with a huge tray. He hands it to Yuri and asks him to accept it. On the tray were several large bags containing 3 million gold as a reward for Yuri Aizawa. The hero looks at the knight and the tray in his hands in surprise. Then old man Marius turns to Yuri again. He says that he has a proposition for the young man. Yuri looks at the old magician with a question. Meanwhile, Marius continues to speak. He says that since Yuri Aizawa saved their country, he is thinking of holding a gratitude ceremony to lift up the country. Old man Marius then says that he wants Yuri Aizawa to attend this ceremony. The hero shyly replies that he appreciates the old mage's feelings, but this time he has to refuse. The men sitting at the same table with Marius try to somehow put pressure on Yuri so that he will come to the ceremony, but old man Marius stops them. The hero is already turning towards the door and is about to leave, saying that he is just a simple adventurer who has simply completed his quest. The young man walks around the night with bags of gold on a tray and says that he is not good at such things. One of Marius's colleagues wonders if Yuri Aizawa is really going to leave like that. Old Marius sits absolutely calmly. Then he smiles slyly and starts laughing out loud at Yuri's words, namely, at the fact that the guy is just a simple adventurer. Marius's colleagues are completely perplexed because they do not understand what the old man is laughing at. As the hero walks down the corridor, in a sense running away from the soldier with the tray of gold, old Marius thanks him for all his efforts and diligence. The action then moves to the port of Luminaria. Leaning on the fence and thoughtfully lowering his head, Riko stands on the bridge. Suddenly, Yuri Aizawa calls out to the girl. Riko looks up at the hero in surprise. Yuri comes closer to the girl and apologizes for making her wait for him. Riko says that she just arrived. Then the hero summons a huge dragon. The majestic beast lands on the city square. Yuri Aizawa, addressing the dragon, says that it is time to go. The dragon, almost like a cat, cuddles up to the hero. Suddenly, someone calls out to the girl. Riko turns to the familiar voice. It turned out to be Clarissa. The girl was running to her sister, and tears were rolling from her eyes. The girl ran up to Riko and asked if she was coming home already. Then she said that she really wants Riko to return to the Knights. Riko smiles and pats his sister on the head. He then tells Clarissa that they will see each other again. The girl says that her sister helped a lot in this quest and that it was not easy for her. Riko says that Clarissa has become much stronger. Clarissa, overcome with emotion, throws herself on her sister's neck. Riko tries to pull her away from him. The hero watches this scene with bewilderment and asks Riko if they are leaving. Then the heroes sit on the dragon's back and set off, cutting through the daytime air and clouds. Clarissa watches her sister and Yuri fly away. She shouts to Yuri Aizawa to take care of her sister. She then goes to shout something else. She shouts that this quest saved Luminaria and thanks Yuri Aizawa. Yuri and Riko look at Clarice shouting after them in surprise. The girl smiles contentedly. Suddenly, Yuri shouts to her that he did not hear what she shouted to them. This brings Clarissa into a state of extreme irritation and displeasure. The hero advises her to shout louder. In the end, Clarissa breaks down and screams at Yuri Aizawa to fly away from here as soon as possible. But at the same time, she herself smiles slightly sadly and happily. Riko and Yuri fly out of the city. Suddenly, Riko calls out to Yuri. The girl asks the hero if he is really glad that he did not stay in Luminaria. The hero turns to her, and asks why she is asking about this. Riko embarrassedly remembers the kiss between Yuri and Aqua. Then the girl says that this question is more about Aqua than about Yuri. The girl asks if the water priestess is not an important person for Yuri. The hero thinks. He thinks that of course, Aqua was an important friend to him in his past life. Then he tells Riko that for the present, she is not such an important person, since his life belongs only to himself. Riko says that Yuri Aizawa's words are always difficult, and asks him to explain in more detail so that she can fully understand him. Yuri turns away from her and says that his words mean that Riko is more important to him now than Aqua. The girl blushes from such embarrassing words of the hero. Then she starts screaming, asking what the hero is talking about. Her face is full of embarrassment. Yuri does not understand why the girl is so embarrassed. He then turns to her and says that he doesn't mind if Riko takes it literally, whatever that means. The girl looks at Yuri in surprise. Yuri Aizawa then asks Riko why she is blushing. The girl in turn calls Yuri Aizawa cunning, then hugs him from behind and says that if he says so, then she can become serious too. Flying on the dragon, the hero thought that this is how they completed their quest in Luminaria and went home. The hero is floating, enveloped in light, white magic. Yuri Aizawa does not understand what is happening. Suddenly he notices that he is carried into some strange building. The hero is surprised to see that he lands on a platform. Torches are burning all around. The hero thinks that he feels that something like this has happened before. Suddenly the young man hears someone calling him. He turns towards the voice. At the top of the stairs, which was right in front of Yuri Aizawa, there is a girl. She says that she is glad that the hero woke her up. The girl was wearing a skirt below the knees with a slit on the side, a top and a cape with a hood. The girl looks at the hero happily, and he tries to remember where he saw her, but the hero still can't do it. The girl says that now she is speaking directly to Yuri's mind with the help of the remaining magic. The girl tells Yuri to go to Netria, the city of fire. She says that otherwise, the world may be in danger of destruction. After these words spoken by the girl, she disappears. The hero looks at the place where the girl stood and spoke a minute earlier, uncomprehendingly. The hero thinks that a similar development of events with the destruction of the world has happened before. Suddenly, Yuri's body catches fire. Fire spreads throughout his body. The hero does not understand what is happening to him. He screams from unbearable pain. Then the hero wakes up. He is lying in bed surrounded by many half-wolves. The hero looks at the idyll that reigns around him and wonders if it was because of the wolves that he felt burned. Then he remembers that these wolves have been living here for some time, ever since he met them in the Valley of the Dragons. Then Yuri will be the wolves, saying that now he will cook them breakfast. Suddenly the hero remembers the dream that he saw a couple of minutes ago. The hero cannot remember what exactly was in this dream, but he remembers that it was something important. But then Yuri comes to the conclusion that it was just a dream after all, so there is no need to worry. The action moves to the city square. The hero, smiling, walks down the street, throwing a bag over his shoulder. At the moment when Yuri was crossing the bridge, he heard two men arguing very loudly under that very bridge. One shouts for his interlocutor not to push and that he was first. The second does not understand what he wants to say by this. The hero looks down in confusion. He assumes that a fight is about to start there. Suddenly, a very strange man appears in the lower doors. He thanks everyone for waiting. After the doors open, a whole warehouse of weapons and equipment opens before the disputants. The men rush into the store shouting that the cheap weapons store is still open today. The hero, hearing cries about a gun shop, remembers his sword. The men run to the shop as fast as they can, saying that if they don't hurry, they'll lose a good weapon. The hero looks at them with incomprehension. Then Yuri thinks about the popularity of this store. Suddenly, a whole crowd of men rushes past him, hurrying to the store. But they suddenly stop, having run into an obstacle. A little girl appears before them, holding in her hands all the weapons she could get her hands on. She says that all the goods put up for sale are hers. The girl runs around the store, collecting cheap weapons. This girl turns out to be Feely Arnett. The hero notices her and approaches to ask what she is doing. Feely notices him and says that everything in this shop is quite cheap. The girl says that in this shop, the sword is below cost price and it is sold cheaper than the purchase price. The hero asks with interest why everything is so cheap here, since in such cases the store can suffer huge losses. Feely replies that she herself knows little about this. She assumes that it is all about buying up. She then draws the hero's attention to the store clerk, who is a dwarf. The owner of the cheap weapons store is named Corey Dolman. Then she goes back to talking about the cheapness of the goods and says that it is cheap here anyway, so everything else does not matter. Then Feely offers Yuri to buy something, saying that technical maintenance is also cheap. The hero is annoyed by such a strong cheapness of the store's goods. Yuri tells Feely that he would better refrain from buying a weapon, since, unfortunately, he needs to go to the blacksmith. The hero approaches a blacksmith's shop. Inside, two men are arguing. When the hero pulls the handle and opens the door, a man falls out on him, shouting that he no longer wants to know his interlocutor. The hero looks at the man rushing towards him in surprise. The man, frightened by Yuri's unexpected appearance, crashes into the door, hitting his face hard on the door handle. In pain after being hit, the hero skeptically asks if the man is okay. This man turns out to be a small child. The child, having encountered the hero, runs out of the blacksmith shop in tears. The hero watches him go in surprise. Yuri walks through the market, having collected the goods he needed. Then, when he entered the blacksmith's workshop, he ran into a child, who, after colliding with the hero, immediately ran out of the shop, saying that he was okay. The hero enters the workshop and sees complete chaos, not understanding what happened. A dwarf blacksmith named Hugo Mantle is sitting on a chair. The blacksmith grumbles that he does not know what to do. Yuri Aizawa approaches the blacksmith and greets him. The dwarf turns around at the young man's greeting. Hugo wants to ask what the hero wanted, but then says that Yuri didn't find him in the best light. The hero looked at the chaos that surrounded him in the workshop and agreed with the blacksmith in his statement. Yuri Aizawa asks the blacksmith what happened. The dwarf exclaims. He says that no matter what he does, everything is bad. Hugo says that because of the cheap shop, his forge is out of business. He says that his shop is located on the outskirts of the city, while his competitor's shop is located in the very center. The dwarf says that the quality of his goods is above average. But because of the low prices in the competitor's store, he has more customers, although in terms of goods, his store is probably much worse than Hugo's store. The hero asks why then the central store is so prosperous. Hugo says that he himself does not understand this, and that is why he is upset. The dwarf does not understand how the store can continue to operate with such discounts. The blacksmith shouts in rage and despair that he does not understand how it works. Yuri reflects on the fact that the low prices in the store are just advertising, but even for advertising it is too cheap. The hero then asks why Hugo's shop is in such disarray. The dwarf begins to explain to Yuri the reason for the disorder, but is interrupted. Two huge hulks enter the shop. One of them says that they have returned. The blacksmith looks with displeasure at the guests who have come to see him. The hero does not understand what is happening here. He asks the dwarf who they are. Hugo replies that they are debt collectors. He says that recently they have been coming to his shop almost every day, according to the blacksmith, to interfere with his work. One of the debt collectors tells the old blacksmith to give him back his money for today. Hugo tells him to shut up, saying he has no money. He calls the old man still energetic, then he offers the blacksmith to give something of equal value instead of money. Hugo tells the debt collectors not to mock him, since they took all the expensive swords and shields, he has nothing left. The collector says that the dwarf has a granddaughter. Horror appears on the blacksmith's face. And the debt collector continues. He says that there are many customers willing to pay for such goods. He says that then the store will become a little more profitable. The old man starts to break out in a cold sweat. Then the debt collector tells his colleague to search everything and take away the blacksmith's granddaughter. The huge debt collector starts moving towards the old man. He asks him where his granddaughter is. The old blacksmith clenches his teeth in anger. The brute swings his huge hand, intending to hit the old man in order to beat information about his granddaughter out of him. But the moment the fist reaches the old man, Yuri appears and stops the thug's fist. The man does not understand what is going on. His colleague asks Yuri Aizawa if he has any questions, if he sees who they are. The hero frowns, realizing the unfairness of the situation. He then begins to attack the debt collectors. Both men are overcome by the hero's unimaginable power. Using magic, Yuri brings both to their knees. Neither can breathe normally. The hero looks at his opponents with disdain. He looks at them and thinks that, thanks to the fact that he received the memory of the hero in the previous quest, the debt collectors writhe in pain only because of their thirst for blood. The hero exhales and lets the debt collectors go. The two, feeling free, immediately run away, shouting that they will return. After some time, already in a rather calm atmosphere, the dwarf asks Yuri Aizawa if he is finished. Then the old blacksmith apologizes for everything that happened before. To this, the hero replies that there is nothing terrible about it, since the old dwarf always helped Yuri with his weapons. The hero reflects on how he politely sent the debt collectors away, but now they are faced with a new task of restoring Hugo's store. The action moves to the adventurer's tavern. All the people there are quietly eating and drinking. The wolf waiter carries dishes between the tables. At this time, Yuri Aizawa enters the tavern. The waiter greets him. The hero, preparing to eat, asks the waiter if he has heard anything about a store with big discounts. The waiter asks if he is talking about the store run by the dwarf. The hero answers in the affirmative. He says that it is the cheapest store. The waiter then says that he doesn't know the details, but he's heard rumors. Yuri Aizawa asks again what rumors the waiter has heard. Wolf says that these discounts do not bring profit from sales to the shop owner, but it is still there. Wolf says that there are rumors that this dwarf uses a strategy to buy competitors' shops. He also says that in addition, it seems that the dwarves who worked in his shop were hired cheaply and forced to work as servants. The hero asks if this doesn't seem strange to anyone. Yuri also says that weapons will become more expensive over time and customers will eventually leave. The wolf waves his fingers on his paw negatively, asking Yuri if he knows what is the most important thing in business. The hero asks what it is. The wolf replies that the most important thing in business is advertising. He says that it doesn't matter how good the shop is, it doesn't matter how good the gun shop is, if no one knows about it, then customers won't come. Then the wolf says that on the other hand, no matter how bad the store or its weapons are, if people know about it, customers will come. The hero understands that Poncho understands the intricacies of this type of business. Then the wolf adds that advertising is not everything, but it is one of the very good reasons. The hero thinks about Poncho's words. He eats dinner and ponders the importance of advertising in business. Then Poncho says that there is only one way to figure it all out, and that is a blacksmithing competition. The wolf explains that this is a blacksmith festival that is held in the city every 4 years. You need to bring the best sword that the master could make. Yuri Aizawa clarifies that if he wins, it will be an advertising campaign for the store. The wolf confirms the hero's conclusion and adds that one can win a prize at this festival. Looks at his friend joyfully, with happiness in his eyes. Then he says that Poncho is amazing. The wolf replies that he is embarrassed by Yuri Aizawa's praise. Then the waiter asks what the hero thinks about the chief blacksmith. He says that for old Hugo it is impossible in this state. The hero looks thoughtfully at his friend. Yuri Aizawa thinks to himself that this is indeed the case. It seems to him that old man Hugo has completely lost his energy. The hero thinks that even if he collects the materials, he will still need knowledgeable people. The wolf asks Yuri if he has anyone, namely a master who makes beautiful swords. The hero closes his eyes, deep in thought. But then a rather unusual idea comes to his mind. The hero remembers one person who can help him with this. The action moves to the city streets. At this time, the debt collectors finally caught Hugo's granddaughter. One of them tells her that he will introduce her to a job that would suit her perfectly. The girl breaks free, trying to free herself from the tenacious hands of the debt collectors. The masked debt collector continues by saying that the job they want to send her to implies a high income for any young girl. The girl does not agree with his words and continues to break free. She says that even if the debt collector says so, all she can offer is sleight of hand. The girl puts her hands forward as if demonstrating and defending herself. The girl's name is Tia Mace. The masked debt collector continues, saying that this would be just right, as he was looking for a clever child. He says that it would be enough to do a few indecent acts. The girl immediately begins to refuse. The debt collector grabs her hand again and tells her to come with him. The girl tries to resist with all her might. The debt collector tells her to shut up and do what he tells her. The girl looks at her kidnapper with tears of despair in her eyes. Suddenly, she is snatched from the hands of the debt collector by Yuri Aizawa, who is passing by. The young man looks at the man with disdain and tells him that that is all. The masked debt collector recognizes the hero from their last meeting and asks why he is here. The hero also recognizes the two from their meeting at Hugo's store. The masked debt collector calls the hero an unpleasant type. Then he says that this time Yuri won't be able to get away from them so easily since they are not alone now. The man turns away somewhere and calls for his big brother. A huge monster of the Hema race named Bubar Weldon emerges from around the corner of the building. The masked debt collector tells the hero to listen and be amazed, as this big guy is a legendary collector of the underworld. The man says that Big Brother will simply crush the hero. Yuri Aizawa looks at this big guy with a face full of indifference. Suddenly, Weldon rushes into the attack and runs towards the hero with all his might. But Yuri Aizawa first grabs him by the leg, and then, resting his leg on a huge hand, knocks the big guy to the ground. Blood starts to flow from the criminal's nose and mouth, and his comrades watch in shock. Suddenly, the hero hears some sound and turns towards the monster. He rises to his feet with the agility of a ballerina and prepares to attack the hero again. He takes out a huge weapon, shaped like an axe. The giant jumps high up right above the hero and prepares to strike him. The hero looks up in surprise and thinks that this giant has pretty good abilities and that he is about C rank. At this time, the giant's huge body continues to approach Yuri Aizawa. Then Weldon falls on the hero with all his huge mass. The debt collectors think that the hero has come to an end, and that is exactly what they expected. Tia looks at the picture with horror. She is afraid that this good and kind person who wanted to help her left this world precisely because of her. The giant rises from where Yuri Aizawa once stood, anticipating his victory. Thick cubes of dust fly around him. But suddenly, Yuri Aizawa appears behind the giant, out of nowhere. The young man maliciously asks the giant if this is really all he is capable of. The brute tries to dodge the hero's blow, but he fails. Yuri hits Weldon in the neck and he falls unconscious to the ground. The hero looks at his rival with disdain and tells his colleagues not to worry about him, since the hero did not send the thug to the next world. The debt collectors run away in horror from the hero's power, screaming loudly throughout the street. The hero only looks after them and calls out to them. The criminals turn around. The hero asks them if they are really going to just leave like that. They say that this is not at all the case. They return, take their comrade, and finally run away. Then the hero turns towards the girl and asks her if she is hurt. Tia replies that she is fine. Then the girl thanks the hero for his help. Yuri Aizawa asks the girl if she is by any chance Hugo's granddaughter. The girl says that this is indeed the case. Then Yuri says that he was looking for her. Tia looks at him in surprise and asks if the hero was really looking for her. Then the girl says that she was actually looking for a strong man too. Suddenly, Yuri Aizawa and Tia ask each other if they know about the blacksmith competition. Then both are surprised by their simultaneous question. Back some time. The hero questions the townspeople on some issue. Someone says that he does not know and is generally busy. Someone says not to talk to him. Someone asks who the hero is looking for. As it turns out later, Yuri was looking for Hugo's granddaughter Tia. He showed every townsman a drawing that supposedly depicted Tia. While looking for Hugo's granddaughter, the hero thought that winning the competition was a way to restore Hugo's shop. Therefore, Yuri simply must find the dwarf's granddaughter, since he is sure that she is an excellent blacksmith. The hero walked and thought that he needed to hurry up in his search. Suddenly, turning the corner of the building, he heard the screams of a girl. The little dwarf was breaking free from the hands of the kidnappers. Then the hero realized that he had found what he was looking for, or rather, the one he was looking for. Yuri and Tia are sitting in a cafe. The girl thanks the hero for his help. Then she says that she has something she wants to ask about. The girl says that she wants Yuri Aizawa to go with her to the eastern mine and help her collect ore. Yuri looks at Tia in surprise. He asks what she means. The girl begins to explain that you can find rare ore there that is not sold on the market. She also says that you can find a lot of unknown and valuable ore there. Tia says that the only way to restore the workshop is to win the blacksmith competition, and for that she needs good ore. The girl's face is full of determination. The hero understands that his way of thinking with Tia is very similar. Yuri reasons that in order to win the blacksmith competition, not only the best blacksmiths are needed, but also excellent ore. The girl looks at Yuri Aizawa with hope. Tia says that she already tried to persuade her grandfather, but he said that it was dangerous. The girl does not think that there is any other way to save the workshop. The hero looks at Tia in surprise. Then she smiles and says that she will help the girl in her plan. Tia says that she is so happy to hear these words. Suddenly, a very strange creature flies into the cafe. It makes a sound similar to the word Kiyu. The hero looks at this creature with confusion and surprise, just like Tia. The girl asks Yuri who it is. The hero replies that it is Lime, who, due to various circumstances, is traveling with him. The girl looks at the flying slime with delight. Her face is full of joy and happiness. Then she calls Yuri Aizawa one of the rare tamers. The hero looks at Tia in surprise and says that maybe she is right. Then Yuri Aizawa thinks to himself that, to be precise, a tamer is not the rarest profession. As a result, the heroes agree to meet tomorrow in front of the Adventurers Guild. The action moves to the next day in the city of Fire, Bustle, the mine of Netria. Somewhere in the depths of the mountains, someone is casting a spell, releasing bright rays of light magic. A hand with nails as black as night casts new spells. This someone turns out to be the fallen angel, Suriel. He attacks the priestess of fire. The fallen angel asks her to stop defending herself and talk to him. The angel slowly strengthens his spells. The girl smirks and asks what they can talk about. Suriel tells her that there is no point in hoping for love. He says that he knows that Suriel is using magic to contact someone. He asks if it is Aizawa Yuri by any chance. From the girl's face, you can tell that the fallen angel Suriel hit the nail on the head. The girl's face distorts with shock. Suriel mockingly asks the priestess if she really thinks that her beloved Yuri will come to save her. The fallen angel says that the young man will not come to save the girl. He then asks the priestess if he knows how he knows this. The fallen angel says that he knows this because his acquaintance is keeping an eye on Yuri Aizawa. The action again moves to Yuri and Tia. A huge white bird is hovering over the city. It is watching the heroes talking. Yuri does not notice the surveillance. The action shifts back to Suriel and the fire priestess. The fallen angel says that Yuri Aizawa hasn't even left the city yet, so the priestess's plan has failed. The priestess of fire smiles and says that the fallen angel knows nothing. She says that fate will always be on their side, and this is certain. The girl's face is full of confidence in her words and her rightness. Fallen angel Suriel looks at the fire priestess with irritation and then says, smiling, that she is too noisy. At that moment he breaks the girl's magic shield. The priestess does not understand what is happening because after the shield is broken, her arms and legs are entangled with incomprehensible whips. Suriel says that the fire priestess is very resilient, but he wonders how long it will last. At this point, he wraps his whips around her neck as well. He then says that even spirits cannot escape the temptations of darkness. The girl's eyes widen in pain and fear. The priestess's eyes slowly begin to close, and the last thing she sees is a malevolently smiling fallen angel. In her mind, the girl tries to call Yuri Aizawa to help her before she reaches her limit. At this time, Yuri is preparing for a new journey. Tia, smiling, walks to the meeting place. Suddenly she hears a familiar voice and sees Yuri Aizawa walking towards her. The girl, approaching the hero, thanks him for taking the time to talk to her. The hero simply agrees with her. The heroes set out for the mountains. The hero turns his head towards Tia in surprise and thought. Then Yuri says that the girl is too tall for a dwarf. She, not expecting these words, looks at the hero in surprise. The hero thinks to himself that he heard that all dwarves are about the same height, but Tia is 10 centimeters taller than the standard height. Then the hero asks Tia a question about whether there is something he does know, but Tia replies that she is still a dwarf, but a half-breed. The hero asks again. The girl explains that her mother is a dwarf and her father is a human. She says that purebred dwarves like her grandfather are quite rare. The hero understands what the girl is talking about, and then remembers that the 81 cheap shop was also quite tall. From this, the hero concludes that he is also a half-breed. The heroes enter a forest alley, then walk along the plains, and then reach the rocks. Here, the hero says that they are there. They reach a rather gloomy place, the Eastern Mine. Yuri Aizawa, looking at this structure, notes that it is clearly different from the Northern Mine that he went to with Riko, and he has a completely different relationship with it. Tia tells Yuri to be careful. She says that this is a high-risk area, so only experienced adventurers like Yuri Aizawa can come here. The hero looks at the girl in bewilderment. Then he says that he is not an experienced adventurer at all. The girl laughs conspiratorially and says that you can't fool a dwarf's eye. She says that Yuri Aizawa is at least an A-rank adventurer. The hero looks at her with confusion. He raises an eyebrow, not understanding what Tia is talking about. Yuri then says that he is an F-rank adventurer. This causes great surprise in Tia. She asks if the hero was joking. To this, Yuri takes out and shows her his adventurer card. The girl looks at the card, confused and irritated. Then she says that she has a stomachache. The hero, laughing and smiling, looks in her direction. Then he says that they have to go, because they don't have time. The heroes approach the entrance to the eastern shaft. The hero looks at it and thinks that the shaft seems abandoned and the ceiling is about to collapse. Tia asks the hero to move carefully. As soon as they enter the mine, a stone something appears in front of them. This something turns out to be a stone golem. Tia starts screaming in fear, but she stealthily glances at Yuri. She thinks to herself that she cannot rely on the hero, so she decides to act on her own. The girl takes out her huge hammer compared to her, and says that she has no choice but to do it. The girl looks at the stone golem with eyes full of determination. She encourages Sei, saying that everything is fine, that she can do anything since she has an explosive hammer with her. The hero looks at Tia with a very skeptical face, and thinks to himself about whether everything is really okay. The girl rushes to attack the monster. She tightly squeezes the handle of her hammer in her hands, and then swings at the stone golem. Tia hits the golem and breaks off its arm. Then she jumps back. The hero watches the fight between Tia and the stone golem. The hero watches carefully and thinks that this is all not good. He realizes that it is hard for Tia to swing such a large weapon, and she does not have enough strength for him. Yuri tries to think of something, but suddenly something attracts his attention. The girl screams and swings her hammer at the golem again, but this time she presses a hidden button on the hammer. A bright light starts coming out of the weapon. The girl hits the stone golem with a slightly modernized hammer. As a result, it crumbles into splinters. The girl wipes the sweat from her forehead. The hero looks at her with a face full of surprise and thinks to himself that this is a rather interesting way to defeat the stone golem, especially if the hammer is filled with explosives. The girl happily runs towards Yuri. She shouts that she did it, she defeated the golem thanks to her invention. Suddenly, the hero notices something and says that it is too early for Tia to rejoice. The girl does not understand what he is talking about. Suddenly, a modernized golem appears behind her. The girl rejoices in her victory. But then the hero notices that something around has changed. He notices the earth shaking. While the girl was rejoicing, the hero noticed something and told her that it was not time to rejoice yet. The girl begins to pay attention to strange sounds heard behind her. She wonders what is going on there. Right behind her appears a huge advanced stone golem. The girl realizes with horror that the fight is not over yet. The golem looks straight at her. Then it makes a very loud roar, which terrifies the heroes. In addition to this golem, other stone golems also begin to wake up. The girl is horrified. 3 more monsters move towards her and Yuri. Tia says that in order to awaken the stone golems, one must be the master of this mine. As she spoke, the monsters slowly approached them. The golem that Tia had recently defeated became a great golem. The huge machine looked towards the heroes. The hero asks Tia if she can still fight. The girl says that she can't. She says that she needs time to reload the explosive hammer. The hero thinks about how they can get out of this situation. He understands that despite the high firepower of the hammer, it cannot be used often. The girl suggests running away. The hero decides to fight the 3 stone goblins. Tia asks what the hero is going to do. She says that swords are useless against them. Yuri continues to approach the golems. The girl is worried about Yuri. She says that it is too dangerous and suggests that he refuse and leave. A huge golem swings its huge hand at the hero. Yuri calls up the magical enchantment, Enhanced Cut. The hero cuts one of the golems with the spell. The others are still trying to surround him. When their stone fists collide, the hero manages to dodge. He flies high above the ground and above the goblins. He then proceeds to cut all 3 of them into small pieces. Tia watches Yuri Aizawa's fight against the stone golems in awe. The hero stands among a pile of rubble left by the stone monsters. This delights the girl. Tia cannot believe that an F-rank adventurer was able to defeat 3 golems at once. Suddenly, another golem tries to attack the hero from behind, but the young man notices it in time. The golem unleashes its powerful blow on the hero. Tia closes her eyes in fear and the dust flying in all directions. She looks at the place where Yuri had stood before. To her surprise, the hero was able to catch the monster's fist. Yuri, holding such a colossus, thinks that this stone golem has simply enormous power. He thinks that despite the slowness of the golem's movements, its power is comparable to that of an A rank. Yuri thinks that if he had been hit by such a blow in the past, he would have been crushed, but he is no longer the same person he was before. The stone golem does not understand that his fist is holding him. Suddenly, the monster feels that he is being lifted. Then the hero, holding the golem only by the hand, lifts the giant into the air. Using body-strengthening magic, the spell Muscle Strengthening, Yuri throws the golem over himself and brings it down onto the stone floor. The hero takes out his enchanted sword and thinks that now they have a chance. Yuri Aizawa adds even more spells to the sword: increased durability, increased destructive power, impact diffusion. Having created the perfect sword for the blow, the hero swings at the monster, while it looks at the hero in bewilderment. Yuri Aizawa delivers his crushing blow. He cuts the golem into 2 parts, and he watches attentively as it crumbles into small pieces. Tia watches everything that is happening in shock. She does not understand how the hero could defeat the golem with just a simple sword. Then she asks Yuri a question about who he is. The hero is surprised by her question. Yuri does not understand her question and answers that he is only an F-rank adventurer. Tia is indignant, saying that the hero is not even close to being a normal, ordinary adventurer. The heroes still manage to extract the rare ore, and they bring it to Old Man Hugo. The old blacksmith is in complete shock. His face reflects unimaginable surprise. He is surprised that Tia and Yuri managed to get mithril ore. He asks where they got it. The heroes only smile conspiratorially and do not tell the old blacksmith about their little secret. They bump fists as a sign of their victory. All further action takes place in the spacious and cozy workshop of Old Man Hugo. Tia tells her grandfather that she wants him to use the ore to make a sword. The girl says that the old man will enter it into a blacksmithing competition and win. She is sure that in this way they will be able to repair the store. The old man looks thoughtfully at the floor. Then he tells his granddaughter that no matter what they do, customers will no longer return to their store. The old man takes out a bottle of alcohol from his supplies, uncorks it, and drinks straight from the bottle, causing genuine surprise in Tia and Yuri. He says that no matter how hard they try, they still won't be able to compete with the cheap store. The old man shouts that only money is important to everyone. The granddaughter does not understand what her grandfather is talking about. Tia stubbornly looks at her grandfather and says that if he does not do it himself, then she will do it for him. Hugo yells at his granddaughter, asking her not to be a stupid, naive girl. He says that mithril ore is the most difficult material. Hugo says that even an experienced blacksmith would have a hard time. Hugo says that a half-breed like his granddaughter will certainly not be able to cope. He asks her if she really thinks that she can become a blacksmith. It would seem that the girl has completely lost heart. The hero looks at her sideways. She clenches her teeth and says that if she doesn't try, then how can she know for sure that she won't succeed? Tia grabs the ore and runs away, hearing only her grandfather's screams. She shouts back at him that she will take the tools from him. The old blacksmith, unable to resist his granddaughter's harsh temper, tells her to do what she wants. Yuri Aizawa asks Hugo if it's okay to let the girl go alone. He replies that everything will be fine with Tia. Suddenly, they hear a noise in the workshop, and the hero sarcastically asks if the blacksmith is still sure that everything will be okay. The old blacksmith frowns. He enters the workshop and tells his granddaughter to leave, also saying that he will do it himself. Tia tries to argue, but Hugo tells her to watch how it is all done. The old blacksmith takes up his hammer and begins work in the workshop. At the same time, he asks his granddaughter to watch his actions carefully. He processes the product in the furnace. The action is transferred 5 days ahead. Yuri Aizawa calls out to the old blacksmith. He is sleeping peacefully at his work table. Then he wakes up and tells the hero that he just fell asleep because he was making the last adjustments before midnight. The hero asks what happened then. To this, Hugo replies, standing at his desk, that he has not worked with such material for a long time, but he thinks that everything is fine. He opens the box in which the sword was lying, but it is not there. The old man does not understand where it could have disappeared to. He suspects that it could have been stolen. Someone comes into Hugo's workshop and asks if something was stolen. This someone says that he heard some alarming words. He asks what is going on. This someone turned out to be the owner of a cheap weapons store. Behind him was the missing sword wrapped in cloth. Hugo asks his competitor what he wants. He asks the old blacksmith not to be so angry. He says that he heard that the old blacksmith is going to take part in a blacksmith competition. The man says that he was going to cheer for Hugo today, but now he knows that the old blacksmith sword has gone missing. He says that this is a very serious matter. Hugo looks at the uninvited guest with indignation. An old dwarf asks the shop owner if he really stole his sword himself. The shop owner sarcastically tells the old man not to say such terrible things. He asks Hugo if he has any proof of this. The hero looks at this situation and thinks that at this point it is too early to call the owner of the cheap weapons store the culprit. Yuri wants to try using the magic he learned earlier. He uses attribute magic, namely advanced level, reading thoughts. At this moment, the owner of the cheap shop says that he knows nothing about the missing sword. The hero reads his thoughts and learns that the mithril sword is in the possession of Cory Dolman. Out loud, the man suggests that old Hugo look for the sword together. The hero, having read Cory's thoughts, immediately understands everything. Hugo calls Cory Dolman an impudent man and asks him what kind of sword he has behind his back. Cory replies that it is the sword he will be entering into the competition. Hugo asks him to show the sword. Cory Dolman refuses to do so, so Hugo assumes that he is not doing so because it is the sword the old man made himself. Cory sighs heavily and still agrees to show the sword, and says that he hopes that old man Hugo will not be disappointed. The old blacksmith's eyes widen in surprise. Cory says that this is the weapon that he sells in his shop. He says that this is the magical sword Durandal. Cory says that he was afraid to show it to old man Hugo because he is a more experienced blacksmith. Yuri looks at the sword in Dolman's hands and thinks that this sword is better than his, and that it is at least A rank. The hero finds it truly remarkable. Old Hugo slams his fist down on the table. He then apologizes to Dolman for doubting him. The old man says he's sorry, but Cory should go home. Dolman smiles nastily. Then he turns and leaves, asking the heroes to forgive him. Then Dolman remembers something. He turns to Hugo and says that if in the future he has nowhere to go, he can work for him. Cory smiles devilishly and tells Hugo that he will always be glad to see him. Yuri says that they cannot let him go, since the hero is sure that he has the sword. Hugo says that he has had enough. The old blacksmith says that it's all about his strength. The old man says that his mithril sword is not up to the level of a magic sword. Then Tia wakes up. She overhears Yuri and Hugo's conversation. The hero tries to calm the old man down. Old Hugo, sadly hanging his head, says that he will have to close his shop. His voice is full of despair. Tia looks at her grandfather with incomprehension and shock.